Salut, Casian! Îmi fac repede setările și până uităm la finală. Să vedem cine câștigă. Ok, o să las ăsta aici deschis. Perfect. Dacă scriu ceva, vezi că nu văd ca idee, pentru că fac ceva repejor. Perfect. Pun asta aici. Community Creators. Pardon, doamne. Da, să crește dracu. Păi da, cred că e totul bine. Da, sper că e totul bine. 20 de secunde.
This is a day, a year in the making. This is the pinnacle of our sport.
2 secunde, băieți.
This is a stage that every pro player dreams about being on. And this is a trophy that every fan imagines their team lifting. Over the last year, 22 teams have fought and clawed their way to the top of their regions to make it to the world stage. But only 2 remain. And while these 2 can be proud of the achievements that they have made at this year's World Championship, only 1 can be crowned champion.
Edward Gaming immortalized the name EDG when they defeated T1 in a historic series to raise the very first mid-season invitational trophy back in 2015. Expectations were sky high for the LPL champions, but they have failed to make it past the quarterfinals of Worlds every year until now. This EDG has already broken that curse. And now the only question that remains is if they can earn their spot in the history books once more, as they look to reclaim the trophy for the LPL and become the second team in history to earn both an MSI and World Championship title.
Ar fi mișto.
That's the best description of Damwon Kia there is, domestically and
Da, am
internationally.
prezențat că va câștiga iar Damwon.
Time and time again. They are almost unanimously thought to be the best team in the world, and while they're not quite pulling up the Bonjour chairs just yet, they are well on the way to building the next great LCK dynasty. And as Khan steps up for what may be his last series of competitive League of Legends, the reigning world champions will be by his side to give him the international title he's been chasing his whole career.
In 1 hour, 2 teams will walk through this entrance onto the stage for the series they have worked their entire professional lives to reach. In 1 hour, 2 teams will fight to the limit, but only one of them will lift the
deci
trophy.
începe într-o oră. Dacă e într-o oră, fac și eu altceva. Mă joc ceva
of Edward Gaming
până
and
atunci.
Damwon Kia will show us why they deserve to be the 2021 League of Legends World Champion.
Ok. Oare ne arată ceva despre serial? Ar trebui, zic eu.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting.
Well, dacă e până atunci, într-o oră, facem altceva. Pentru că începe într-o oră.
Hello and welcome to World's Countdown before
Yeah,
our
ce
final
zice
state
băiatul?
of Reykjavik, Iceland. EDG and Damwon Kia were the main favorites going into the event, and today we'll see the LPL and LCK champions battle for eternal glory. For these players, it's not just the biggest moment of their career. It's as they step onto the stage where legends are made in front of millions of fans watching across the globe. I am Dash, and it is my great pleasure, absolutely great pleasure, to be joined by Azael and Kadro live from our studio in Berlin. Gents, we have made it to finals. It has been quite the journey here.
Ok, deci începe într-o oră. O să las ăsta aici, deschis. Și o să mă joc ceva până când va începe. Mai exact o să mă joc acest joculeț. Unde e? De fapt nu, haideți să mă joc Hades. Epic Games Launcher. Deci LoL 1 vs 1? Nu. Nu. O să mă joc jocul ăsta până când va începe campionatul. Bine, meciul. 2 secunde să fac să vedeți. Game capture, perfect. O să pun asta aici. Deci, repet, într-o oră o să înceapă, să pun și textul aici. Așa, text. În caz că vine cineva nou pe live să știe că începe într-o oră. Așa. Începe într-o oră. Perfect. O să las asta aici. Așa, perfect. Ca să văd fix când începe să nu mă mai joc și să vizionăm meciul. Sper că nu vă plictisesc până atunci. Da, acum chiar sunt curios. Voi cine credeți că o să câștige? Am văzut multă lume că speră să câștige Edward Gaming. Dar nu prea cred că va câștiga echipa aia, sincer să fiu. Okay. Da, asta zic. Am văzut pe Reddit, probabil erau niște fani înfocați. Hold cast to fire, așa, you can dash more times in a row. Asta e asta. Salut, salut. Ești la muncă sau ești liber? Tu ești pe LoL Esports? Da, mă uit pe site-ul ăla al lor de live special, nu sunt pe Twitch sau YouTube. Bine, chiar dacă live-ul ăla e transmis de pe Twitch, mă uit de pe site-ul lor, știi ce zic? Și by the way, o să încerc oarecum să comentez și meciul. Nu foarte mult, în unele momente. Două secunde să fac ceva repede. Așa, perfect. Salut, Gogoașă! Și dacă o să intrați la mine pe canal, o să vedeți un canal secundar. O să zic mai multe detalii când o să vină timpul. Mai exact undeva prin săptămâna viitoare. Te joci un LOL? Nu, acum mă joc Hades până când începe meciul. Până când începe finala. Adică în 5 50 de minute, ceva de genul. Scuze, Castian, n-am văzut mesajul, dar ți-au zis băieții. Mulțumesc că vă pup. Mai sunt 52 de minute. Da, mă joc Hades până atunci. Your attack fires a wave that pierces foes dealing the... Așa... Bă... Hai că le-au pe ăsta. Mamă, cât de mișto e asta, holy shit. O să iau poțiunea. Începe ceremonia de deschidere. Da, sunt mai multe chestii. Aia e, așteptăm. A început finala? Nu, începe într-o oră. Dacă vreți, puteți face altceva într-o oră, nu trebuie neapărat să stați pe live dacă nu vă place jocul ăsta. Și puteți să reveniți după. Hai că mă duc la Ares. După finală joci? Probabil, nu promit nimic. Probabil o să bag niște meciuri dacă sunt persoane pe live. Dacă nu sunt, pur și simplu o să închid live-ul, dar bănuiesc că vor fi persoane. Let's go. That's huge. Hai să mă duc pe max HP. Hai să vă zic o mică chestie, pe canalul ăsta o să fac doar Valorant și League of Legends. Bine, probabil o să mai fac câteva joculețe de la Riot Games pe channel, dar o să mă bazez foarte mult pe LoL și Valorant. Și pe canalul secundar pe care o să-l vedeți undeva pe acolo, pe canalul meu, dacă vă uitați, o să aveți canalul secundar. Momentan nu am nimic acolo. Multă lume zice că Demon câștigă, dar am văzut pe Reddit foarte mulți că zic că Edward ar câștiga. Pe canalul secundar jucăm Snake și ascultăm manele. Pe canalul secundar efectiv o să mă joc orice. Canalul ăsta o să fie doar pentru LoL și Valorant.
How foolhardy of you. Whoops.
M-a lovit ăla. Zic și Fortnite pe canalul ăsta, dacă tot colaborează cu Riot-ul. I don't know, nu știu. Nu cred. Pentru o secundă am rămas blocat. Bă, ce dracu vorbește asta cu Riot, cu Fortnite? Pentru că încă nu-mi vine să cred că au făcut colaborarea aia. Da. Deci, efectiv, când se bagă skin-ul ăla pe joc, nu știu dacă s-a băgat, o să bag bani pe Fortnite pentru Jinx. Nu chiar. Nu știu cât o să coste, dar bag bani.
Delicious.
E băgat, e băgat deja? Ok.
God's grant me strength. Hey, good to see you.
Poți să-ți vinzi trupul pe internet dacă nu ai suficienți bani. Da, pot să mă apuc de OnlyFans dacă vreți să mă vedeți dezbrăcat. Sunt foarte chipești.
Well, Zach,
Let's see.
be cheeky.
Deja funcționează asta. Îți vinzi Rinic, din păcate am ambii Rinic stricați. Sunt vai capul lor, nu mi cumpără nimeni nici măcar pe 2 lei. Am făcut pietre la Rinic de 2 ori, o dată la Rinic stâng, o dată la Rinic drept și papa, gata. Nu mai văd Rinic. De asta nu beți suc în prostie, beți apă, foarte bună apa. E ok, își vinde un ou, poate face copii și cu unul. Da, ai dreptate, dar ce om normal la cap ar face ceva cu un coi? Ai ce să faci cu un coi? Adică... Nu știu. Nu vreau să aflu. Poate doar cei care au unul și vor să și-l pună pe al doilea. I don't know. Pe dacă rupea Monsterul. Dar nu era doar de la Monster, man. Era și de la sucuri. Nu beți energizante, nu beți sucuri, beți apă.
And we're off.
Tu-te în gură să te fut. Am uitat de explozie. Ok, ia să vedem ce fac băieții de la Finala. Ok, World's Countdown. 1 minut. Hai să las asta aici să văd ce se întâmplă. Pardon. Așa. Poseidon. Nu! Doamne. Ok, începem 40 de minute și 10 secunde. Pam, 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 pam. Voi ce mai faceți, băieți? Sunteți bine? E cam liniște pe chat. Ia că se prezintă băieții acum. Ăștia sunt periculoși. Jocul se numește Hades și o să mă joc jocul ăsta până când o să înceapă finala, adică în 38 de minute. Jocul ăsta este un roguelike, nu știu dacă știi genul ăsta de jocuri. E bun jocul, atât pot să zic. O să mă duc aici, la shop. Și bună, Adina. Ne mai intră de mult pe live. Oh, what is this? M-ar tenta curiozitatea să iau săculețul. Dar hai să nu.
Thank you, mate. Come and get it.
Ce mai face din aici, bine? Da, mulțumesc tu. Păi, foarte fericit că zilele astea s-a întâmplat ceva ce am crezut că nu o să se întâmple niciodată. Are legătură cu YouTube-ul. Și o să se întâmple săptămâna următoare. Mamă, sunt destul de low HP. Mai am 30 HP, 38. Povestește-mi, e secret, momentan nimeni nu știe. Bine, știu câteva persoane. E ok că am revive-ul. Ai. Mi s-a dus revive-ul la boss-ul ăsta, dar e ok.
Any more heads you'd like chopped off? No?
Ce secret o să știi? Păi, ori e surpriză, ori nu mai e. Pe bune.
Go on and try. Do I still need these? One more floor. Clear. Much nicer climate.
Nice. Deci tu un mic spoiler.
Chariots.
Nu se dă. Vezi la momentul ăla. Dacă mai intri pe live. Văd că băieți vin avionare pline de aur de la YouTube care au întârziat din cauza COVID-ului. Da, așa este. Sunt mai bogat decât Mr. Beast. Hold attack to strike rapidly, dealing 25. What? Wait. Using the blade every third attack is a thrust that knows frozen away. Your special hits twice. Wait a second. What? Ce face aia? Holy shit, man. Ok, that's broken actually. E broken. Hai să vedem. Gameplay. Da. 32 de minute. Doamne!
the spot. Flame wheels. I don't think I've gone this far. More trouble. More souls prestigious.
De minute. Sunt entuziasmat, dacă ar fi să zic așa. Sunt curios cât o să țină. Că bănuiesc că vor fi niște meciuri destul de strânse. Chiar bănuiesc că vor fi niște meciuri destul de strânse pentru ambele echipe. Salut, Gâsca! Ini, mini, mini, mo. Stânga-dreapta, stânga-dreapta. Gâsca zici și mie, stânga sau dreapta. Tu cine crezi că o să câștige? Demo 1. Stânga, ok. Nu cred că o să câștige Edward Gaming, sincer. Dar totodată nu m-ar mira dacă ar câștiga, pentru că sunt băieți buni și ei. Adina a zis prima. Mamă, cât damage dau băieții ăștia, holy shit. Grijă, slabe, grijă. Ala s-a respawnat, băga mea și... Edward Gaming 3-0, checker, shut the fuck up, trefla. Eu chiar speram să câștige SKT versus Demon. Stai că nu vreau să mor. Și sperăm să câștige orice altă echipă. Dar nu... Ei... Eu chiar țineam cu SKT să câștige ei, dar au pierdut. Hai. E o echipă bună, n-ai ce să zici, gen... Sunt băieți buni, n-au ajuns în final așa degeaba. Mamă, cred că m-am dus. Nu cred că îi bat pe ăștia cu 4-5-16. Salut, Mr. Daddy, bine ai venit pe live. Bine ai venit, Daddy. N-am cum să-i bat pe ăștia 2 în 4-5-18. Mai sunt 25 de minute până când începem.
Oh, wow.
Hold, fiend.
Two against one.
Theseus?
Dăm focus pe tower prima dată. Și am stat după stâlp. Grijă, grijă după stâlp. Așa. În spate. Sari. Ok, n-a sărit. După stâlp, băgam și... Urăsc scriptul de la bușește, aolo. Mai ales că mai am foarte puțin HP. Nu! M-a lovit.
It's rather hard. No.
Too bad, boy.
Here. I trust that
Better than I could have.
I think you
Thank you.
Nu râdeți că n-ajungeați acolo voi. Râdeți voi, râdeți, dar vedeți că e greu jocul, nu e ușor. Pot să deblochez arma nouă, dar am nevoie de 8K. Hai că dacă tot e trefla pe live, mă joc cu arcul. Că na, el este pe ADC main, cel mai bun ADC pe une. Ce joc e ăsta? Se numește Hades, este un roguelike.
Again. Good.
I have to tell you something, little Hades. My relatives and I, we've been holding back one of our greatest gifts. To see...
Oh, what's
Să mor tu când dai asta. Ok, bro.
the wrath of Poseidon at my beck and call? What is that portal thing there on the ground?
Hai că joc la risc.
So all I need to do is sacrifice some of my life essence to go in.
N-am auzit de el. Da, e un joc destul de popular.
I don't see why not.
Asta, Finala începe în 20 de minute aproximativ. Din ce zice aici. Deci, după ranul ăsta, cel mai probabil ne uităm la finală. Chamber rewards, previews la hidden, after, așa. Așa. Ok, ăsta e bun. Deci ce nu am voie să fac? Each time you cast, get hit for... ok, deci nu trebuie să dau cast în următoarele 3 nivele.
More witches.
Nu! Doamne, am călcat în capcană, ce idiot sunt. O să dau un mic predict. Cred că o să se joace foarte mult Tankenci pe top dacă nu se banează. Pentru că campionul e busted, man. Nu cred că o să mi se vadă Nu cred că o să-mi văd campionul pe acolo, adică Sena, în niciun caz. Poate cu un fasting Sena, dar nu prea cred că o să se facă fasting Sena, sincer. Cel mai probabil o să vedem Xayah cu build-ul ăla meta, dacă știți. Se joacă la Airy, Lethality, cu Manamune. Chiar mi-ar plăcea să văd Xayah la build-ul ăla. Power shot e așa... Asta e asta. Presim Leona și Jace. Cred că ăștia au fost mereu jucați. Când are buff-ul la Xayah. Ah, da, stai, am uitat. Că ăștia joacă pe alt patch. Am uitat de chestia asta. Pe ce patch jucau? Pe patch-ul ăla de era nerfuit Akali? Mama, 11.19, ok. Akali are nerf în toate, not really. Și am mai primit și buff-uri, bine. Nu m-aș face main de Akali nici să mă împuști la câte schimbări primește. Și noi ce patch avem? Parcă 11.22. Da, 11.22 parcă era. Începe în 18 minute. Ce părere aveți de Arcane, serialul care iese? Și ce părere aveți despre colaborarea cu Fortnite? Dacă ați văzut, că eu nu am aflat ieri asta. Ce prost sunt. Nu prea cine știe ce dorește promovează serialul. Da, până la urmă e un câștig pentru ambii. Dar după mine e un câștig mai mare pentru Riot Games, că pe lângă că și-au pus un skin cu un campion destul de popular pe jocul lor, au și toate jocurile lor pe platforma Epic Games. L-am văzut pe Facebook reclama la PUBG că bagă skin-uri cu Arcane. Mă rog, serialul sper să fie bun, iar skin-urile sper că le dau gratis. Pe PUBG sincer nu știu, dar pe Fortnite nu o să fie gratis. Din ce știu. Sper să nu bagi un campion inspirat din Fortnite. Da, să vezi un suport care construiește ziduri și merge așa în aer. Fortnite nimic, nu e gratis, să le omoară lor. Ei, fac și un ban. Era PUBG Mobile ăla, dacă mai găsesc articolul, ți-l trimit pe Discord, ok. Văzusem ceva articol, dar nu am putut să citesc tot, că intrasem în meci. Și am uitat să îl văd, să-l citesc. Artemis, let's go, ăsta e bun pentru, era să zic, pentru AD Carry, pentru Arc.
Must be the fountain chamber I commissioned back at home.
Let's see.
Nice, perfect.
Let's hunt some dead. Charon's shop. Should come in useful.
Alrighty then.
After using call, gain dodge and shaft, attacking damage quickly dash recover some. Da, o să mă duc pe ăsta. Lasă că la câți copii de 10 ani au furat cardul masă și au băgat bani gros, au făcut destul bani. Bă, să știi că nu doar copiii se joacă Fortnite, am văzut și oameni de 40 de ani și mai în vârstă chiar, care se joacă. E un joc ok. Bine, e toxic pentru că sunt foarte mulți copii, dar sunt și oameni mai în vârstă care joacă, nu sunt toți copii. What the fuck, cât damage am dat? What? A fost un singur basic. Nu! Hai că-s deștept. Nu. Dar OG Fortnite is the best. Din păcate n-am jucat Fortnite-ul vechi. Eu sezonul ăsta, bine, acum 2 sezoane cred că am jucat pentru prima dată. Nu mai știu cu ce era. Știu că parcă s-au scos sniperele și au lăsat doar arcurile, ceva de genul. Și a prins foarte mult hate jocul, dar după mine era ok. Îmi plăcea arcul. Nu știu dacă l-au scos, că n-am jucat. M-am jucat foarte puțin oricum. Nu mult. E ok jocul, la o Catherine că merge, nu l-aș vedea ceva pro, să zic, chiar dacă unii joacă așa. Da. Începem în 10 minute. Bine, 12. Și ce probabil mai zic ei pe acolo cu ceva. Holy shit, am dat 300 crit. ...700 aproape, am dat 657. Mamă, arcul e așa de broken. Oh, era să... undea la mare bucată. Eu am lăsat de Fortnite pentru că dacă joci acum un meci, te bate, te cași pe tine și fac niște construcții în câteva secunde. Da, playerii îi numesc virginii sau transpirații. Bă, înțeleg, gen... La început nimeni nu știa să facă asta, pentru că na, era un joc nou. Dar mi se pare destul de stupidă chestia asta. What is this? Mi se pare destul de stupidă chestia asta cu... construcția. Adică e ceva original, n-ai văzut așa ceva în niciun joc. Dar nu știu, mi se pare prea de tot. Mi se pare prea de tot. Îl vezi pe unul cu face mare zgârie nor de să urcă în cer. Modifică construcția, îi face geam, după pune la fel peretele, nu știu cum, sparge peretele, pune el perete să nu poți spune tu. Hai, care sare, care sare? Tu sari, ok. În 10 minute începem. Sper că nu va plictisi gameplay-ul meu de Hades. Stați cuminți, băieți. Hai că l-am băgat în lavă pe ăla. Mamă. Bun. Și acum urmezi tu, domnule. Ah, fuck! Am uitat că nu am voie să folosesc cast-ul. Că mănânc damage. Mă scuzați. Hai mă, sari. Perfect. Urăsc așa de mult piatra asta. Care imunitate? Mamă, cât i-am dat. Are imunitate când e în aer. Nu poți să-i dai damage.
Thank you, Dionysus, mate. In the name of Hades.
Your hangover effects also make foes move slower, ok. Orcast, așa, festive. În 7 minute începem. Mamă, direct pe mine a sărit ăsta.
Of chaos has expired. Which way?
Ce kite nebun! Pe bune, nici tu nu faci de asta. Vezi cum folosesc AU, cum îl spamez? Și nu-mi face nimeni pili. Nu tankează nimeni pentru mine. Deci puțin respect, te rog frumos. Hai că mă duc la Poseidon. Cine știe ce-mi dă? Ah, ok. Your special deals more damage. Ok. Aș putea să iau ăsta. Da. Am vrut să mă uit la stream-ul de la Finala. Rămân și la tine pe stream totuși. Thank you, Adina. Într-un nice club să te salveze. Începe în aproximativ 5 minute. Bat boss-ul ăsta sau mor la boss-ul ăsta, depinde. Și după nu mai mă joc. La phase-ul 2 începe boss-ul ăsta să fie greu, că la arc n-are nicio treabă boss-ul ăsta. Adică de acum începem. Mamă, câte chestii. Și mai e unul aici, sau nu e? Ok. What the fuck? Ok. What the fuck? Ok, GG. O să mă opresc aici. Pam, 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 pam. Perfect. Așa. Quality 1080. Perfect.
When he needs to for this EDG team, and you'll certainly have to do that if EDG are going to be in with the chance today.
I'm going to jump in here because we got a minute 30 ahead of the opening show. Now it's time for the predictions, so let's see how the fans voted at home in our MasterCard Nexus on Twitter. 79% in favor of Dom Juan Kia.
Okay.
I'd say that's to a degree expected and somewhat representative of the matchup we have in front of us.
Oh yeah, Damwon look unstoppable. They've dropped 2 games the entire tournament long. They've looked fantastic from start to finish. They have superstars in every player, in every role. World champions from last year. It's really hard to kind of favor EDG in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, I'm going to make you put your money where your mouth is. So if you think it's hard to favor EDG, I can already make the assumption of who you think is going to take it, Pedro. Let's get it on record. Who are you going with in our world final here, and how many games?
I think it's going to be a 3-0 for Damwon. I think Damwon's playstyle is fantastic.
Oh,
I think T1 was able to kind of
3-0.
capitalize it on a little bit because of how flexible they were in draft with things like Cassandra, popping these kind of target picks, Zillion, to actually win out games by neutralizing Damwon's early game and winning out in mid to late game through neutral objectives. But I think
chance for the LPL squad.
No chance. I think EDG don't have the flexibility that T1 did, and I think Damwon is just going to run away with this series.
All right, Azel, where's your head at?
I mean, I'm on the Damwon side. I think it's almost impossible not to
bun.
be. You know, I do think that Canyon is such a difference maker here. I think he really is too much for JJ. But I do think that EDG
L-am văzut pe scout jucând. Am văzut mai mult pe Showmaker.
I have it 3-1.
Să văd. O
But
să am
I
o
think
mică
if EDG
surpriză.
can have a strong early game, they can match in the 5v5. I just think they're not as well-rounded, and they struggle with their setups, and Damwon's going to abuse that.
Aligning with the fans, both my analysts, but the wait is finally over. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick off the Worlds at 2021 final with the show open presented by MasterCard.
Ia. Liniște pe chat. Hai să admirăm. Ok, astea sunt din toate jocurile. Arcane. Bine, e normal să-și facă publicitate la Arcane. Era clar că vor face asta.
What are you calling this one? Whisker. You want to talk about today?
What's the point? I ruined everything. I'm not a fighter.
You don't have to be. Look, I've got these. And you've got those.
They never work.
They will. Come with me.
What?
Come on.
Altă muzică?
Across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend,
sper că se aude bine.
Across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my
Nice. Vai cât de tare! Pentakill. Asta e V. Ok. Ăla era Timo.
Of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned.
Iubesc melodia asta.
I stack it in my mind, and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in a mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn the hate, oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The enemy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him my silhouette go. They wanna fly on my drive to the top. I've been out of shape, taking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock the
Când începe finala? Păi ar trebui să începem câteva minute. Nu mai e mult și începem. Și de asta nu vă drogați. Ah, ok, e bun. Îmi place. Nu e femeie. Doar pentru că nu are sufletul mai mare, asta nu înseamnă că nu este femeie. What? Stai că asta e nouă. Abia că vreau să văd finala. Aia e așa o oră de pregătire. Nice. Mișto tranziția. Îmi place cum se deschide așa încet. Super tare.
리그 오브 레전드란 게임은 이제 제 인생에 전환점을 준 게임이라고 생각해요. 목표가 없던 사람에서 이제 목표가
Parcă-l văd pe Stas că scrie ceva despre vocea lui. Efectiv am asta în cap, de asta am râs.
지금 이 자리까지 오게 됐다고 생각해서 이번
Asta e LeBlanc.
게임이 더 간절해지는 것 같습니다.
我每时每刻都在为决赛做准备，我不想浪费每一分钟。
팀원들끼리 정말 큰 관계가 유지되어야 한다고 생각하고 있어서 팀원들과의 감정이 정말 깊은.
Bănuiesc că ăștia sunt mainii lor. De iau în spate. Showmaker cu LeBlanc.
历过一些低谷，然后就今年的话就是重新起航那种感觉。
Ce voce de chineză iau ăștia. După ce că sunt doar ore zari în finală, mai și durează atât. Dacă sunt mai buni decât noi, aia e, frate.
꼭 끝에는 좋은 기억으로 남을 수 있도록 꼭
Nu cred că am mai fost într-o finală din 2019, când am pierdut în semifinală, parcă, versus versus cine am jucat, că nu mai știu.
What you call an icon living? Start a record label, Miss Bitch just did it. Dom 1, the new era has well and truly arrived. Too hot in the business.
对战show maker 的话，一直以来都想遇到一次吧。
Așa.
우리가 언더독이냐고 물어보면 그 정도는 아닌가? 그럴만할 것 같은데.
서문기어 접으신 확률이 높죠.
我们准备好战胜 DK 了。
Hai că cred că începe acum. Cred.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the 2021 World Finals. I'm Atlas.
Luați-vă de mâncare, băieți.
Joined by Kobe and Vedius. Gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Finally, 2 first seeds in the final.
And that shining Summoner's Cup in the middle of it all. Atlas drawing everyone's attention. Let's jump right in to the picks and bans. You mean Twisted Fate from red side. No surprise here. Expect these to remain, but Lee Sin is a big question. I feel like every team that was given Canyon Lee Sin has regretted it. And what is their final ban going to be? Are they going to cover jungle?
And already how interesting is the Lissandra ban comes out from Dom1 to say, hey, want to ban Lee? We'll take LeBlanc. Oh, you want to remove LeBlanc? We'll take Lee.
This is a trap cut. They set up the trap. They have the free ban. They may as well throw it out there. The Lee Sin, as you said, going to be banned away. Obviously, LeBlanc the follow-up, but now what do we do on the other side? Jin's been such high priority. Jarvan's still available as well.
I love the Jin point because it rose to astronomical levels of priority in the T1 DK series, and Ghost showing that he does have other options though, because now Jin taken away, he has gone to the Ziggs, which also gives you long range, safe wave clear, or even the Draven, which I expect a much less chance of because Jin's already decent pick into Draven, so this puts more priority, more crunch time on that.
Exact. La asta mă gândeam și eu. Au făcut fucking first pick Jin. Nu-mi place ideea de first pick Jin. Și Jin are destul de mulți counter pick. După mine trebuia să mă aștepte cu EDC-ul, dar poate nu o să se bazeze așa de mult pe el în echipa asta. Și vor avea pick-uri mai bune, nu știu, de exemplu pentru mid și top. De-aia s-a băgat așa cu EDC-ul și cred că o să fie Rakan Xayah. Cred că o să fie Rakan Xayah. Dacă nu o să baneze Xayah. Rise.
Kill opportunities as well. Well, I am a little surprised to see the Rise. Of course, if you've looked at Scout's match history, you probably wouldn't be.
It's top of the list.
It is top of the list.
But he's played 11 unique champions, Betty.
Right, but his most played is definitely the Rise, so it's a big comfort pick for him. And when you kind of look at the mid-jungle duo, yes, it can certainly be strong, but picking it into LeBlanc, Showmaker loves this matchup. It was one that he was more than happy to play into Faker himself and was able to get the better of him in, especially when paired up with the Kiana. And this is something I'd love to see EDG ban away. I like the Talon ban, but they also need to take Canyon off that Kiana because of how well it
le trebuie foarte, adică nu foarte mult. Le trebuie una de damage. Neapărat, că gen...
Big thing for Dom1 is that they have been so flexible, especially Canyon and Showmaker in the champion pools, so they have a lot of confidence in being able to get through the second round of advance here. But I just love that we're still seeing similar trends continue for both of these teams, and EDG have focused very heavily on team fighting and still went, you know, with that setup for Jarvan. You mentioned the rise and the possibilities for affecting those side lanes. I want to see the question of Flandre. They already ban out the Kennen here from top side by DK, but if they also leave the Graves up, that feels like a no-brainer with it being picked over and over and over for them.
I really like the Leona removal as well here from Dom1. It is something that Mako
de fapt, stai că e zis ADC, da.
Throughout this tournament he has been playing a lot of range supports, showcasing.
Nu cred că va lua Lucian top, dar ar trebui ceva mai tanky.
But with the cannon gone, with the Gwen still open, it could be an option for Damwon. But when you already have an AP bot side of the map, perhaps EVG is sitting there saying, well, we expect you to do an AD top jungle right now, and that means the Graves should be a pretty solid blind.
Yeah, and so far this draft looks like the meta combined with EDG.
Bă, până acum, sincer, îmi place mai mult echipa cealaltă, chiar dacă au Jhin.
But if you look over the other side, Damwon are doing a
Trundle?
to what we saw T1 try to do against EDG in their first
Wait, fac schema cu Ziggs Trundle? Dar e un question mark cu Rakan. Bine, Trundle o să meargă jungle. Sau nu? Ok, n-am făcut picul de Trundle, a luat Yasuo.
And that's Khan playing Yasuo as well.
Yes, we were looking for the spicy picks.
It happens in game 1?
Exactly, we get it in game number 1 here. Definitely will create a volatile top side.
Yasuo sin Zao.
And that's one of the two things, pulling these two teams in different directions in a lot of cases where EDG is so much focused on Viper on the bottom side, and yet Damwon expects a lot of pressure on the top triangle of the map.
Îmi place mai mult echipa la Eduard acum. Îmi place mai mult echipa lor.
And now Mako's looking at one of these engage supports. You guys have already mentioned that we haven't seen him so much on these. Okay, never mind. We're putting a clock.
Actually, da, e mai bun Zilean.
All right, the spice wasn't reserved just for Damwon. It is of course also for EDG as the Zilean is locked in last.
E mult mai bine Zilean decât el.
Teams that have large amounts of burst damage, and Damwon definitely do have that in spades. They've invested in it. It's gonna come down to some very quick timings and quick fingers. Zilean can be a big flop if you don't get it off before the Rakan is made. It's all about bursting people down before you get that cooldown out, or having good positioning and utilizing the speed to keep your spacing between your carries.
Oh, I'm just so excited about this matchup. First game already, we've got very unique drafts, and gentlemen, this is Khan's first ever professional Yasuo game.
Modific imediat.
And it's in the World Finals, potentially his final series. What a time to pull it out.
Perhaps fishing for a world skin, maybe?
We were having a chat about this, weren't we, Kobe? We were wondering whether there was
Ce ură Zilean, mi se pare bun cu Jhin.
But instead, he's gone with the Yasuo, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he's been cooking up in solo queue and behind the scenes for us, because when Khan debuted, he was all aggression. He was basically a Riven one-trick when he made his debut, which was many years ago now. To come back to his roots here in game 1 of the final is, yep, that takes some stones.
And I love how both teams are making adjustments here. On the other side, EDG taking one of the tools that T1 used against Damwon successfully early on to counter some of the first options that they had in the Zilean. Now it's about executing, though, and actually piloting that well. They've also invested in stealing away the Jhin from Ghost.
E EVGA și
EVGA. Seen some very big pick opportunities off of this champion, so we'll see if they can make it happen. It's so exciting getting into the world finals here.
Yeah, here we are onto the rift for game number 1 of the 2021
Stai așa, la aia nu era DWG? Sau sunt eu prost? DK e.
So the first thing
My bad, boys.
I'd like to draw our attention to as we wave the camera is Beryl is running Predator on Rakan. He is all about
Ăștia au pus de cap
like
aici.
each Damwon member is taking it in turns as to who will run Predator. Perhaps we'll see a Khan Predator top lane later on in the series. But what is crucial here, and what is something that we need to focus on, is when we saw Showmaker drafting this LeBlanc into the Rise in the semifinals, it was constantly attacking to shut Scout down. And when you have the Rakan, Xin Zhao, LeBlanc combo, I expect Damwon to be looking to do the same thing again.
And this is them learning off of their series versus T1. One of the ways that you want to try and punish the Zilean pick is either try and go super hard at the Zilean in lane, very weak early laning phase and is much more for scaling, or you just roam heavy. And the Predator is really signaling that, yes, he definitely wants to go roam heavy here. Beryl, I feel like, has really been an underappreciated part.
Presupun că Graves să meargă la build-ul de lifesteal, cel cu shield bow și Blatterster, dacă știi ce zic. Ok, puțin bow pe Ziggs.
Amount of success that they've had here in this big run.
Yeah, and of course,
Zilean joacă la Guardian.
Performance at MSI and brought it to the summer season as well. It was not a great time for Beryl all the way up until the World Championship. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag Verizon5G all chat and let us know how you feel about the World Final. Are these compositions exactly what you wanted to see? Some biffo on the bottom side here. Viper throwing out some bullets. Not quite the 4th one just yet, but EDG with control of the wave.
Now we can see that both junglers are doing opposite paths to one another, with the Xin Zhao starting on the bot side, passing towards top, looking to potentially cover Khan in the event of any early ganks, or perhaps to look for a potential gank themselves. Or meanwhile, JJ starting up on the top side and passing towards bot, where he expects to have prio. With the Jhin and the Zilean, you should have push in the early 2 vs 2, especially against the Ziggs, who doesn't have the strongest wave early on, so he should be able to secure himself that first Scuttle Crab of the game.
Yeah, and exactly, and the reason that EDG went for the deep ward on blue buff and Gromp that you can see right now for Flandre is because you want to get the most out of the early pushing there with Graves. You know you're going to shove lane early, so they've got the early vision here on the blue buff that will expire, knowing that Canyon started bottom side and should be able to play accordingly. Flandre, he's already been able to bounce his wave off of the tower.
Cred că ar merge un gank pe top, că Graves nu are ward.
Yeah, and it looked like that ward didn't quite spot Canyon, but did give them enough information, right? They knew that he hadn't headed towards that blue buff area just yet.
Yeah, it's the process of elimination.
Yeah, right.
Jungle camps early
He cannot be anywhere else.
They're very easy to actually track and coordinate with just one single deep ward. So it will be traded Scuttle Crabs, and as you can see, after bouncing the wave, Flandre playing it much more safe, even stayed up here, lets Khan push back. Thank you, Observer, so much. He's playing around jungle presence. Very big for mid laners to also do this. It's a much less obvious way where they just kind of hover up to the side where their jungler is, but is equally as important, and Showmaker should be able to catch this one.
And as we get close to those first backs, because you can already start to see them come out from a few members, it will be this level 4 from Beryl, where you need to keep track of what he is looking for elsewhere on the map. Because we do know that he loves to roam, we do know that he loves to try and make plays pretty much everywhere that he can on the map, and you only have to look at some of the stats to identify some of those early game plays.
Yeah, I love it. And you can see here, displayed in the graphic, how high of a dual proximity Mako has on the other side. Guess what? With Zilean, that's going to remain very, very high, giving over experience there with the passive. And Barrels is going to be extremely low. We expect
primul meci va fi câștigat de Edward. Gaming. ADG.
And I really love that Mako is just showing his versatility, right? He basically designed engaged support play over in the LPL and has this Worlds demonstrated that he has a whole nother string to that bow, of course, and has been just playing for so long.
Yes.
Really cool to see.
So many enchanters. He fully embraced the Yuumi meta.
He certainly did.
Bunch of Yuumi there as well, and it does go into this team being so constructed around Viper and Viper's success.
Having a look at Flandre just shoving that wave in once again. Yasuo not exactly having the greatest of times in the early laning phase.
Showmaker.
Which Yasuo does, you know? The enemy team's Yasuo.
In the early stages, especially up on top side, is just looking to use the wind wall to avoid damage while still picking up CS. And then you can get some kill threat since you have a Xin Zhao. Once you get level 6, you've got knockups from Beryl, you've got knockups from Xin. Even later, Ziggs can throw satchel charges and set you up. So they've shown here that they can definitely coordinate towards the later stages. And there's Beryl's first roam. He has his Predator boots, and he just comes over to support Showmaker as Scout and Mako already showing here and shoving the wave in to get first move.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a chess match at the moment. Moving the pieces around, but not actually going for any takes.
I mean, I always love it. The first game of a best of 5, especially finals, there's just so much pressure mounting, even as we have calm trades of CS and, and the draft kind of plays out.
Vezi că a început să se joace Ione și Asotop.
Players, as we see Beryl slowly returning to the bottom side, their entire years worth of work.
Gen, sunt ok, nu în toate match-up-urile, dar sunt ok.
All of that practice, all of those reviews are distilled down to this one series, and everything rides on this.
So just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, you know.
But you're quite right, and you know that in that first game, the person that makes the first play often is not always the one that's best set up for success. So it's about who will strike first, who will be the first to try and mount that lead. Because right now the gold is dead even. It has just been a large part of trading. The CS is even across the board. No early drakes have been prioritized, but it is this Herald that we have seen be a big contention as we are getting closer to that point. We're going to keep track of who looks to move first and these crucial items.
Are level 6 ăla. Forțează Drake-ul. Sau nu forțează Drake-ul? Nu cred că îl fac.
Ooh, so they weren't seen walking in, but the moment that control ward drops, Darwin gets information as to where EDG is. Now they're looking to contest this red buff, and because Scout has to push in the mid lane, he will be able to assist. So EDG should
Doamne, cât de frumos se joacă. Când și pe solo duo așa ceva. Gata, s-au dus. Oh, 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 nice. Bine jucat acolo. A încercat Rakan acolo cu knock-up-ul și cu EU pe Zig să scape, dar tot degeaba.
Because you put the ward as EDG up onto the blue buff, so there is a guaranteed red buff start for Damwon, you know that around 650, 645, second buff spawn comes up from the one that they started on, and so they go for the invade on that second round.
Dar ce joacă lumea? Ryze? Ryze a fost mereu bun la campionate. Pe solo 2 nu prea-l vezi, dar campionul e extrem de bun, dacă știi să-l joci. E un campion de teamfight și ai nevoie de, cum să zic, coechipieri, dacă vrei să faci lucruri bune cu el. Că ultimata e genial de bună. Nice, l-au scos pe Jarvan, cred că o să fie heraldul lor.
But it's too late for Mako, and now Damwon Kia move back to the Herald. Ghost now getting them out of there.
Dar le vor lăsa heraldul.
And that is a comfortable take for Damwon Kia plus a kill.
Damwon were first on position and they punish JJ perfectly with the numbers advantage. Damwon can easily secure the objective, and just like that, we're back to 1-1 on the kill board.
Yeah, you could say that again. The coordination from EDG is not there on the top side play, trying to come punish the early start on Rift Herald, but they're so desynced. Venice, you know, going right over the back of the wall. Good focus fire from DK to punish. That is given one back, you know, uses the blast cone, then you see Barrow immediately move in to try and push him out. Once he lands that knockup,
i-au dat hard CC la băiat.
So many setups for this Yasuo, and this is where you get the combination. You get hit with one knockup, instantly dead, full combo from Dom.
N-a putut să-și dea flash-ul peste zid.
And this was something that we see from EDG during their semifinals as well, where a lot of their engage comes off the back of JJ. So if he's gone, there is no more follow-up. You are very reliant on him to start the fights for you and to be able to close the gap against this Damwon composition. So really good target focus there from Damwon, but the gold still in the favor for now, in favor of EDG.
Yeah, EDG simply have to be much more precise with their timings here. You can't leave anyone out to straggle there, and if you do, you have to respect the all-in, you know, no flash blown or anything like that. We're in the world though now, living with this Rift Herald in the hands of Canyon, and when you have Ziggs on your team, it also has that extra level of threat that you can move the Ziggs around to the same lane, and oftentimes, especially if you've done some early work on that tower, you can just Rift Herald into Satchel Charge and blow up a first objective. So
there's the Predator.
Game could be very explosive.
Yeah, Viper able to sidestep the Grand Entrance, so not quite able to Predator his way forward enough there was Beryl, but still gets Viper out of the way. Not able to get any summon spells just yet though, as in goes Showmaker. As I say that, SVG, Parabellum says, oh my god, Khan is going out with a statement. Damwon Kia for the win, let's go boys.
Well, yeah, followed up on the Rakan knockup right well with the Yasuo ultimate there. That R button is working.
I'd like to just like raise a point that you brought up though. The level 6
Interesant că nu s-a făcut Draco până acum, de obicei vedeam că se face Draco cam instant.
Isn't quite as powerful because the Jarvan just hops back up again. So this could be very important moving further forward in the game.
It certainly could be. And I think that right now the only reason why EDG have that gold lead is because they're able to secure a plate in mid, they secured a plate in bot, but Damwon have this Herald in their back pocket. The question is where they want to invest it. You could go to the Ziggs lane, in theory, because of course you do have the Satchel Charge to be able to secure towers early, but it depends on where you want to invest your money. Perhaps it makes more sense to try and funnel more gold into Khan, when you know he's going to be one of your big late game threats in a side lane and in team fights as well. Or perhaps you just want to break that mid tower because you know sieging against Scout with his wave clear could be difficult with this composition from Damwon in the early game at least.
Close, but
close one.
Yeah, mid lane tower would definitely be the ideal situation.
Oh, are deja immortal shield bow.
Big objective when you do have the setup here that Damwon do with possibilities of.
Bine, are 120 CS băiatul.
Weird combinations that we have in the tournament. Getting fed early with the early kill actually.
Dar n-are boots. De fapt, stai, cred că joacă la Magical Footwear. Da.
But if you then take the mid tower
Are magical
and
future
let
cu
him
biscuiți.
roam around with this assassin pick, you lose control of your brush, and that makes your rotations between objectives so much longer because you have to respect all this extra positioning and your lack of vision.
And I've had a few requests, gentlemen, since we announced that we were going to be doing the final. A lot of requests for no Cloud Souls, and thankfully, our first Drake is in fact a Cloud Drake, so no Cloud Souls for game number 1. I'm sad, but most of you guys at home are probably going to be a bit happy.
I mean, I think also this is one of those games when you have Jhin plus Zilean, the Cloud Soul would have been great.
Yeah, right?
It would have been. But we can see that that Herald
I was ready to talk about it, but then I saw that it came up too early. I was very upset, as Herald is going to charge into the mid lane, grab some plates here as Beryl sidesteps the stun from Viper, and EDG have to just lose a few plates, but otherwise not too much more.
From EDG's perspective, this is really best case scenario for them.
Yeah, right?
You know, it's dropped, it's not really used optimally. You only get a couple plates, and Damwon realized that there's not that much time left for us to get that much gold, but that mid lane tower still stays healthy. So with EDG holding this small gold lead, I think that they're still feeling pretty comfortable for the time being.
They also threatened moving Ziggs towards mid though.
So here we go. There's the Predator again. Quickness tied in with it as well, and Scout has
Nice.
nowhere to go. Beryl tanks up the turret for a long time.
Din păcate la rakanchilul, dar e
They're gonna be
ok.
fine, and that's just the pick from the 2v2 in the mid lane.
And we talked about this coming out of the draft. Would Damwon look to attack mid lane? And this was the first successful gank that we're able to see from Beryl. Chainsey seeing up Scout perfectly. He doesn't have the cleanse to get away from the charm. Ends up falling to the setup from the LeBlanc as well. And now Damwon, for the first time in the game, hold themselves with the gold lead.
And you need to look back at how they set that up. In the Rift Herald play, rotating the entire bottom lane over with Ziggs coming through, they clear out this vision, if you see in the top side river there, and then Beryl coming back for the repeat on that Rakan, making good on his catch here onto Scout. Again, this is another pick by the Rakan. No flash blown by the targets, and kill successful. Is given over as far as the Dragon though. First one.
Următorul dragon e Infernalul.
Let's remember that they do have some good scaling options on their side, namely with that Zilean to counter some of the burst damage options, as well as some side lane opportunities for Ryze later.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this, because oftentimes we talk about scaling when it comes to comps like this, but let's have a look at this replay first.
Yeah, great thing about this, good vision toggle by the observers. That Fog of War you just saw was previously cleared out by them, so Beryl lies in wait. They get the full lockup onto Scout, and by the time he's done with the charm, with the CC, he knows he's dead. So well executed here by Damwon. Kind of surgical in some of these early moves. It was just the one mistake, not respecting the early Realm Warp on bottom side, that led to that first blood going to EDG.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting back and forth in this early game, but really it's the mid game where I think we get to see some of the best League of Legends from both of these teams. EDG, typically, yeah, they'll throw a couple ganks out in the early game, but it is that transition from the early to mid where they leverage their early gold lead to strong team fighting, and it's the same for Damwon, where this is where you start to unlock them on the map. This is where they'll really start to look for those picks and start to unlock with their composition.
Well, they're looking for a bit of a pick here.
Urmează fight aici. Ok. S-a prins pe Rakan. Rakan e mort. Cineva n-a dat smite-ul ca să se healeze, dar tot moare. I-a dat ultimata Zilean. Yasuo nu mai are shield, bă, Yasuo a murit și au luat Heraldul. Nice, au făcut 2 kill-uri și au luat și Heraldul. That's huge.
The extra kills, the Zilean effect is already online, boys.
Yep.
Mako's there to save his life. Revival, they get the extra kills, and they're going to retake control of this game. Now with second Herald, yes, you don't get turret plate money, but you get a lot of control of choosing which side lane you want to push in first.
And breaking down turrets is so important as well, as we check this one out one more time. Mako goes down low, but crucially doesn't die.
Exactly. Some of the big threats to Zilean are burst damage trying to bait out the ultimate, but Mako stays strong. He keeps it up here. JJ even buys time by smiting the Rift Herald, gaining health to walk back over to the safety of Mako's waiting arms. And in the early game especially, those revives give you so much more time. And it's hard to work through some extra cooldowns there. There's no more DPS left for Damwon, so well done by EDG to actually fend them off, plus securing the objective.
I think what we saw there as well was why I think a lot of future teamfights are going to look like, and why Ghost in particular is super important, because there's a lot of single target damage that comes out from this Damwon squad. Because you throw your burst onto a single target, he then revives them.
Nu, sigur e un tower dive. E singur aici. Toți ceilalți sunt departe. Da, a greșit Jarvan acolo, a scăpat. Dar pică tureta.
Exactly. EDG choose the bottom side for the Rift-Tailed. Bottom side down immediately. First turret bonus. Actually 17 minutes into the game for them. So they get paid extremely well for this. And remember, they're focusing pretty heavily on these team fights, displaying why they keep picking JJ Jarvan over and over and over. This is his 7th Jarvan game in a row. They simply walk over to second Rift-Tailed, start the fight out with the Cataclysm, force it down, knowing that they have the Zillion to come back them up. And now pushing their winnings ahead on these objectives.
And gentlemen, coming into this series, we knew that early game would be important. And I just want to highlight some of these early game stats that we see from EDG, because in their wins, and this was at 15, they have a huge early game gold advantage. It was 15-30 where they got this gold advantage, but EDG looks best when they're able to...
15 minutes were they ahead?
It was 15-30. Well, that they got ahead, yes.
Oh, right. So they weren't ahead at 15 minutes.
They were not, actually. It's a contentious one for sure.
Dangerous, very dangerous.
But the point is that you can see that when they get ahead, usually they're actually very good at closing things out. Their average game time is very short in both wins and losses. This team does not like to waste time. So let's see if EDG can translate this into a big win against Damwon in the final.
Yeah, will be absolutely huge. Scout clearing out some waves on the top side of the map as Damwon Kia looking to try and get some vision parity around this mid lane. Viper dashing on forward. And of course, that extra movement speed that you get from the Zillion is so important for a champion like Jhin that can run so damn fast.
Yeah, it's very good at short trades. Whenever you have limited attack speed here from the 4-bullet setup from Jhin, you want as short trades as possible. So the extra speed is really well paired with him. We also need to look at just the overall objectives of these two teams and how they are different with the teleport coming in from Scout.
Dragonul vine în 10 secunde, de asta sunt aici adunați. Știu că nu se vede de facecam-ul meu.
A surgical pick here and make use of their surprise burst damage as well as locking someone up with that CC, or else the Zillion is just going to take over.
Yeah, full information for both teams right now. Eyes on this Infernal Drake. The Scout getting poked, but EDG's health bar is still pretty high.
Ia că urmează mare fight. Cred.
Damwon have a lot of options for getting over this wall if they want to. The blast cone also there. They want to contest for this Drake, but the positioning still better for EDG as Showmaker dives into the pit, distorts his way out, and that is just a pick-off. And EDG bursts down the Drake, and now there's nothing to fight for Damwon Kia.
Da, nu mai ai de ce să te bați.
So they should be able to push this one out as Damwon is looking for picks. The root comes down.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goes down relatively low, but it's the burst damage onto Showmaker.
Ok, a scăpat Showmaker. Moare Rise sau scapă? Nu, nu moare.
Scout burning down, but is going to survive for the moment. We don't have an ulti out of the Ziggs, so Scout is going to be okay.
Mako has ice in his veins. He is not wasting this cooldown. He's like, Scout, walk it off, okay? You're gonna be fine.
Oricum avea zile în ultimata, nu muream.
Saving that in these critical moments really does mean the difference between life and death. It does mean the difference between
Baronul este up, minutul 20.
afterwards. The huge chunk in health is enough to still earn them that objective.
Wow, but very tense moment there because you could see that EDG was making it very difficult for Damwon to get a pick. They were positioning themselves in a very traditional front-to-back manner where the Jarvan was constantly on the front line, forcing Damwon to come into him and saying, if you're going to engage, I'm the target that you're going to force. Meanwhile, Scout was hovering just behind him, waiting for those potential pick opportunities, and Damwon really struggled to gain access into the river.
De ce joacă toată echipa cu TP? Pentru că TP-ul influențează foarte mult jocul. Nu știu, să zicem că ai mers bază să-ți cumperi un item, dai TP instant într-un fight. Și nu doar că te teleportezi lângă ei ca să-i ajuți când e nevoie, dar îți mai dă TP-ul și viteză. Și viteza aia e importantă.
It's going to be a lot on watching the support because for Mako, he has to remain close enough to Viper to be able to obviously give him the speed boost and be around for the ultimate for whoever's getting focused, but also separate himself so that you don't get caught in the Rakan combo. You know, Barrow with the Predator is constantly looking for pockets of Fog of War to find those engages, and if you can lock up both targets, that's where you get your win.
Țin minte când a fost teleportul nerfuit, de parcă dura 7 minute, parcă 7 minute era. A fost nerfuit o dată foarte rău și nu mai folosea nimeni, nici top lanerii.
Yeah, that's why in the mid game we're going to be hyper focused on this Vision game. Vision is definitely not one of the easiest metrics for people to track for team successes because it's not on scoreboard, you know, like the gold in big lights.
Yeah.
Very easy for you, but it is critical to the success of their operations here. Let's see, Showmaker is LeBlanc, plus he has Flash, so a lot of tools to try and get away from this one. Jarvan is not the best at setting up any sort of ganks onto LeBlanc.
Yeah, you should be all right.
Rise is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to move on in. Let's see whether the Rune Prison comes out, and the answer is no, as we have a Distortion available. Of course, the Mimic also having to be used, but it's on basically no cooldown, so never mind that one. Baron has spawned a couple of minutes ago. Could be something potentially worth fighting over, but I love that you bring up Vision. I wanted to talk about this because both of these teams want to do different things. EDG, phenomenal 5v5 style of composition, but Damwon, they want to split you up around their map. They want to play those shadow games, and like you were talking about, you need vision control if you're going to do that.
You certainly do, and I think that right now, when we kind of have a quick look at the map, you can see that there's a lot of control in favor of Damwon when it comes to the river. They have good access into the top side, they have a couple wards littered around the bot side as well, and ultimately, Damwon's investment is they're using mid very well. When we talk about that mid tower going down, initially it doesn't look like that much of an advantage, but you can see how Damwon converted into a lot of vision control, and the moment that you control the river, it means that you
momentan nu cred că se vor bate pentru ceva, o să fie doar farming simulator până când vine Drake într-un minut jumate. Sigur vor forța un fight pe dragonul ăsta. Nu ca data trecută. Dacă moare cineva în următoarele secunde, cred că vor lăsa Drake-ul. De asta va trebui să joace safe. LeBlanc acum merge baza ca să vină la Drake și ar trebui să facă și Rise asta acum în câteva secunde.
That amount of extra damage and the burst damage can come through to get you that actual kill for your split pusher.
De fapt, Rise are TP-ul, poate să vină cu TP-ul, actually. Deci e ok. Ar putea să pusheze wave-ul ăla și să dea și tureta jos, cel mai probabil, și să dea și TP-ul să vină în fight. Pentru că are timp să facă toate astea în 30 de secunde. Zic și-a dat TP-ul pe mid. Aparent și-a luat ultimata Rise ca să ajungă mai repede pe mid.
Just 50% of the health bar of the Jarvan as the reward here. Still 2,000 gold to lead for EDG, and they're controlling this river. 15 seconds on the Drake, which is what they had their eyes on. That's going to be sole point for EDG if they can lock it down, as JJ once again actually copying a bit of damage here from Showmaker. It is going to be fine. They get vision of the Jarvan, and that's who they want to take down. Damwon, they have to remember they're going to have to do it twice if they want it to stick.
Damwon just leveraging their poke right now. A lot of damage.
Oh, frumos poke de la LeBlanc, s-a băgat Jarvan bine acolo, a prins pe 3 în cataclism. I-a dat revive-ul lui Rise, Rise și-a dat flash-ul.
Getting taken down so low with that last bullet. And Damwon now going to be backing away. EDG still lying in wait with control of that brush.
Scout is getting out of range so he can revive back or heal back up at the tower and then teleport out. It's going to get dangerous for Damwon. Showmaker.
O să fie un 4v4. De fapt nu, vine Rise care TP-ul. Nu, lăsați-l, lăsați-l. 3 Drake-uri. Vor forța baronul? Cred că vor forța baronul. LeBlanc are TP-ul dacă e ceva să vină și l-a dat, actually. Și-a dat și Graves TP-ul. Fight-ul ăsta trebuie obligatoriu, trebuie să fie un fight aici.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. We've sorted it out. We're looking for a Baron here, and Damwon Kia taking it down to about 4k. Flandre looking for the backside. Damwon Kia.
Îmi place cum ei îi țin pe Showmaker și pe Rakan în spate să nu vină. Ok, frumoasă ultimata de la Rise. A murit Yasuo. Din păcate Zilean și-a dat ultimata destul de degeaba pe Rise. Oarecum. Jhin a murit. Nu cred că vor continua baronul. Cred că le vor da un mic chase. Nu are rost chase-ul. Da, vor lăsa baronul așa și vor pusha wave-urile, că și mid-ul și bot-ul sunt pushate în ei.
Well, it certainly was. The fact that Damwon immediately went to the Baron after the Dragon suggested that, as you rightly identified, Kobe, they were trying to force that TP out from Flandre, but also the positioning from Showmaker and Beryl on the flank set themselves up perfectly to create this collapse. But EDG attack one of the weak sides, but Damwon do a great job of just stalling. buying time, using their mobility, and then the moment EDG commit, this is when Damwon get to leverage their mobility. A huge ultimate from Ghost does so much damage to allow Showmaker to pick up a couple of back picks, but EDG no slouches either, getting kills overall, resulting in a 2-for-2.
A fost frumos fight-ul.
The things to track too in the next iteration of this team fight is how Damwon are using these immunity spells. The Xin ultimate, of course, to create space and give you a pseudo frontline, but also the wind wall from Khan is a pretty big window, whereas EDG, they're looking for that all-in, and you see it with JJ forcing on Jarvan and then being followed up by the Realm Warps here coming from Scout, and long range from Viper trying to hit those W snares to force them into these fights, whereas Damwon are remaining very slippery, and again, spreading out the map, committing this Yasuo to the bottom side. Khan continues to scale up and still has his teleport available if there's a hard push on the other side.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the teleport advantage. EDG, not with too many options on that front. Realm Warp is available for Scout, though, so he can do a bit of side laning. You can see he's catching that bottom wave right now. It's going to be double TPs for Damwon Kia, though, giving them a lot of flexibility in order to get around and get things done. And already you can see Canyon clearing out vision in this Baron pit. Baron definitely on the minds of Damwon Kia, and I feel like this whole game, it's been a 2,000 gold lead from the minute one.
Yeah, it has been very close. There was a brief window where Damwon were able to get slightly ahead, but immediately taken back by EDG, and I'm just so happy that we're getting to see two teams deliver when it comes to the team fighting, because coming into this tournament, expectations were that EDG was one of the favorites to the tournament, and while there has been some skepticism around their performance at this World Championship, the reality is that they have always been known as an excellent team fighting team, and right now they're going toe-to-toe with Damwon.
And their focus on committing
Ar fi interesant dacă ar face un trade gen Dragon pentru Baron, dar nu cred că vor face asta pentru că e solo. Și dacă vor lua solo, nu o să fie ok. Ocean Drake e bun.
Had a very good early start trying to open up the map, and yet EDG remain true to themselves. A lot of people, most people, giving overwhelming support to Damwon as far as this series goes. So it's very heartening to see the LPL represented with all of the hopes of the entire region on their shoulders. Well,
yeah, the turnaround. Flandre dived on in, thought that it was going to be for him as, can he get out of the way? Yes, he definitely can. And so the lockdown not quite enough there from Khan's ultimate. And Graves is going to survive.
That was crazy from Flandre.
Yeah,
he just goes in 1 versus 2 and is able to get away with his life as well. Wow, didn't have to burn the flash because he didn't have it. Does get the ignite out from Beryl. Can go back to base. TP comes through from Khan. TP is up from Flandre. Not going to use it yet.
Yeah, there's another knock up onto JJ, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Gets over that wall. Null Magic Mantle helping him out just there.
And notice, Damwon are just trying to poke around here while they have Yasuo push on top side. That huge minion wave crashes into the low health.
Ok, forțează Baronul. A picat topul.
Going to be on vision as soon as he comes out of that brush, but EDG, they can go for an answer here. Control ward in the pit, they know exactly the health bar, and Damwon Kia, are they looking for a turn? Do they actually
îmi place cum le face zoning, Ziggs, cu bombele. Frumos LeBlanc. LeBlanc a murit cel mai probabil, da, a murit. Frumos stopaciu.
It's an immortal Jarvan trying to win the team fight, and EDG have lost no one. In goes Beryl once again, but it's going to be a sacrifice, and Damwon Kia are left with corpses on the rift.
FF. Nu mai au șanse. Nu mai au șanse. Au și Baronul, au și Soul-ul. Nu cred că vor face un comeback. Bine, vorba bine e o glumă.
Open. EDG have just smashed it.
EDG are delivering in the fights and they execute it perfectly. It was Viper that sunk his teeth into the heart of Damwon. He found Showmaker, the pick that was needed to tear apart Damwon. It tore the fight wide open. EDG get themselves
au luat toate obiectivele, mai puțin un singur Herald.
And they are looking to get game 1 in this best of 5.
This is so big for JJ too. You know, all the focus on Jarvan, him being the frontliner.
Look at this from Viper. Beautiful hit into the root. Immediate follow-up from JJ to set up for the fight.
Exactly. You have to see no hesitation there. Complete trust in their teammates. Viper lands the snare, this Jhin seal away, followed up so well by the team, and they get every last one. So not only is it a clean ace, it's just huge map control. Since they're the ones with the extra effort towards their team fight, they're the ones with the zillion scaling so well here towards the later stages. You just get to destroy the entire map with this Baron as well. Look at this Baron power play start to explode. 2 minutes left on it, and they're already at 2.7k.
And they had the Dragon Soul waiting for them as well. So Ocean Soul now encircling EDG.
Meci sincer era că am pierdut din Champ Select, au echipa mult mai bună EDG.
This series is EDG's chance to shock the world. Damwon, the defending world champions, already going so heavily down in game number 1 here. It's just such a
Au fost dominați meciul ăsta.
Let's see if they can finish it. The attempts at split push here from Damwon are going to get outpaced very quickly by a full Baron.
Yeah, so player be like.
This is a lot of minions and a lot of champions here. Showmaker looking for a bit of a flank, but there is no real option. Khan's going to be backing, look to try and get back and assist the rest of his team, but his house has been blown up, gentlemen. It's not a great
Showmaker?
time. Showmaker is going to get himself out
Close.
of the Cataclysm, but EDG, they can do this all day.
Rise forțează? Nu, s-au dus pe top, ok, nice! Au luat minionii de pe mid ca să îi bage pe tureta de pe top, să dea tureta jos. Nice.
Not that many minions, so Damwon should be able to hold. And look at this, Maker also clearing out the flank for any potential TP wars that could come in from behind. They recognize that they've taken everything that they should right now. They're gonna disengage, they're gonna back off.
Tot Damwon cred că o să câștige presimțire. N-ai de unde să știi, dar meciul ăsta au fost dominați. Efectiv, au dat cu ei de pământ. 4 turete diferență, 0 la 4 dragoni. Singurul obiectiv pe care l-au luat a fost un singur Herald, atât.
Unperturbed by a lot of this pick potential from Damwon, and for them to execute here in finals after just this year finally breaking their quarterfinal curse is so big for them, so big for the region. They've been to Worlds 5 times previously and never gotten past quarterfinals. And now already getting a leg up in the finals. Remnants of this Baron power play will time out, but 4.1k is definitely gonna be something you take to the bank.
It definitely is not bad, as EDG is a bit of a demonstration of their domestic prowess. I think a lot of people might remember some worlds where things didn't go quite so well for EDG. I know
Just a few.
I know I certainly
Three of those times, by the way.
Chestia de pe bot nu prea a influențat așa de mult. Mai mult primele fight-uri pe obiective au influențat decât First Blood-ul ăla.
Well, let's see whether they can close it out. That lady certainly started warming up her voice box, but she hasn't quite started.
We can hear her in the distance, Alex.
Yeah, there's some yodeling happening. I can hear it in the far reaches, but it hasn't started just yet for real. Damwon Kia looking to try to defend their
E foarte interesant cum Yasuo nu are Infinity Edge încă. El a decis să meargă pe Devs Dance. Ceea ce e și normal, pentru că au Graves, Jarvan și Jhin.
EDG Siege, but look, they're going to commit again. The wave clear continues to come through, but perhaps it will not be enough. The 5-man of EDG looking at...
Nice, frumos engage-ul. L-au prins pe Xinzao. Xinzao și-a dat ultimata ca să nu primească damage la campionii range. Ok, a murit Rakan. Jhin își dă ultimata. Yasuo dă windwall-ul.
Like a balloon, the wind wall looks comically ineffective as now the Nexus turrets are falling, and for a series that so many predicted was a 3-0. Yes, it might be, but it's not going to be for Damwon Kia. Edward Gaming absolutely wiping the floor with our former world champions. They make sure they finish the job before they finish off the Nexus.
EDG with a very strong performance in game 1, and they stuck to their style.
Vreau să fac o chestie rapid pentru că am uitat, sper că nu vă deranjează. Așa. Am uitat să fac chestia asta, 2 secunde.
They didn't really invest a huge amount into scout, but where they could, they got leads in their bot lane, and they just out-team fought Damwon at every opportunity.
In the opening of the day, we were looking at, wow, this team is so easy to predict.
Gata, mă scuzați și am rezolvat.
All these Rise picks. Yes, exactly. They stick with those Vedius, and yet they also take one page
Frumos
out
meciul.
of the T1 book, the zillion that they showed to further
Nu suport să văd chestiile astea, dar din păcate sunt necesare.
That's what I love, when you can take pieces and you can add on, you can augment what is already your strength.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's just another string to add to their bow that Damwon has to think about in the next draft. But remember to check out Damwon Kia's song that represents their playstyle, "Go or Stop" by Sunmi, along with the songs for the rest of the teams participating at Worlds 2021 on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. In the meantime, we're taking a short break, but we'll be right back for another look at Game 1 of the World's
O
Finals.
pauză. Stau și eu puțin pe telefon, mai la ceva.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery.
Opa.
Like a guardian, it is
crezut că ia
with you
ceva.
always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Păi, e trist că nu ne zice cât durează pauza asta. Așa că ce vreți să facem până atunci? Aveți vreo idee?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fuck off. Nu cred că am ceva video pe aici. What the fuck is this? Wait, primesc dropuri. Ia că intru puțin pe LOL să văd dacă am primit ceva printr-o minună. Ok, hai să ascund asta. Când te uiți la meciuri din Worlds, dau ăștia dropuri și chestii. Eu acolo am văzut 4 capsule, mi-e greu să cred că mi-au dat 4 capsule, dar hai să vedem. Ar fi nice, nu zic nu? Bă, și o capsulă e bună, hai să vedem. Oh, avem ceva? Avem 2 capsule. Ok. Ia să vedem. Yay! Yay! Scrie pe undeva în cât timp începe? Da, într-un minut, 2 minute. Ok, păi hai că am văzut și ce am primit. Fi vremea presupun că primești mai mult. Probabil. Mamă, 600.000 de view-uri doar pe Twitch. Uite, mă bag la niște valo. Baftă la meciuri. Vreau să-l verific ceva repejor. Ok. Un minut. Ar trebui să se gândească mai bine la echipă, pentru că, sincer, nu a fost o echipă bună, organizată. Părerea mea. Haide.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where EDG take Game 1 in incredible fashion over the defending world champions. K-Droll, we're going to dive straight into it because we only got so much time before those teams head back onto stage to do battle yet again. But it starts in the draft, where EDG pulling out that Zillion in response to Khan's Yasuo as well. So a couple interesting things, but doing our best carrier impression over there for Mako, huh?
So many cool things in this draft. Remnants from the T1 versus Damwon series, where you've got Yasuo into Graves in the top lane, like almost like a counter matchup, pairing it with Rakan Ziggs, right? Very clear combo. Rakan goes in, Yasuo ult onto a Ziggs ult. The problem is this last pick Zillion saved the draft. So that three-man combo...
Cine a câștigat? Eu am băgat un meci. A câștigat Edward Gaming. Efectiv, i-au dominat, au dat cu ei de pământ. S-au pișat pe ei. Edward Gaming. Vezi de aici. Deci, dacă mai prinzi scena asta pe care o vezi acum, echipa care este mai gri, așa, a pierdut și echipa cu culorile normale a câștigat. Stai să vezi iar la larg pe băiatul ăsta. Nu știu numele, sincer. Uite, e mai gri, aici sunt culorile normale.
Not much came through mid, only one kill when Beryl went there, and then from team fights onwards, it was just EDG favored from the beginning.
Also important to note, no Lee Sin available for Canyon, but as you talk about team fighting and the success rather that EDG found with it, I think it's important for us to dive into how exactly it's happened. We've seen some great team fighting from the European champions, and Zales over here to break it down for us in neighborhood tactics presented by State Farm.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk about one of my favorite things about EDG. It is their team fight positioning. It is incredible. After you watch this, I'll break down what they do, and you'll be able to watch them do it over and over again. Now, how they start out these fights is what I will lovingly refer to as the line. Almost always you will see them in this type of a positioning. They don't like to play their team fight split. They don't like to fight, on 2 on one side, 3 on another, or 1-4 with someone flanking. They like to be in this long spread line. Now this makes it very difficult for their opponents to actually find engages on multiple members. And what it also does is it allows the sides to actually collapse. If FPX moves forward Scout, the other side is actually going to be able to come in and collapse and all be in range and kind of have this firing line on the core squad here of FPX. Now this is actually from the finals, and we can see it in action. As FPX is moving forward, you can see them maintaining this line, trying to stay in this type of positioning as much as is possible. FPX is actually very bottled up here. So as they move forward, they actually face check Scout, and you'll see the sides are collapsing in. They're able to actually move forward. Everyone is hitting here from EDG, where you look at the carries here from FPX, they're in the back. They're not able to do anything. This positioning is allowing EDG to have more surface area to actually attack, and it's something that is incredibly effective that they use almost every single time you will see them fight. They do it all throughout Worlds, all throughout LPL, and we can see another example of it actually in the game that we just watched. Now, they won't start in this positioning, and I'm not going to say that it's a perfect line every single time, but you'll see them move into this because this is really their bread and butter. As they move over towards the Herald fight, they know that they're going to have to face check in towards Damwon. So again, they're trying to set up this kind of spread out line here along the top, and even as the fight breaks out, you'll again see, yes, JJ is going to be moving forward, but as they start to actually kite back as the fight extends, they'll again try to move back into this kind of like neutral setup that they really do enjoy. Here once more, the line makes its appearance, and this is just something that they use really, really consistently, and the fact that
cred că băiatul ăsta gândește doar prea mult și efectiv doar așa a fost soarta de aliniere.
How aware they are of their positioning and how they want to play out every single team fight. Thank you so much for that breakdown, Azale. Again, it was the team fighting that came up huge for EDG in this victory here in Game 1 of the best of 5.
Da, aparent ai dreptate, chiar are.
Those team fights, I'm sure, but we're also going to do it with the context of our Oppo player of the game. It's JJ, because we talked about possibly the best player in the world right now, possibly the best jungler the game has ever seen, especially if he takes this series. And so JJ was going to have his work cut out for him, but in Game 1, Cajal, he delivered.
Oh yeah, he definitely did. Some of these engages are so clean. This one right here, knowing Beryl doesn't have E because he used it a couple seconds ago, EQing and making sure the engage happens, having a Zillion right behind him, so he has absolutely no fear. Target selection from EDG was fantastic from start to finish. And JJ, I mean, he's played 7 games of Jarvan in a row, and he's played 9 games of the World Championship. It is their highest prio, and this fight right here, I think he played it phenomenally. Knowing he has a Zillion behind him, flash ulting, EQing, making sure to get multiple knockups, stop watching after getting a 4-man Gore Drinker, and then having a Zillion right behind him.
I mean, the route as well from Viper to actually set that up, you know, they don't have the best consistent CC to actually lock down a LeBlanc. That's a Jhin route to actually set that up. Then zero hesitation. Again, JJ knowing exactly
mai sunt și mâncărurile alea în foițe de aur. Bă, du-te dracu, ia și mănâncă cu pâine. Ce cu foiță de aur? Ia cu pâine. Știe că este biletul pe G și stă cu aurul în cap. Asta e gen pe bune în studio CGI? Sau e așa la memă?
Prioritize the Jarvan yourself more and take that away from JJ 7 games in a row. I think a stronger jungle matchup would be good. I think the last time that Damwon played up against Jarvan, against T1, I believe Canyon was playing things like Kiana, where he can have some kind of self-independence to play the game based on picks. And I think they need to make sure they don't drop Jhin priority. Maybe banning out Jhin or first picking it, or banning out Jarvan or first picking it.
Well, the LPL squad is out to an early lead. Today's World Finals, though, marks the end of an amazing year for League of Legends, and we want to take a moment to celebrate the fans cheering from across the globe. Thank you for a great year, and we look forward to seeing you again in 2022.
We miss you.
안녕하세요, LCK 팬 여러분.
Băieți!
Hello, 世界赛的粉丝们.
Esse mundial tem sido incrível.
그리고 이 여정을 여러분들도 끝까지 함께하고 계신데요. You've been rooting on our pros. 无论你们在世界的哪一个地方，你们的呐喊都会被我们听到。
Do fundo dos nossos corações, nós queremos dizer.
Nu cu tine, nu cu tine, dă-te!
월즈를 월즈답게 만들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Otă, l-am stricat, dă dracu.
Mas a ação ainda não acabou. Então curte as finais aí.
全球总决赛未能如愿在中国举办，但是我们仍然希望跟大家一同分享我们对于英雄联盟的热情与喜爱。
Obrigado.
Thank you. 고맙습니다.
所以在这里也带来一段特别的表演，来自召唤师王一博。
Bă, tu chiar... Ok, gata. L-am reparat. Oh, ceva nou, ceva nou. Wild Rift? Sau... ok. Ai făcut clopoțel, l-am apăsat de prea multe ori. Fix așa este, frate. Efectiv, așa este. Așa își imaginează ăștia de la Riot Games că se întâmplă. Da. Așa este. Mamă, Uzi. Mai știi poate că în Coreea chiar așa este. Da, în Coreea cel mai probabil așa este. Pentru că, na, foarte mulți coreeni, ei chiar sunt cu gaming-ul și ia chestia asta în serios. Dar, nu știu, în restul lumii nu cred că e așa. Vreau să văd meciul în pula mea. Gen ok, dansați frumos, dar vreau să vă meciul. Sau cum era aia? Da, perfect.
Eu sunt Aladin și am o lampă fermecată. Orice vis ți se împlinește dacă vii și ofreci odată. Hai acum, fetița mea, încearcă, nu ezita. Vino, vino și trezește spiritul din ea. Gini, Gini e micuț, dar se face foarte mare dacă îl atingi puțin și îl pui la încercare. Spune-i tot ce îți dorești și el te rezolvă îndată. Hai, fetiță, nu mai sta, lampa mea e fermecată.
Hai, fetiță, nu mai sta, hai să freci pe lampa mea. Sunt Aladin, Aladin, Aladin. Hai, fetiță, pleacă lampa mea puțin.
Asta ar trebui să facă Riot Games, nu KDA. What the fuck? Apare nu mai merge full screen, nu? Coaie. Aparent am făcut full screen, nu? Well, 2 secunde să mă loghez pe un alt browser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World's 2021 final. I'm still Atlas, joined by Kobe and Vedius, and we've already had an unexpected start to the tournament.
LPO's on the board, baby! Okay, everybody calm down, though. We had 2 interesting factors in the draft that I think led to some lopsidedness. A first-time Yasuo in professional play for Khan, plus a very intelligent 5th pick, last pick Zilean.
Yeah, I think that when we came into this series, the expectation was not that EDG would adjust their draft in that part of the map, because what we have typically seen from them, as you mentioned last game, Kobe, was when we look at how they approach the game, it is draft a very strong bot side of the map, kind of put Flounder on something safe up towards the top side, try and get a decent mid jungle, but often draft more towards the team fight. But bringing out the Zilean was really a big shift for EDG, and it's something that now Damwon have to play around and adapt to, just like they did in the T1.
Well, once again, we've got Damwon here on this blue side. They ban away different champions this time around, though. It's going to be the Nami that's prioritized over that Lucian ban that we saw. The Aphelios also going to be taken off board, and it's the standard red side bans with Jhin, the first pick for Ghost.
Already huge differences here. The Jarvan banned away from JJ after 7.
Puteți să jucați și voi alți campioni, că am văzut pe ăștia deja gen.
Not only was it such a high priority for Ghost individually, and did Damwon utilize it so well for
Schimbă
the picks?
acum.
But also, Viper showing in the previous one how well he can actually take that pick and turn it right back around on them. My God, these are going fast, Atlas.
Yeah, these are insane picks as well, because we've got the actual Damwon.
Adică insane picks, sunt efectiv același pick, doar Leona e diferit.
Leona into the Rakan. Leona has always been a pretty good pick into that champion on the bottom side, and we've got Engage versus Engage between Mako and Barrow.
Exactly. Part of the reason they go together so well is the super long threat that you can have when you take your Jhin and your Leona. So many options for plays, and Damwon have already showcased how well they can utilize pick comps to get early leads, to allow them to then take objectives without having to fight you 5-on-5 at the objective, because
stai să ghicesc. Zigzag de carry.
Preemptively getting a pick onto your champions. Meanwhile, on the side of EDG, Vedius.
Yeah, I think that what they've gone for is a bit of a shift to what we typically see. When you look at their drafts at the tournament, they've prioritized getting themselves the bot lane first. Often it's things like Aphelios Lulu, or they'll try and get themselves the Lucian Nami, and of course a lot of this removed, that's usually where their priority is. So the fact that they first pick the Rakan into then drafting themselves a strong mid-jungle, we're now going to see a lot more focus played around Scout, in particular Mako roaming up towards. So we're going to see a Damwon style being played into Damwon, as Damwon has decided to prioritize their bot lane. So both teams very much shifting their approach, and now we really get to see the depths of Showmaker's pool. Because my question is, will EDG ban the Kassadin? Do they know the tech? Because I feel like that this is something that Showmaker is willing to bring out into the LeBlanc and has done even this year.
Yeah, Kassadin and Malzahar are both pretty good champions into the LeBlanc. Malzahar for the lockdown.
Rise me. Nu știu ce să zic. Ar fi ok. Kassadin, Rise, LeBlanc și Kale. Dar nu știu dacă o să joace Kale. Nu știu ce să zic de Kale.
I do want to talk about the flexibility of Damwon. We assume that is a Graves going to the top lane, but I want to remind everyone that Canyon
dacă văd Ziggs AD carry la ADG, înnebunesc, pentru că au efectiv echipa pe care a avut-o echipa DK în meciul anterior.
It does mean that they will need to have some sort of CC, either coming out of that top side of the map or coming from the jungle for Damwon.
Ooh, they are really focusing on Viper this time around too. His famed Ezreal banned away, even with Yuumi already banned, and it's going to push him to the Kaisa here. This is such good follow-up for some of these very aggressive looks.
Sunt curios care o să fie top laner-ul.
I mean, you kind of look at what they've drafted for themselves, and
le trebuie
when there's
AP.
a lot of AD on the side of Damwon, things like Graves, things like Jhin,
Trebuie să se bage cu un Kassadin cu un ceva.
Could be room there for EDG, but we'll wait and see. Let's round out Damwon's draft, because what will be their answer to this LeBlanc Xin Zhao? We are going to see Canyon on his Kiana, which I definitely am a big fan of, getting to see him play this champion.
Yeah, me too, but they need a lot of magic damage on the side of Damwon Kia. What can they give Showmaker that can do a lot of consistent magic damage so that they don't just get itemized against during the game? And it looks like it will be the Malzahar. Some technology that a certain European brought to Korea and definitely did some good things on. But the Malzahar is going to be locked in, so that is a lot of magic damage, but takes a little while to get going. So the Damwon Kia mid lane priority and pressure that they're known for is going to be more difficult this time.
Yeah, not surprising at all. And while it does take a little while to get going, just getting to the level 6 and having access to your point-and-click ultimate doesn't take as long to get going as Kassadin, the other option. So
yeah, I'm glad he didn't play that. I mean,
I
liked it when he picked it, I'm not gonna lie, even though he did do some winning.
And Flandre throws it down. You steal away my Graves. We're throwing another volatile matchup right at your face. I love the confidence that EDG are coming into this series versus the defending world champions with. Stealing away from Ghost in game number 1. This game, stealing away from Showmaker with the LeBlanc to get you a volatile matchup mid, and then also throwing it topside.
2-0.
We do not have to play around.
Nu știu ce să zic. Au foarte mult CC. Au Leona, au Malzahar, au Kiana. Au o grămadă de CC. Și mult damage.
Fighting is a little bit weaker compared to what we've seen typically throughout the tournament from the side of EDG. So I'm excited to see this slightly different style. In particular, Mako on this roaming champion. Like, I loved it when he was playing the Leona last week. I'm excited to see him on the Rakan in this game. And let's find out if EDG can get a 2-point lead over the reigning world champion.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Mako just demonstrating his prowess at the style that he helped pilot and almost design, because his engage has always been just an absolute joy to watch. But both of these team compositions feel to me like they have a similar game style. Instead of last time, it feeling like there was an ace in the hole for EDG when it came to team fights, when it came to taking control with that Zilean. This feels like a little bit more of an honest brawl between these two squads. So let's see whether Damwon Kia can bring it to that best of 3 that we all want.
Din început cu buții și 4 poțiuni, ok. N-am mai văzut chestia asta de mult timp.
Is currently 8-4 wins to losses all time on his Aurelia, and actually only played it once in summer. So not a lot of recent experience, but overall in his history.
N-am mai văzut de mult un gen care să înceapă cu buții.
I'm gonna lobby for us to get a little jingle for you, so we can have a sponsored Vedia Statsman segment here to chime in. Maybe a little pop-up there, Alice.
Yeah, we can try and work on it for game number 3. Thankfully, we definitely have one of those, but don't forget to grab your exclusive Happiness Overload Prime Gaming emote so you can flex in your next game. Featured matchup is coming up very, very soon as well.
That's what my face looks like every time Statsman Vedia speaks up and we get a little fun fact.
I feel like
that's my face.
The whites in the eyes are too large. I don't know, it kind of freaks me out.
Mazahar joacă la Ansi Spellbook, ok.
What a joy it has been. It's weird to think that I'm the youngest of the 3 of us, man.
Why is that weird to think?
I'm pretty sure he just insulted us.
I think so as well.
Right, getting into the game, let's have a look at where some vision has come down in terms of this early game, because we will see that EDG has invested in a little bit of early game vision. They have decided to drop this deep ward onto the blue buff.
E interesant cum ei deja au 2 oracleuri și Kiana nu și-a luat oracle. Ok, deja a făcut Electro pe Mazahar.
When you see an opening like this for trinkets, you really expect an early gank. So my eyes get real big. I'm excited because this is a difference from EDG. And until you're really pushed, you don't have to, make as many variations like this in your style, in the way that you're going to play the game. Until you come up against, world champions. So now, with these picks, very volatile, both topside and mid lane here in these matchups can look for punishments, can look for these early plays, and with double sweepers, it's going to allow Scout to try and keep this mid lane clear. Basically, as LeBlanc, you're trying to harass and put as much pressure on the Malzahar early on and force him to miss CS, because it's kind of hard as Malzahar to miss to land those CS early on. And if you have that extra sweeper, go find that ward. There he goes.
Ca să mare cleanse și la cleanse-ul, dar continuă un engage, nu continuă engage pe Leona. Leona e foarte low HP.
Might have been dying without us being able to know, but Beryl does make it out. Health bar is quite low. Mako now looking to try and continue to punish, but a lot of control here for EDG. And what I was going to say was Canyon with a little bit of some beautiful play there, just avoiding the ward to make sure he stays invisible, of course. That, limited camps to be going to, still a thing, but staying invisible on the map certainly good as he went to the ground.
So both junglers positioning still very mysterious for the time being. But I will say that trade, while Beryl definitely came short in terms of the health, they were able to burn both the cleanse and the ignite from the EDG duo while they kept all of their summoners. So overall, a beneficial trade to the Dam1 bot, and it gave them a little bit more control over this wave. And as you'll see, notice that Canyon did the very fast level 3 clear, going from his red interactors into immediate topside, and then pathing back towards bot. And this trade is really important to allow Canyon to actually get this early scuttle, because if they lost this push, then he may very well have lost both.
Yeah, it's not a very well-kept secret as far as the mystery of, of the junglers.
Admittedly, yes.
Even with Scout going over and clearing that ward.
Ooh, not able to quite get the passive too early, but the flash still has to come out from Showmaker, down to about 100.
Dacă ar fi prins Eule Blanc, poate stătea altfel situația. Exhaustul pe Rakan, interesant.
Canyon dives on forward. Viper has to flash, and they're running out of summoner spells in the bottom lane.
Canyon doing a great job there. Doesn't even throw out the Q, uses his E, and he kind of forces Viper to make a decision. You don't have cleanse. If I throw this Q out, you're going to get locked up. You're likely going to die. So Viper just says, okay, I'm going to flash away to safety. Good sidestep once again from Showmaker, dodging a lot of these chains, and he just narrowly avoided the gank himself.
Exactly, and you can see this focus because EDG have the bottom lane with so much setup here. The Leona Jhin, so much threat as far as kill pressure if you can burn through these summoner spells. So very clear focus from Canyon. Heads his early first gank down there. Meanwhile, we keep mentioning for EDG the solo lanes and JJ getting the flash and teleport out of Showmaker before he are very big. And this is where you're going to see repeat usage of those sweepers from EDG around the mid lane to try and now compound the issue for EDG. If they can force kills, dive Showmaker, we will maybe look at Scout's control of his mid wave to see if he
vine dragonul în 10 secunde, dar nu cred că vor forța așa de early.
Because there are very different lanes that each team wants to play off of here.
Speaking of lanes, though, we do have a featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Showmaker
o să văd o Irelia curând, nu știu ce să zic.
Playing so well this tournament. And Scout now on the LeBlanc this time, trying to show Showmaker that he can make it work and bring them to match point.
And of course, I do have stats prepared for this, as I often do.
Stats, man!
So let's have a look at some of the stats, because you can see that they're actually quite comparable in some parts, but in particular, damage per minute has been very excellent for Showmaker throughout the tournament. Look at these early game goal differences that he's been able to
Hai, acum realizez că Jin joacă la Fleet, nu joacă la Dark Harvest, ok. Asta o să fie important în late game.
On the laning phase. It's not until he gets big advantages in mid that he really tries to translate it to elsewhere on the map. And this is where I expect him to translate some of that pressure to top.
Counter gank, counter gank.
And junglers find themselves in the river.
Junglers se bat pe river, ok. Electrocute-ul.
Back quite nicely there from JJ until the electrocute came out. Now you can see Khan actually with full health. Flandre still sitting at about half, but of course he's Aurelia, so certainly can turn that one around. So, bit of a stalemate there towards the top side. Still, no first blood here at 6 minutes into the game.
And we did see Scout try to move up the Showmaker, doing a great job of following him, making sure that mid pressure is kept up, and as he gets more levels, his wave clear only continues to get stronger. He's going to get first access into the river, and as you rightly said, he does have
LeBlanc n-are mana.
And zero mana on Scout. Scout does have teleport, he can make his way back in, but not able to actually challenge for that Rift Scuttler utilizing it. Khan dodging out of a lot of these stuns here as Canyon makes his way in.
Are și ward acolo, din păcate nu știe Canyon. Vine TP-ul LeBlanc, Graves n-are flash-ul.
Maybe a little hasty there before Canyon came on vision. So once again, stalemate.
Yeah, and you can see the communication here. They know, and on the side of Damwon, they're calling Canyon over. Khan says, I need to help push in this wave. I have to reset here. And even with Canyon coming over to hover there, they still go for the teleport play from EDG. Well done by Scout. They get the flash out of Khan to make him a little bit more vulnerable. The Aurelia now, post level 6, flexing that kill threat.
And I love as well that that's the teleport used just to get back to lane anyway. So Scout just throwing it towards the top lane just to see, test the waters and see whether he can make it work, so it doesn't lose out on too much using the summon spell.
I'm actually really curious as to whether or not they saw Canyon on vision at the start of the play, because to me it seemed like they were committed to it, and then the moment the ultimate comes out is exactly when Canyon appears on vision.
Yeah, right.
And then Flandre is like, okay, we're not going to commit to this, but they did still get Khan's flash out of the play overall, so I think that this could be another opportunity for them to look for a gank. Should they want to. They still have a lot of roaming options at their disposal.
Yeah, it is a very valuable summoner spell for them to blow, because the cooldown for Aurelia's ultimate is quite low, and he's going to be able to repeat some kill threat there. So if you control your vision, it really changes how you can actually play that lane as Graves, who's usually one of the most flexible champions that we possibly have in the meta right now. It makes you second guess yourself and requires more jungle attention and focus on these wards. Setting up for Rift Herald, of course, everybody has made the transition. Barrel trying to get the level 6.
Foarte rapid. Țin zau este la red, nu cred că s-o va aștepta că vor face Herald, dar îl lasă. Ok.
Level 7 for the Malzahar has Ignite as well for this potential fight, as Ghost holding on to the Rift Herald for the moment. Khan's going to roam his way down, and EDG looks like they're not going to commit just yet. Teleport available for Flandre, but they're not going to be able to get it. Flashing the flares, and Damwon Kia will take a free Rift Herald.
So EDG ultimately spectated as Damwon secure themselves the Herald.
Asta e avantajul lor momentan, un Herald.
Towards the Herald as well, but
să vedem cum îl vor folosi.
He was hovering around looking for a potential TP, so fortunately for EDG, their members are not going to lose too much, as Viper now awkwardly has to go the long way around as he makes his way back towards his bot side of the map, because he's not entirely certain as to what is set up in his side of the jungle.
That's going to be important to track these supports in the aftermath of that Rift Herald play too, because now we're living in the world where you have Kiana ultimate available here for Canyon. If you get Barrel for another opening by pushing over bottom lane and allowing him to roam with, that is a lot of kill threat and pick potential. They can actually retake a lot of this territory. Since Showmaker does have his ultimate ready on the Malzahar, and we saw earlier how much pressure you can have just by walking over menacingly on this champion and threatening the right click.
Oare vor pușa mid-ul? Că văd că dau o grămadă de pinguri pe hartă. Da, pușează mid-ul. Dar vor veni toți pe mid. Mai puțin ca Isa. Ca Isa va pușa botul la harma.
3 plates left on the mid lane outer turret. So huge for Damwon Kia, full map control.
One of the big things why Damwon are successful in a lot of these types of moves is that Ghost and Barrel do not hesitate to come for these hard push team plays. And what you give up is one wave being pushed in by Viper. So the bottom lane does pay a small price for this kind of show of force towards the mid lane, where you force them to back down and you get your Rift Herald off and you get a large chunk on the tower. But they've repeatedly shown this strategy from Damwon, really flexing on trying to get mid tower damaged very heavily early on and rotating their bottom lane for that threat.
Now, there is a window here for EDG to look to secure themselves the Drake, largely because they will have a push towards the bot side of the map. And JJ, his camps are all spawning on the bot side, whereas Canyon is going to be pathing up towards the top side of the map. The ultimate question will be around, can they get that mid pro? Because Showmaker, now at level 8, has multiple points in his E, and his wave clear is now suddenly so much stronger. You have 2 points in the Q, you have 4 in the E, so you drop that down, you Q the melee minions, and all of a sudden, once you spot the little voidlings as well, that wave clear is imminent, and LeBlanc struggles to deal with that, so that prio is going to shift pretty dramatically in favor of Showmaker.
The set it and forget it wave clear. I absolutely love it. It's why I was a Morgana main when I started playing the game.
Ooh, Morgana main.
Here now looking to try and clear out some vision, but it looks
Ok,
like
chiar are Phantom, doamne Phantom, Ionos.
Yet again, and Drake domination has been the aim of the game here for EDG so far. Damwon shut out of all of them in game 1.
And biggest factor here, fellas, is of course the teleport that you were able to secure on the top side by burning Khan's teleport earlier. You know, no possibility of him joining, and even though Flandre got pushed in and would have to give up cannon wave here, an extra bit of stacking.
Momentan nu prea ce să zici, că e un meci foarte strâns.
So they get the dragon, just number 1 on a long road ahead.
E un meci foarte strâns. Nu ai cum să zici că, ei, câștigă ăsta.
Instead of waiting for a potential soul point instead. This time around though they do have
orice se poate întâmpla.
And I feel like the compositions lend themselves a little bit more for even play across the board. When it comes to setting up for 5v5s, last game it was very difficult for Damwon. This time around, it's a pretty even playing field. So both of these teams going to have to rely on their own skill to make it work. 400 gold the lead for Damwon Kia, and that basically means nothing.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on these supports to be big playmakers to set these things up with, because EDG do have these very powerful solo laners that can have a lot of extra threat on the backline, but Showmaker's always got that answer button for one of them. It's very good versus LeBlanc, it's very good versus Aurelia, but only one Fedius, you have to choose, and it's about that positioning. The supports, though, they get to actually change the name of the setup.
We saw something similar when EDG drafted themselves a Malzahar themselves, because often you have to root yourself in order to lock down a single target, and yes, it can be very effective if that single target comes to you, or...
There's the ultimate, Kiana
nice.
Right into the wall, and that is indeed a supreme display of talent. The Malzahar grabs his first kill of... It's too easy with that spell, to be honest, but grabs the first kill of the game for Damwon. That is first blood flash out once again for Khan, but Flandre is still dancing forward. End of the line is there. But Flandre stacked up his passive, and he should be able to turn at a moment's notice. It feels like the Aurelia starting to come online.
Yeah, securing the Gore Drinker there for Flandre, he was like, I'm stronger, I know I can go for this all-in, but a really good flash from Khan to be able to sidestep the E meant that the root does not come down and that Flandre cannot commit to the fight any longer. So, well executed by Khan, it ends up being a trade of flashes, but Damwon get themselves on the board with a really nice play in mids, and I think that this is what we're going to continue to see when playing into these team fights later on into the game. The second that Scout uses W, immediately locked up, you can just see the chains. You see LeBlanc just does not get to play the game.
There were spare spells after that as well. It's terrifying.
It's funny seeing Showmaker, you know, this guy just always applauded for the absolute insane outplays.
What are you saying that Malzahar, like, did you see how well he just pressed his R button onto the LeBlanc right there? That was pinpoint accuracy.
Exactly. I did also want to shout out the changes that they made to Ghostblade a while back. Such an efficient item. And the extra speed in that last one, you know, the activation of Ghostblade from Canyon allows him to close that distance so quickly that there is no chance after the Malzahar ultimate goes down, you're CC locked with the ultimate from Canyon coming through too. So you can really close that distance and actually make up the timing on some of these plays where you need to jump on and you need to R-scout before he goes back to safety with his own W. And that's just a little bit of a difference maker.
Can certainly be. EDG with a bit of position here in this river, but we don't have too much to fight over apart from a second Rift Herald. Looks like that was what they've got their eyes on. And in goes Beryl once again. Ulti available for Showmaker. Let's see where he throws it out. There's a golden tag, and the ultimate comes through from Canyon as well to try and help out. Showmaker goes golden with his stopwatch, and he's going to keep himself alive. And this is a bit of a wash for Damwon Kia. They win out the fight, but they lose out on positioning. It looks like EDG should be able to take
2 pentru 1, dar ei iau Heraldul. Poate, să vedem ce face Kiana, poate dă un steal. Poate? Nu poate.
Tries opportunistically to collect that one, but isn't able to. Just bullies EDG out of the pit, but they get out successfully.
And Canyon's
se joacă 2 dintre sau primul la 3. Primul la 3.
Because of that little corridor that they were playing around, EDG, their high mobility composition was stifled massively by this combination of Malz and Kiana. And just have a look at this. The engage comes through from Beryl. He's locking up Kai'Sa, forcing the ultimate.
A dat bine Kai'Sa ultimat acolo.
Beryl then stopwatches, and then look at this ultimate here. 2-man stun onto the LeBlanc as well, so that backline threat is immediately mitigated. And then EDG find themselves in a 2 versus 3 on the backline, which they promptly lose. So Damwon, they play that team fight about as well as they could, and this is one of those scary points about those choke points when playing against composition like this.
Yep, and it's going to spell about a 2,000 gold lead, but there is a little bit in the bank for EDG with the fact that they were able to lock down the Rift Herald. So we'll see whether they can make that one work. Still, first brick available, mid lane very low on EDG's side of the map, so a possible target here for Damwon to really open things up.
Also, looking at the reset for Dragon, the ultimate cooldown there is extremely low for especially Rakan, and so they will be able to go set up. Mako goes in to try and early clear out some of this vision. Meanwhile, Damwon pushing down the remnants of that mid lane to actually be able to set up for this is really big. You can then push the minion wave further up mid.
Oh! Flash ulti comes forward. There's another supreme display of talent, and Flandre is out of there. Viper unable to then get the position as Khan on the side, trying to get Scout out of here. Scout, of course, can be devious, but let's see whether they can find
mine ar trebui să lase Draco. Nu cred că vor putea să facă 4v5. LeBlanc e foarte low, LeBlanc a dat foarte mult damage to Graves. LeBlanc a murit, Rakan e foarte low, dar el scapă. Xinzao a dat flash-ul peste perete. Graves îi dă chase lui Xinzao și Xinzao a murit, rămânând doar Rakan în viață. Xinzao e crazy, aproape a murit pe Leona, dar vor lua și Draco.
Another sweep for Damwon here, coming out with the extra couple of kills, and their reward will also be the Dragon. Vedius, how do you outplay the Flash ultimate combo there? Really well done. You can say for the positioning, they just immediately pounce on him. Showmaker just flashes immediately with the Malzahar. He's level 11, ultimate goes down, and Canyon follows up seamlessly every time.
GG.
Sea Hero.
It's not over yet. Pot face un comeback foarte lejer. Era clar că vor avea un avantaj mai mare, pentru că au foarte mult CC și foarte mult damage. Dar momentan nu e GG. Încă se poate face un comeback, chiar dacă sunt puțin mai în față.
After being set 5v4 behind, because those 2 long ultimate cooldowns were both used and invested in getting that kill, their idea there was try to punish and say that your combination of Flash, Malzahar ultimate and Kiana ultimate is a bigger loss in value for this team fight than simply losing Flandre. They were incorrect in that.
Cât skill, cât atenție, cât focus. Ați văzut gameplay-ul? Mamă. Joacă prea bine Showmaker.
But that little voidling spots him out. So Beryl knows, goes to look for the collapse, and then immediately the collapse comes through. Showmaker and Ghost are in great positions. They're not taking any of the front of the damage, and then the follow-up can come through. So EDG just thought that they could go for the re-engage, but with the numbers advantage that Damwon do have, along with the positioning of the carries and the damage that comes out from Khan, they were able to come out ahead in this Axe Effect replay.
Yeah, in the end, the extra information makes such a big difference. Not having the power of that LeBlanc coming in with the flank, not having that big burst damage is huge. Of course, the pick, and you see where the idea came from. It wasn't actually even just the Malzahar and Kiana ultimates, it was also Leona. So that's why they're shouting, we can turn this, we can turn this.
We got it. Well, this inner turret may not got it right now. There are a lot of minions. This one's going down very, very quickly. The siege from Damwon, pretty scary as JJ diving on forward. Ultimate used very early and not really with too much reward. Minions still remain as Damwon able to keep up the siege. Finally, another Conga line to come in as Khan on the flank right now. And Showmaker fishing with these silences. EDG sort of trapped in their own jungle. And that is just the turret taken down. All of that extra gold from the inners now. As can they steal this one away? And yes, they absolutely can. Goes over to Canyon with the smite.
Damwon do not relent when they have that early
Baronul în 25 de secunde.
An easy tower is available up towards the top side. They could split up, but they know that Khan doesn't have the teleport. So instead, have him push mid, have the rest group up as 4 and push through top, and instead play this 4-1 style. It guarantees themselves a tower, and EDG is once again being denied any form of cross map. They are kind of falling into the tendency that they typically have shown throughout this tournament, which is that when they fall behind early, rather than go for those cross maps, they actually try and answer a lot of the plays that the enemy tries to make in the hopes of finding a fight or a pick or some avenue back into the game. And against a team like Damwon, they're not giving them any of those openings.
Completely agree. And guess what? Their task is even more difficult this game.
Orice se poate întâmpla.
Because not only are they already down,
N-a fost ca meciul trecut, să zici că 4 dragon cu baron.
but they're also against a team
nu e mare diferență, e doar câteva K la gol, 4K gol diferență, nu e mult. Adică e mult, dar încă se poate face o diferență. E comebackable.
Force EDG into. You get so much value when you invest in heavy.
Dar da, au un avantaj mai mare.
But also lots of AD threat.
And avoiding the Malzahar tax is something that, like you say, you want to do, but you get punished. Like, yes, if you don't pay your taxes, generally you get punished, right? But in this game, you absolutely do, because not being able to get out there, especially if you're a priority target, is so dangerous, and that cleanse won't do anything.
And they're not taxing billionaires here. They're losing. they're 4K down here. They don't have extra income, Bedius.
This is a whole different debate right now.
Oh man, yeah, that's true. They right now cannot afford any QSS, and that's why you don't see any in the inventory. Second items slowly starting to edge their way through for EDG. Meanwhile, Damwon are rolling in it, and it is
Dragonul vine în 40 de secunde.
This time round, but a pretty late first blood still, and I think the
o să urmeze în fight
the biggest thing about their draft was trying to leverage that strong mid jungle, which they just couldn't. They couldn't get those kills on
E foarte iurea că nu au pic de vision.
Now he's in a position where he's at 2 items, the zone is completed. He also
o să fie un fight fără vision.
Back pocket as well, and they're going to keep looking for these picks as we set up to the next Drake.
Yeah, the next Drake, there are 2 smites on the side of Damwon as well, so keep your eye out on that as a supreme display of talent.
Ok, aparent a prins și pe Kaisa cu ultimata, Kiana. Frumoasă ultimata lui Leonard, a prins pe Xinzao, Xinzao este încă în CC.
Trying to cause a ruckus, but instead just loses his life. The Rakan taken down. It's a double kill for Khan, and JJ's running for the hills. Canyon wanting to dive over there. JJ trying to back, but that Q did so much work from Canyon. He's hitting critical mass right now, and both of those smites aren't even necessary as they take the Drake.
Yeah, chasing him down now. Damwon are able to pick up Dragon number 2. Guess what? It's an easy transition over to Baron control as well. Now, Scout will revive and have teleport, but that's another cooldown that you have to pay if you want to go contest this. So Damwon at the very least will start this. They don't have Malzahar, Leona, or
se mai forțează încă un fight, o să dea de blank teleportul. Da.
Double smite as well, so it's not a real 50-50 right now as Barrel's trying to call.
Comeback-ul, poate fac ceva cu baronul.
He will pay for it with his life, but that is huge for EDG.
Plecați băieți. Nu prea cred că vor face ceva wow. Gen, nu o să fie ceva măreț. Da, mai bine decât să-l ia ei.
But this was something that JJ did multiple times against RNG. He did it against Genji. You cannot flip against this man, because if he sees a Baron, he's gonna take a Baron.
Exactly. This youngster is doing so much for EDG. He plays the front line for a lot of their team fights. He lands these critical smites to keep them in it. Atlas, he gives hope to the LPL with a single press of a button.
And there were 2 smites on Damwon's side.
I like those odds.
Damage piled up and he just pops on in.
Adevărat, erau efectiv 2 smite-uri.
Oh wait, oh okay. So, you know, the irony of the double smites, it was Showmaker that smited early, which then set up for, you would ideally think that with the comms they would just smite at the same time, but the second smite fell short, and that was JJ's time to shine. He steals away the Baron and keeps EDG's hope still alive.
It is easier said than done, you know, perfectly timing.
It definitely is.
It's
much easier for us.
People often set it up as a given. You're like, oh, you know what? 2 smites, 900 plus 900, easy, right?
That's exactly what I did.
All junglers are now looking at their mid lane duo partners and saying, see, if Showmaker can't do it, it's not that easy, is it?
Also, the spellbook smite not as powerful as previously. So let's take a look what EDG can do with this Baron now that they have secured it, breathing life back into them. They're going to get some money off topside too. You know, the benefits of that play will keep on rolling in.
The Red Bull Baron power play, not exactly massive right now, just under 1k, has now ticked over it, as I say it, but Showmaker should be able to respond with this bottom lane outer turret. It isn't going to necessarily put EDG in the lead, however, it slowed Damwon Kia down massively, and Damwon were running away with the game. They created a very early 4,000 gold lead, and now EDG have bought themselves some valuable time to get this composition rolling, gets Flandre into these side lanes, and start really making the game about them.
I realize that the spellbook smite's gonna lose value, right? Because you can't get a jungle item, so you can't convert it.
Oh.
So it's basic, right?
Oh yeah.
I think so? Yeah, I'm
maybe it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I think
well,
it does
some damage, just not quite
I think you're right. I think that's a great point, actually.
But doubling the damage certainly does feel like it would be much better. So the fact that Showmaker smote early is... he's not the one that you want smiting early.
But what I will say is that even though EDG have bought themselves some time, that's not going to change the fact that they need to find a way to navigate this team fight. Because we've seen now that every single team fight, EDG haven't really gotten to do anything. It's always been on Damwon's terms.
Well, JJ immediately has to ultimate to try and get them out of the area, so Crescent Guard not going to be available for the next engagement. This is going to be a much more brittle Xin Zhao for the next little while. Mako very far away from this one as Zenith Blade goes barely wide. As we just mentioned, JJ was very vulnerable.
This is the deepest flank I've seen for a while.
Who's he flanking? What's he flanking?
I think that right now his priority was just to cover Scout. Scout was just pushing in through the bot side, and he was utilizing the fact that they had a pushed wave in bot to get some deep vision in before he reset and replenished a lot of those wards. But yeah, it's not really going to amount to much. I think that they couldn't really do much about protecting that tier 2 lane. So they just conceded it.
Rău de totul levelul. E level 9.
But still, the gold is
N-are level 10 în momentul 26.
To get richer, and EDG, they need to find some sort of miracle play. The next Drake is spawning soon, and I imagine that EDG will fight rather than try and stall things out.
Yeah, Damwon Kia just went on a shopping trip as well, so they're fresh off a reset. Scout shows himself for just a mere moment. And Beryl not going to be able to get any Shields of Daybreak on him or anything like that. But Damwon with a bunch of items have taken a bit of money out of that pocket as Flandre is going to teleport back in for this potential Dragon Soul fight.
See a lot of vision being cleared out by Damwon.
You ain't flanking this team.
You ain't
right?
flanking.
It's just not happening right now.
JJ's sitting in this bush, but he's going to get spotted out by Showmaker, and Damwon taking their time here. Khan has now joined the fight. Let's see how EDG navigate this one.
Yep, they've started off the Drake now. Flandre off on that flank like you were talking about, but is going to be spotted by all that vision we noted earlier. Now JJ inside this pit. Does have the ultimate back available as Khan dashes on forward, looks to try and get damage down onto the young jungler. The Supreme Display of Talent does barely anything as now EDG bringing the fight to the back line of Damwon Kia. They trade as the mid laners both go down, but Kiana still does so much work. Flandre has to run, and that's the stun from Ghost. He is magnetic with these skill shots on the Jhin, and that is soul point for Damwon Kia.
And they're not going to stop there, right up the mid lane. Damwon will push
through, get up the adevărat. Are actually are un level acum. Dar ar fi fost ok dacă Rakan era puțin mai în față, chiar dacă nu cred că ar fi fost un impact foarte mare. Dar nu cred că mai am vreo șansă de comeback, sincer. Chiar nu cred că mai am vreo șansă de comeback, sunt în spate rău de tot.
There was a bug on the spellbook smite previously.
Okay.
And it's supposed to convert after several charges.
Ok, aparent a fost un bug.
But sometimes it had still been the lower value. So we have to go back and look at the actual replay.
But I was convinced it did 900. I was convinced it was.
Yeah, because after the multiple uses, then it does convert.
I respect your commitment to this fight. Whose fault was it really?
We have to dig deeper. My fights are personal to junglers.
I was going to say, I feel like this is a Kobe thing as we have a look at the replay.
But let's have a look back at this. So you can see here, they actually get access onto the backline. Showmaker blows up. But look at Khan and Canyon. They force JJ out. Scout gets one shot on the backline. And even though Viper's still alive, because he's committed his ult, he's invested everything to get that kill onto Showmaker, he does not have the gold or the damage to be able to clean up the rest of the fight. Damwon really just hitting with their wallets in that fight.
Mi-e greu să cred că acum vor da comeback cumva. O să fie 1-1 cel mai probabil. Mazahar ar fi bine să nu folosească ultimata pe LeBlanc, fiindcă are efectiv QSS.
His smite, doesn't matter how much damage it does, he doesn't actually have access to it as they're going to start the fight instead. JJ taking a lot of damage. Crescent Guard is going to help him though. The Scout connects the chains but is unable to get the stuns. EDG keep everyone alive but they don't get access to this Baron pit. They have a control ward there but that can get cleared out very quickly.
Oare va reuși iar să fură baronul? Nu cred că va fura iar baronul.
In this situation, Damwon do not want to flip the Baron. They can't afford to take this gamble and they re-engage.
Ok, a prins-o foarte bine pe Irelia. Irelia a murit efectiv, nu s-a mișcat. S-a dus APK Irelia. Foarte mult să sie Mazahar cu Leona.
So now, no top laner for EDG, but JJ is still here. He can still be the hero as Viper dives on forward. The cleanse was good, but he still explodes. Beryl keeps himself alive as well, and EDG are getting routed. This is not going to be a 50-50 because Damwon Kia don't want anyone alive. When this Baron is there, he still dives into the pit, but there's still a bunch of health on this Baron. It's going down low as he's trying to fight for it. It's down to 15 before he dies.
Nope.
Oh man, that was very close.
The
control this time around for Damwon. They're not going to let it get that low. It was close. JJ got in there, putting in work, trying to burn.
He smited it to 15.
But he didn't even smite it. It was Canyon that
Vai, ce interesant. Nu știu cum să-l mai item pe care l-a buildat Leona, dar l-a buildat special pentru Mazahar ca să dea mai mult damage. I-am uitat item, am uitat cum se numește itemul sincer, dar a buildat itemul ăsta ca să dea Mazahar mai mult damage. Super mișto.
To just burst each EDG member as they approach the pit. And we'll have a look back once again. Notice how Damwon, they start off the Baron, they're taking their time, and as Flandre approaches, he is the first target. Used everything, multiple ultimates to shut him down, force EDG back, and they just rinse and repeat this process.
Exactly. Returning to the Baron, they can still turn. They're going to pull right back off the damage as soon as JJ gets the back. Another Jin W from Ghost. This is why he's such a high priority champion in so many of these series.
Yep, he's so very good at it as well. 1-0-12 right now on this.
Vine un flank de la Irelia. Ok, frumos engage-ul. Showmaker și-a dat Zonias.
Showmaker going golden, but can he actually stay alive after the fact? The supreme display of talent says absolutely yes as Damwon Kia. They will rout EDG. That's a clean ace and they will win game 2.
The game overs come through as Damwon dab on EDG. 5-0, the nexus in their eyes. We're going 1-1, boys.
Yep, it's a best of 3 now between Damwon Kia and EDG. I don't want to say things like statement game or the fact that we've got a series on our hands, but I think it might be both here as Damwon, they do bring us to that best of 3.
Sunt două echipe foarte bune. Primul meci a dominat și acum s-a întors masa.
Provided so much power for them. So many of these picks started in the
Mi-ar fi rușine mie.
And it is a simple execution, but the combination there with Canyon, always there to follow up, picking off mid, focusing that one down early, getting the pick, transitioning over towards Dragon, and then just stacking up at these objectives.
And I think it's going to be another series where we just continue to see these draft adaptations because the bans seem relatively rigid. Of course, the big shift was the Lissandra ban,
a fost Better Team, da.
Jarvan ban from the side of Damwon, but now perhaps EDG can get themselves on the blue side.
Eu repet, au avut foarte mult CC. CC-ul e important. Mă duc și eu să mă pișvălați cu băieții ăștia. Reveni imediat.
And mitigated a lot of the engaged tools that EDG have been so reliant on in the semis and leading to this point.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's still a Demacian champion, but not necessarily one that he is as comfortable on. But be sure to check out the League of Legends official podcast, Rift Reaction, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand on Spotify. The next episode will look back at the finals and Worlds as a whole and releases the 9th of November. For now, we're going to take a closer look at Game 2 in just a few minutes. Be sure to stick around.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave. Look.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Now you with fire and we'll burn it all down.
Ce-am pierdut? Sper că n-am pierdut nimic. Beți apă, lăsați sucurile, lăsați energizantele, faceți pietre la rând, beți apă. Încă un minut. Deci, dacă mai văd aceiași campioni, nu știu, Xinzao, Jin, Graves, nebunesc. Eu am zis de ieri, de pe live-ul de ieri, că o să văd Graves. Campionul ăsta e broken, dar totuși plictisiți audiența. S-a dat pic de 2 ori la rând, sper să nu fie și a 3-a oară.
I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's already a glorious World Final day as the series is all tied up at 1-1. Our defending champions putting one on the board. Right there helping out in a big way. But we have to start once again in draft, because while it wasn't a unique and first pick here at the World Championship, in fact, taking a page directly out of Scout's book from earlier in the tournament. Not Cadrill's
my
book.
book.
Sorry, Cadrill. The publishers rejected that book.
Worse, yeah.
They said this looks like blatant plagiarism from a man named Scout.
Yeah,
the Malzahar in the mid lane, come on.
Yeah, my version scuffed. No, Malzahar pick was great. I mean, they pick LeBlanc, they ban out things like Lissandra, maybe even Cassin, and then you go 4-5, you pick the Malzahar. The interesting thing about this draft to me was just the first pick priority, right? They go blue side again, they ban away Jarvan, first pick Jhin, as we expect them to do. I think EDG responded pretty smart. You can't give them Jhin, LeBlanc, Rakan, because that's exactly what Damwon would have done. If they get first pick Jhin, they're going to go Rakan, LeBlanc. They deny that away from them. So overall, good response by EDG, but I think Damwon's comp came together so well to shut down what EDG's comp wants to do with Irelia, with LeBlanc, having a Malzahar, one button suppress. It's really hard for them to team fight until they get 2 or 3 items with QSS.
My book says that Jhin is very important. And in the T1 Dawn series, it was 4-0. Right?
Și a pus foițe de aur în cap. Și are și pe lângă ochi.
Game 5, it ended up getting banned out, if I actually recall correctly.
Yeah, and the Aphelios was left up.
Exactly.
So
I am very interested now with EDG going to blue side. Are they willing to first pick this? Not necessarily because it's core to their identity, but because they believe it is core to how Damwon plays the game. Because Ghost is so effective on this champion, he doesn't necessarily need to be massively ahead because he can play the fights from range. He can, have the utility of the ultimate and the W roots. And I think he plays it so well that Damwon kind of just looks like a different beast while he's on it.
Yeah, and I feel like when Damwon go to red side, they're giving up something, right? If you ban Jhin, you ban Jarvan, you ban Yuumi, you're giving them Lucian perhaps, right? So they're in a bit of a hole here where I think maybe Jarvan, Jhin are kind of locked unless they get something like Lee Sin on red side.
Poate e ceva important pentru el și a zis că vrea să fie elegant.
They're definitely going to get a strong bot laner or a strong jungler.
All right, so a few thoughts from us on how pick ban might develop over the rest of the series, but I do want to hone back in on that Malzahar pick and the way it played into the victory here. We talked all morning about the fact that the jungle mid duo would play together here on Dom1 to get Showmaker ahead and really accelerate the game. And then you find the team fight effectiveness of the Malzahar here with the ultimate playing through time and time again.
Yeah, it has really no counterplay in the early game unless you're rushing a QSS, which, I mean,
that feels bad.
Really EDG's comp can't afford to do with things like LeBlanc, Irelia. So when mid-game teamfights come around, you do things like this where you just flash ulting their main engage, their main carry.
Deci dă jos foițele de aur, că sunt niște foițe de aur. Nu te gândi că are fierele de păr aur.
With Jhin in the backline and Leona CC just following up.
And it was all about the layering, right? Every single one of these clips that we watch is Malzahar ult into the ult from the Kiana, right? To make sure that they're 100-0ing this target. And I think that, Malzahar, when you're even in the game or ahead of the Malzahar, it's very easy to itemize for the QSS and actually start feeling comfortable. But at one point, they're 3,000-4,000 down relatively early. You're just trying to complete your mythic. You're just trying to complete your items to actually have enough damage to even threaten in these team fights, which means you can't afford the luxury of a QSS, and it's easy pickings.
That was right about when the caster started talking about taxing billionaires.
Yeah. No, but I have to say, I love the game League of Legends just because of the innovation, right? The semifinals we saw with T1 and Damwon, now the finals, Malzahar, Zillions, Maokai's, Jhin Prios,
Predator Rakan.
LeBlanc counters, Predator Rakan. This is the beauty of the game, and it's all about flexibility. Damwon's showing it in game 2 already. They're not going to blind pick a Malzahar again, but this was a response to EDG's comp, and these responses is what you love to see.
So with this heavy focus that we've put on the Malzahar pick and Showmaker, of course, as a result, I do want to bring us back to our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Showmaker versus Scout, and this time around, Showmaker gets the better of him. And it definitely was Damwon playing through that mid lane to begin with. But I think now the focus becomes for a player like Scout, who you mentioned at the top of the day, Azael, has been constantly underestimated in these matchups where his opponent is definitely looked at to be favored, but he has prevailed up to this point.
Absolutely. And I think it's so important that he has a good game, because when Showmaker and Canyon get ahead as a duo, it's just lights out. Like, they just move around the map so effectively. They take your jungler out of the game because you've lost mid lane control. They're going to get heralds. They're going to snowball the game. So when we saw in game 1 that Scout was not actually falling prey to these ganks, even though it was this early mid-jungle duo that Dom1 drafted for, he was the one having effectiveness in the side lane, run warp down to bot side. He has got to stay safe, and he has got to have effectiveness. So, maybe protecting his pick a little bit more is going to become important in this series if they're willing to bring out things things like the mouse.
This will be the most important game in the series because we need to see what Damwon is made of on the red side. Because EDG choosing blue is great for the first pick and all, and getting one of those Jarvan Jhin kind of combos or first picks.
Îl face o leacă gay, n-am nimic cu gay. Pe lângă că are chestia asta așa pe la ochi, mai stă și așa ceva de genul.
The Jarvan and the Lee Sin being removed. Lee Sin being removed in 2 out of the 2 games. Jarvan most recently
mi se pare amuzant.
a big performance in game 1. You've already called out the Jhin and the importance there for Ghost, whether or not Viper's going to be willing to take that away. And you take a look at this again. While yes, the Malzahar was a big piece of it. You know, Khan as well on the great.
Mamă, ce ciorrapi avea, ai văzut? Holy shit, the drip.
I mean, really, there are so many threats on both of these teams. I am not jealous of the
Mamă,
position
ce
that both
damage
these
puțin
coaches
au
find
dat.
And that's why I think best of fives are so interesting at the highest level, because it has been about the adaptation, right? It has been about the creation of a meta within a series, and then which team can actually adapt and adjust and get the best of their opponents, right? And one game can easily make the difference here. So you have
Dar nici
to
nu
know
am o
with
problemă,
your
dar mi
picks
se pare
and
foarte
so much
amuzant.
pressure on the players and the coaching staff in between games to make the correct adjustments.
Yeah, and we talked about it in Countdown. Are we going to see cross maps dancing like the T1 Damwon series? Are we going to see heralds given away for bot plates? No. EDG are just coming in with punches, left, right, and center, and Damwon have responded.
We are all tied up in this best of 5. You love to see it here at a world final. But as we go to break, let's look ahead towards the Horizon Cup, the first Wild Rift Esports International Tournament, which will feature 10 top teams from around the world. For 8 days, these masters of mobile will bring their A game to claim the title of the best Wild Rift team on the planet. Catch the tournament schedule and learn more about the teams by following Wild Rift Esports on Facebook and Twitter. And make sure you join us here for more great esports in just a bit.
I've lived and breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never. That was massive.
This is going to be hype.
It's down to this final.
Pe bune? Să fac e-sportul de Wild Rift?
This is your moment to shine.
Ah, ok, anul ăsta. Cred că să fie primul. Tare. Ar fi interesant să-l vezi pe Faker și aici. Sau alți player care joacă deja pe PC. Eu sincer n-aș vrea ca Fortnite Kid să vină și pe LoL. Nu-i destul că sunt deja cu Killer Surf, știi la ce mă refer? Da. Păi ziceau că o să scoată all shot-ul. Deci ar fi, după mine sunt efectiv pro să scoată all shot-ul. Sau să dea all shot doar la persoanele cu Honor 5. Cred că ar fi mai bună ideea asta să dea all chat doar la persoanele cu Honor level 5. Așa zic de all 1. A, da? Aiurea. Nu știu, eu chiar eram pro cu chestia să scoată all chat-ul, pentru că e foarte multă toxicitate. Și nu doar pe all chat, dar și pe chatul echipei este toxicitate. E efectiv comunitate toxică. Că ești în echipa inamică, că ești în echipa ta, peste tot. E toxicitatea asta. Am înțeles. Atunci nu cred că îl mai scoată. Nu știu. Ar fi trebuit să-l scoată. Să vadă cam cum ar fi. What? PUBG Mobile has collaborated with in the past, including manga and anime series like Jujutsu Kaisen and more recently Baby Shark. Coaie, cum să faci colaborare cu Baby Shark? Cum să faci colaborare cu melodia Baby Shark? Știți voi aia cu Baby Shark? Cum?
야 얘네가 미드리드 한다.
뭐 그냥 그거 솔령하면 안 돼요? 오케이.
그부가 용 쳐줘야 될 것 같아. 우리
다 아직 다 밀고 있음. 미드 나 웨이브 16렙.
호서 용 치고 있다.
보고 있어 보고 있어. 앞에. 난 여기서 자리 잡을 거야 나. 용자 이거 너 이를 좀 아껴줘야 돼.
우리 스마스한 별로긴 한데 그냥 포킹해봐.
야 이거 왜 아지르?
포킹.
아지르. 형 이제 그만 쳐도 돼요?
오케이
아지르 용자.
Îmi place comunicarea.
야 스마스 한다 얘네.
스마스 해볼게.
Îmi place comunicarea. Chiar îmi place.
먹었어.
앞에 거 천천히. 앞에.
나이스.
뭐야 이거?
괜찮아. 끝났어.
Mamă, cum țipă, ce animal! Îi ador.
탈론이랑 이게.
나이스. 용준이 형 수고했다. 나이스.
Nice.
You just heard the insane comms from Khan and the rest of Damwon Kia as they took the win over T1 in the semi-finals in Sounds of the Game presented by Bose. Gentlemen, it is 1-1. We are all tied up, and let's see what's going to change as we hop into the draft. I feel like draft has been so beautifully pivotal in this series already.
Certainly has. I mean, what, we've seen a Zillion, Yasuo, Irelia, Malzahar in the World Finals, like Crown vibes right now.
One of the single best players in the world on Malzahar and utilizing it extremely effectively and the power points of that champion.
Ooh, but EDG now on blue, Kobe, and that was something that we talked about at the end of last game. How will things shift? Well, Kiana Rakan already taken off the board.
Bun.
This is a big one. I wonder what they're actually gunning for when it comes to the first pick, because these are very different bands to come in here as double support bands.
Ok, s-a inversat. Să înțeleg că o să baneze iar Aphelios? As always?
The Nami ban on red side actually, so they can't get the Lucian combination.
So, Yumi, Ezreal gone. Nami, Lucian.
Oh, bana Grace, finally.
Lulu is the last one left.
Sigur banează Aphelios.
EDG bot lane. So Damwon now have a choice because you know that Aphelios is going to be the priority. So you could leave Lee open right now and say, we will happily give you your Aphelios so that we can get Lee Sin, and then they can just get themselves the Jin too.
O banaj Jarvan, what?
So many, they're trying to get the trade on the backside for the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. How badly do you want it?
I actually absolutely love this though, because it means that you leave
Ok, în sfârșit ceva nou.
So now you've got Aphelios, Lee Sin.
Aphelios, nice, ceva nou. Let's go, ceva nou.
Yes, you do.
It's a really strong way to set up that 2-for-1 trade, you know, because you are on red side, so leaving all of them up and then doing the target ban, last ban here at the Jarvan is a lot of value for DK.
And if you get last pick LeBlanc, that is really frightening, especially if you are on the red side, because then you get to ban out the answers.
Jace, let's go.
The Jace. Looking to come in for Flandre, a big favorite for him and a good pick away from Khan as well, especially now that the Graves has been banned away. This pick, like, it can't be LeBlanc, so it is going to be that ultimate 3 picks for Damwon.
This is such an insane topside early opening of the draft though for the side of EDG. When you have a Twisted Fate supplementing the pressure of Jace, this provides so much kill opportunity up there. JJ on the Xin Zhao can go up, repeat visits, Twisted Fate. There is a reason that he has been banned for so long throughout the knockout stage at this tournament.
Actually e un pic bun. Silas e un pic bun, ar putea să dea foarte ușor follow-up lui Twisted Fate. Gen, dacă merge Twisted Fate cu ultimată pe undeva, merge și el. Și e foarte mișto.
It has been popular, but it hasn't been effective in a lot of the counters to Twisted Fate. So we're gonna have to see if Dom1 are actually the ones that can do it. Yes, you can steal away the Twisted Fate ultimate and try and hover there and try and match, that map mobility. But early on, especially too, Silas has to trade a lot of health to try and gain access to that minion wave, and it allows some pressure to really build on the top side of the map.
I think that EDG need to consider a Kennen ban as well, because you kind of look at this draft from Dom1, and obviously I think that their priority will be to try and match in the mid jungle 2 versus 2, a very volatile.
Nu știu de ce, dar îmi miroase a Ornn. Am așa o presimțire de Ornn.
So some of the things that Khan can still have impact on, even if he's put behind, are things like the Kennen that just offer so much team fight value, and also.
Și cred că suportul va fi Lulu. Sigur o să fie Lulu cu Aphelios cel mai probabil.
I don't know why, just have a feeling Kog'Maw Lulu could be on the table. Of course, still up and can be very, very strong, especially when there's not a whole lot of magic damage. The Lucian going to be the final ban.
Sigur o să fie Lulu Aphelios.
Of course, because he'll get counterpick. I expect Thresh to be picked up here as a common pairing alongside Aphelios.
Gragas?
They're going to step away from it. A lot more disruption would be a potential and flexibility with the Gragas.
Exactly.
Să e Gragas top. Da, e Gragas top. Sau cum ar fi să fie Gragas jungle și Lesin top? Dar nu cred, n-am mai văzut un Lesin top de mult timp.
Pull off those repeat ganks on you. Like the Lucian ban here, some respect to Khan. The team did get him that pentakill as well earlier in the tournament. He's had quite a tournament as far as the last dance goes.
Jhin.
Exactly, but I think the fact that Gragas can be support or top lane is also very strong. They can choose their counter pick. They can, if the bottom lane looks too strong, Jhin and Leona is going to be a pretty standard lock-in and something they should have been expecting. So now, you could just put Gragas on the bottom side of the map and use him as disengage when Leona decides to go in.
Yeah, they have a lot of options at their disposal. We also did see Khan actually bring...
Bun, să înțeleg că... actually...
in their best of
actually...
and he basically just played weak side, right?
Ok, bun.
That it can offer in a team fight as well. Jhin suddenly becomes a lot harder to play every time you ult. Well, there's the risk of the Gragas ultimate knocking you into the team or just interrupting it, and there's a lot of options there for Dom1, but it's definitely not a top side.
Îmi place mai mult echipa lui Dom1.
But also, I think what's great about this Gragas is it offers them another form of.
Îmi place mai mult echipa Dom1.
When you kind of look at this draft from Dom1, when you have the Braum, you're kind of relying on Lee Sin ultimates, perhaps Silas stealing away a Leona ultimate as a means to start a fight if you're even looking for a fight. But
și efectiv a zis și băiatul ăsta acum, nu au foarte mult CC, dar Silas poate fără ultimatul Leona.
As far as choosing the engagements, and Dom1 investing pretty heavily in counter engage and a lot of answer and shadowing sort of situations here. So EDG put up on that pedestal to be able to determine a lot of these early movements.
Bine, poate să o fure odată la nu știu cât timp, dar tot mai bine decât nimic.
But they have to be cautious early on.
And also, another thing about Dom1 is they don't play through bottom side. They are so good at a weak side bottom lane. Aphelios is not a weak side champion. Aphelios, you need to put resources in. So we're already going to see a pivot and a change up for how Dom1 are going to navigate this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Ghost can hold his own here, because this guy, I swear, when it comes to international tournaments, he triples his skill level. Like, I'm so used to talking about, oh, he's the weak link. Oh, if you're ever going to beat Dom1, it's through the bottom lane. Doesn't work when you get to the World Championship.
Well, they're putting him to the test right now, putting him on that Aphelios, Vedius.
They certainly are, and what always impressed me about Ghost was it was when he joined Dam1 that you really saw the outburst of this Dam1 becoming a huge contender both domestically and internationally. So
opa, uitați-vă pe hartă ce se întâmplă.
Part of their success, and we heard from Viper himself.
Uitați-vă ce se întâmplă.
Ghost has learned to be exactly what Dam1 needs. So let's see if he can be what Dam1 needs to get them an edge in this best of 5, as many members have made their way to the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a meeting here. The bad news, a lot of friendship there, but the Winter's Bite not quite able to travel enough of the distance. I'm really glad that you brought that up, because Viper was very respectful to Ghost in exactly that interview that you're talking about. And it was really good to hear from him, and the fact that he knew that he needed to be respected. Viper always been a very, very intelligent player, and just so good at everything around the game, as well as just pushing his buttons correctly. So great to see from the guy. But The thing was, Ghost and Nuclear had basically the same playstyles. Just Ghost played the weak side bottom lane just that little bit better than Nuclear. Fit into the jigsaw puzzle that was Damwon Kia much better.
Well, now he's got to play into Jin Leona with the Twisted Fate on the opposing team. So yes, he's got cleanse, but you only got one cleanse. There's so much.
Easiest cast a curse of our lives.
Let's see how he does. Early ward invested from Showmaker, very common. You can see this early ward invested from EDG as well onto the red buff to gain a bit of information.
Pe la găină, sin acum văd.
Canyon decides to do with his pathing. Will he look for an early top gank, or instead will he just do a top side clear and then path down towards bot? The fact that he's doing Raptors into Krugs and then Red, he's trying to get that respawn timer starting up earlier so that he can invest more in clearing his camps and, you know, getting more in his back pocket. As the red buff is likely going to be the next.
Apare nu face redul, gen a făcut găinile, Kragi și după o să facă redul. Super tare.
Into pushing top lane and mid lane matchup because you can't get your scuttle crab, and so you really have to look towards the bottom half. And so yeah, he's
min-maxing.
Exactly. Small camps first so you can get them respawning, end up on the bottom side of the map because guess what? Jace and Twisted Fate are going to push in both of these lanes for EDG. Then it's up to for EDG though, and for JJ.
Nice, frumos damage.
Actually cover and work off of those pushing lanes to create more of an advantage. As Canyon might even pass through mid on his way down to bottom.
See whether he can possibly find something. A flash on the table right now as the chains will connect. There's the goal.
Trebuie să moară. The flash-ul.
The flash over the wall, the double flashes, and that should secure. No! The chain lash comes in and Scout survives.
Whoa! Canyon actually cancelled his auto attack and couldn't get it onto Scout. That should have been a kill for Damwon. Double flashes invested, and Damwon fall just short.
The smallest margin between life and death here for Scout. He barely survived off of that tower dive. He's right back to it with the teleport out here though. It still was a pretty efficient gank from Canyon because he didn't use a lot of time, but taking his flash and actually sustaining that much damage from the tower means he's actually going to give up so much priority. So he went back to Wolves, heal off of those, then transition down to that bottom Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we got a push in here from Damwon on the bottom side of the map. Able to utilize this Felios Braum quite effectively right now, but nothing too much is going to come from it. Canyon on the bottom side means that Damwon Kia can feel very confident. Doing this, Mako taking a bit of damage, but he's Leona, so never get the idea that Leona is killable. That is rule number one when it comes to League of Legends.
Braum in a similar boat in many aspects.
We need to temper ourselves when it comes to the bottom lane, I think.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of trading for sure, but whether or not we'll actually see any deaths is very dependent on the junglers and perhaps mid lane intervention. A lot of summoners have been burnt. Level 6 is still a little bit away, but it's that top side of the map that we're really looking at for EDG. You can see a small CS discrepancy starting to build up for Flandre, but he is keeping that wave underneath the tower. He gained information on where Canyon was. He knows that he cleared his top side first, then passed towards the bot side of the map, and it's at this point where he now needs to be a little bit cautious because supports are going to go back to base, and they're going to be looking to roam around the map, and with those top side camps available, this is a good opportunity for Damwon.
Dragonul vine în 20 de secunde.
So you can't just having a drink up here towards the top side, feeling pretty good. Only 6 CS behind, but you expect Jace to have control of this lane, absolutely. Things gone pretty much as expected. We'll see whether the junglers are going to spot one another, as right now it's Showmaker that's closest to JJ. He's just in this mid lane, hanging out.
Yeah,
spot now as the Scry's win.
Holy ocean.
There's a big extra small.
De fapt, stai că arată și acolo.
A big extra small.
Yeah. You love it, right? All the sizes. It's all wrapped up around mid lane because of all the flashes that were blown here, looking for those repeats. And now you get to see the supports coming too.
So there was a small window there where Mako actually got back out onto the map first because Beryl and Ghost decided to stay for an extra wave in bot lane. That means that Mako is currently only level 3 and Beryl is 4, but they couldn't take advantage of that window in mid. And as you rightly said, both supports were looking for it, but I think in Beryl's case, he was more aiming to cover, and now you can see him sweeping out that vision. Where has Mako warded? What little traps has he set up that I can clear out for my mid laner? He's not able to find anything, so now he'll make his way back towards bot as this wave is now making its way towards the tower.
Yep, the Twisted Fate homework ward comes in just to make sure that they can spot him potentially moving down for an early Destiny. That will get instantly cleared. Of course, EDG, no strangers to that ward being a necessity, so they're going to be fighting over that position quite a lot this series. As Khan body slamming his way in, it's a good trade.
The only thing I really wanted to highlight there was the potential bot
Cât
lane
damage a
level
dat.
6 from Scout,
Și pare, cred că, undeva pe la 20 AP. Sau 33.
JJ moving on in, clears some things out, but it looks like the bottom lane are going to be okay for the moment. Canyon spots out the Zinzao, a Scout moving on in as well. This could very, very quickly become dangerous for Damwon Kia, but right now, EDG holding on to the trigger.
Yeah, and you can even see in these map movements from top side already, Flandre pushing out on top side, hovering down for a half roam towards bottom. Twisted Fate moving in. They already cleared out that ward that was behind red to really make the most of this leverage that they have around Dragon. No fight explodes. Well done here by Damwon again. Coming about them having to be the ones to play more cautiously and having to respect this early priority from EDG.
Yeah, I really love the use of priority as well. It really is a dance. You might look at this and say, oh, lull state, nothing's happening. But the fact that Flandre gets to move down, the fact that you have EDG all coalescing on the bottom side of the map means that Damwon have to answer that question instantly. They have to be communicating all the time to make sure that they're not able to be capitalized on.
I would like to see EDG try and find a successful TF ultimate before the Herald spawns though. See if they can burn a few more flashes, maybe get an ultimate out here and there, just get that small advantage ahead of the Herald, because every single game this series there has been some contest with the Herald. Last game, EDG just kind of watched Damwon take it, but you know EDG is going to be in a position to try and contest that objective because of how much both teams value that first Herald.
Now Damwon Kia dealing with this 2 versus 3 on the bottom side of the map. Canyon well and truly far away from this situation, and no teleports are available, so Damwon having to play pretty defensively. Level 6 gained for Canyon as he dives over this wall, and there's 5 seconds until Shelly makes her appearance. She'll pop up now, and Damwon do have some control of the area, and Khan has the push top lane.
Bottom side, you see early push here from EDG2, and the recall starting from Ghost. So you're getting the early shove down on bottom to be able to have the priority to rotate up there for it. Again, Jin as well with the extra range can get a pretty quick jump on it. Looks like the first attempt is going to be setting up here towards mid, trying to catch
the Spidey senses.
Yeah, exactly. Who's going to be one to overextend, and nothing extended here.
Now, I think what was really crucial there was just the awareness from Scout. A part of it is his pro player experience, but also he's looking at the map and he realizes, hang on, JJ was bot lane. That means that Canyon could have moved into our whole topside jungle and warded that whole part of the map, and Khan is missing. So with all these factors, there is a real good chance that they're threatening to dive, and so he respects it. So really good play there from Scout.
And the setup here for Damwon is quite good, with vision control of the river heading over to it, but as well having the Braum ultimate and Gragas kind of play bodyguards through both these jungle quarters. EDG making the decision not to fight it at all, and you can see with Jin on bottom side, not only are they going to push out the bottom lane minion wave, but they also bring support and jungle down to control bottom side river instead.
And this might be that classic play that we saw. Rotate your Aphelios up top and then very quickly drop down the Rift Herald to try and even out this bottom lane trade that we're seeing on our screen right here. Viper, if he gets 2 plates, theoretically that's a worth trade for the Rift Herald, but if Damwon Kia can use it for even more, that's going to be the important thing.
I like this because the thing about trading bottom side push for Rift Herald is that you have to call off the trade once the Rift Herald is taken, because it will push faster, way faster than you, and they actually rotate over to try and deny the full tower, just trying to stop it here at the charge.
Yep. Red-White don't fight here for Ghost, as he does have some pretty good guns. There's the long-range variety as well, as Chakrams can rain down from a very long distance away. Want to be able to get this next plate, though, as the Aphelios does want that plate gold. Showmaker able to shove this wave in once again, and he's taking control back here in this mid lane just a little bit. Damwon Kia wanting to get more done.
Jin este foarte în față, teoretic, că a stat singur pe lane. A luat gold destul de mult.
Of Ghost in this play.
Exact.
While all of that gold was being shared in the top side for Damwon, it was Viper that was a solo benefactor to receive plates for himself, and typically for a Jin, the siege is quite slow because you do only have those 4 shots, you do have to reload, but Damwon actually waited an extra wave before sieging, and I think in particular they were waiting for Showmaker to be able to steal away Scout's ultimate so that in the event he tried to roam up, he could also follow him so that there were
nice, cred că avem first blood aici. Da, first blood.
It's a decent body slam to buy a couple of seconds time, but that's all he gets. First blood goes to the Twisted Fate, and we talk about this. First Destiny, did it work? I'd say yeah.
Interesting too, Viper holding his shot there and giving the money over purposely to Scout here on the Twisted Fate. Gets 2 stacks in the Dark Seal as well. So a little bit of extra value squeezed out.
And he'll get the Everfrost off the back of that. And look at that, 2 completed items immediately. Viper thanks to all those early turret plates, and Scout thanks to that first blood that he's going to get for himself. So EDG find themselves with a good early game gold lead. And gentlemen, I have to refer back to this graphic from earlier. When we kind of look at these early game statistics, we saw it in the last game as well. When EDG get early game gold leads, that is when they look the most dominant and they look the most controlling. So definitely an excellent start for EDG in game 3.
3 minutes until that 15-minute point where we can really be sure of how
based.
things are going to go.
Dar lăsați să facă Drake.
Taken for the first time here by Damwon Kia, and once again no Cloud Soul. God, that's what I have to do. Get Cloud Soul.
Nothing but disappointment for you.
Yeah, absolutely. As another plate being looked for here by Damwon on the bottom side, they're going to have it denied for the next little moment. JJ looking for something here. Canyon waiting in the wings, but gonna find too much more. He's chain CC to come through, but Scout doesn't have his jungler quite prepared for it. As Mako gonna get stunned up for the moment. Solar Flare actually gonna come out defensively to allow the EDG support to make his way out. Damwon do get control of that brush, but are unable to clear out all of the vision from EDG. Now Scout underneath this turret, able to push Showmaker in.
And there's going to be a small discrepancy in
Cred că EDG ar putea câștiga. Orice e posibil, dar mi se pare că au o echipă mai bună Damwon. Pentru late game, pentru early game, în schimb, depends. Nice, vine și Twisted Fate cu teleportul, dar cred că este degeaba și va muri și el dacă nu s-a întâmplat. Ok, s-a întâmplat acum și l-au omorât și pe el și a murit Graga, să stăm 2 pentru 1. Mă întrebam de ce nu dă de sim piciorul, dar l-a ținut. S-a dat... A dat Silas ultimata loc în zone sau am eu halucinații?
Was too much for him, and he panics under the pressure. That's the perfect opportunity for Damwon to get the initial kill, and they immediately create.
S-a întâmplat destul de rapid apariția lui Silas.
Showmaker stealing away Jeje's ultimate. Watch what he does to be able to set up the play. But this is where it starts. Flandre commits the Q. Flandre's like, I've got to get out. I know I'm dead. So he's just trying to buy a little bit of time, but Khan sets that up very cleanly. He's able to get that initial pick. And then here, watch this steal from Showmaker. Steals away Jeje's ultimate, gets him behind, and then knocks him away. Oh, actually, it's the kick from Canyon that actually does more of the work. So I gave a little too much credit there to Showmaker, but again, the 3-man...
Deci am zis bine, aparent Lesin l-a împins, nu ultimata lui Silas. Am văzut ce am văzut. Am crezut că am văzut greșit, dar aparent am văzut bine.
They are facing, having the dragon in their pocket and having a lot of good scaling to rely on.
And I will say, for EDG, we haven't seen a huge amount of investment into the top side, but a little skirmish kicks off.
Okay, one.
To flash out here as JJ does get him over the wall. Very nicely done. They'll get a Rift Scuttler as well for added benefit and clear out all of this vision. 2 minutes until the Drake, so not a lot to fight for down here necessarily. And Ghost is happily farming underneath his turret with a lot of his teammates waiting to back him up.
And I think that as the game continues to progress, one of the things that we're going to be keeping our eyes on is the scaling advantage. Because I think that when it comes to straight up 5v5, Damwon have the stronger comp. Their engage isn't the most reliable. They are kind of relying on Showmaker to steal away some ultimates. But with the Aphelios, with the Gragas and the utility that can offer, sure, Jace will offer more damage in a side lane, and EDG's ability to attack sides is of course very prevalent, but when it comes to the straight front-to-back 5v5, Damwon is in a very good position with what they've drafted for themselves.
Exactly. We've seen so many teams at Worlds utilizing this strategy exactly from EDG, using the tools they have to spread the map and put pressure on them on both of those sides, opening it up, using the Twisted Fate to roam, and they... In the past, the Silas hasn't been able to keep up, but Showmaker has been ahead of it here. In the earlier teleport, double on top side, being able to pick this one up. Now hovering and running straight top as well to back this one up. They definitely have it under control.
Yep. Second Rift Herald has been a point of contention all series so far. Let's see who's actually going to win the positional war. Right now you can see EDG with a whole host of members.
Dragonul vine într-un minut.
There it is.
Și Gragas a murit.
Nowhere to go. Some Alcove Gaming isn't going to work out in his favor, and 3 versus 1's a bit unfair if you ask me. Well done for EDG creating the play.
Damwon did everything right, but then they left a small window with which Scout was immediately able to capitalize on. Gets that kill onto Khan, 20 seconds is a death timer. He has teleport as EDG start off the Herald.
Canyon not going to be able to find the Sonic Wave just there, and Shirley has began. Still 10 seconds on that clock, and you can see EDG trying to rush this one down. Gold card connects onto Beryl, but he is, of course, quite tanky. Ghost now trying to get himself into position. Not exactly optimal weaponry, but he'll take it. As now the teleport to come forward from the Gragas. The fight has begun as Beryl looked to get the ultimate off. He did manage to get there as Mako locks down the kill. And Khan with full health, not able to get anything done. And the Eye of the Herald still awaiting in the pit. Will be picked up there by Flandre.
This is such a big win for EDG because, yes, they're able to focus fire and get the kill, but also getting that Eye of the Rift Herald onto the Jace further accentuates their split pushing needs with this composition. Even though they give up the dragon, they're happy to blow open the side of the map now. This is where you want to play with Twisted Fate. Flandre will be able to get topside tower, still has the Rift Herald in pocket, and gives them a lot of pushing power.
Am un avantaj ADG. Bine, nu e ceva mare.
Accentuated that point because Flandre being strong is going to be very important for EDG.
Certainly is. We do see the Braum hovering around. Flandre needs to be careful not to
overextend.
Resets are going to come through soon.
Vai, cum a fost aia. Vai, cum a fost aia. Timingul. Sper că ați văzut timingul.
That kill with a bot from the barrel, and it's going to be absolutely fine for Damwon Kia. So Flandre punished just a little bit there.
Small timings for
Nu știu ce a vrut să facă Jace acolo la trolat. E pișe pe el de ward, nu zici tu back. Da, a fost și aiurea timingul. A ieșit Braum din Cogopor fix când a aplicat Sinzao în bază.
Barrel comes through, lands the Q, and they pick off the opposing top laner. The difference is there's no objective afterwards.
You know, what I've learned from watching this series is that even if you are a professional player, some champions just don't let you play the game. Last game, it was Malzahar and Kiana. This game, Gragas and Braum. The Perma-CC combo that prevents you from ever getting to do anything. But it will result in a big pick for Damwon. EDG, though, maintaining control over the gold lead. And it's pretty interesting how things have pivoted. You know, we've seen a lot of like back and forth trades throughout this series, but now it is Damwon for the first time in this series that have firm control over.
Ok, aparent este efectiv și buildează de acum RFC-ul.
And we'll see if they can actually threaten the soul and force EDG into these fights when EDG really wants to try and attack.
Cât de damage a dat săracul Aphelios. N-are shield bow.
But unable to actually lock him down, but they do get the shield bow, which could be very important. Shirley comes down, looking to take down this outer turret in the mid lane as Showmaker now here to defend as well. They're not going to be able to stop the charge as Showmaker down to 50%, not able to get any value out of the Everfrost either, and EDG taking some power back.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage on mid, but they're also split pushing on bottom side too with the Twisted Fate. They're going to continue to try and spread the map here. Now, after top side has already fallen, the domino effect starts to chain through the map here. Bottom side, only a couple more hits there. He's actually hovering a little bit back because the mid lane pressure has to relent slightly, and so doesn't want to overextend and get picked off. Leaves just the remnants of the tower here, but with it going down there, not being able to get local gold, just going to be the global.
Yep, Damwon Kia now back to defending this outer turret. It should go down very, very comfortably, especially with this teleport to come through from Scout. You know exactly what EDG want here. It looks like they should be able to take it. 4 members now grouping up here in the mid lane. The CC is good as the Moonlight Vigil does not find any targets. Showmaker off to the side now, has a Solar Flare available. Damwon Kia do get them away from their turret for now.
It's on a slither of HP though. One more hit should secure it for EDG, and Scout goes back to base, secures himself the rapid fire cannon. This pick potential from EDG is now accelerated as he lands an initial stun, and this is what you're going to be seeing a lot of. Stun into poke, stun into poke. Viper can also follow up with the W as well, and Damwon is just going to get chipped away at. And this is one of the weaknesses of their composition. Showmaker with the ultimate, Khan with his engage. Those are the primary engage tools, and if they can't land them, then EDG is going to keep chipping away at those health bars.
And EDG have such a high priority on getting these outer towers down. Stun used.
There's the Solar Flare as well, as Scout is going to get rooted, but he's going to be able to walk his way out. A little bit worse for wear, but
Ăla cât de aram. Nu mă așteptam să văd aram.
Damwon Kia will just clear out the wave, claiming some control over the mid lane.
Now the advantage for Damwon
Chiar nu mă așteptam să văd aram.
they were successfully able to push out top and bot. That top wave did actually go underneath the tower, so now it's bouncing back in favor of Damwon, and the same thing is happening in the bot side.
Dragonul vine într-un minut.
Damwon while they were able to hold on to their mid-tier 1, which is sure to fall, a lot of farm ended up being lost in the side lanes that EDG could have grabbed, but instead they committed hard to trying to take down that mid-tier 1.
And Flandre here towards the bottom side, doing some tidying up from the mess that you were talking about there, Vedius. And even without that turret being taken, it is still a considerable lead here for EDG. Of course, Twisted Fate does help out with that one, as Beryl is going to say hi to Mako, doesn't quite find the Q as a teleport to come forward from Khan, just to get himself back onto the map. And all eyes are now on the Soul Point. This Infernal Soul going to be very important for Damwon Kia to still threaten some tempo in this game.
Exactly, since they haven't been able to get the last bits of that tower down. They haven't been able to put as much pressure on the other side of the map. EDG are kind of now forced into the spot that Damwon are looking for, where they've got a control ward through River. They have so many good counter engage options available to them, and EDG are just trying to run through and take it over.
Showmaker once again with that
Bă, dar Showmaker are ceva cu Brown, mă. Mereu de stau pe el.
The kickback distance that Canyon can have available with the follow-up from both the mid laner and the top laner is just immense, but EDG still a force to be reckoned with. Scout over to the side, finds the stun onto Canyon, but Canyon doesn't worry about it too much. And the setup for this poke, I mean, there's only so many unbreakable cooldowns that you have available to yourself as the turret does finally go down in that mid lane. Damwon Kia want to secure this Drake. Can JJ do it again? Can he lock down the smite? Is the question. Showmaker waiting off to the side, chooses his moment now, flashes on forward onto Viper, but Viper not actually out of position just yet. Sets up the curtain call to look to lock down Damwon Kia. They will be able to get their soul point, and they take down the jungler as well. Scout going golden, Showmaker dashing forward, uses his stopwatch as well, but there is no follow-up. 4 members of Damwon Kia now desperately trying to run away just out of the shock blast.
Bă, a fost ok, 1 pentru 1 la Drake-ul. A pierdut vetele pe mid, a fost ok. Mai le trebuie un dragon și vor lua soul-ul.
Barely got away from the shock blast, and they got what they came for, Atlas. They got the dragon. Drake secured there for Damwon. It was quite close, and Showmaker goes in with this attempt at the knockback.
Noroc cu Showmaker, că a luat dragonul, că altfel...
Ultimate doesn't quite get the knockback he wants, but still, he's afforded the extra safety of the
Dar cu ce l-a luat?
and it buys them time.
L-a luat cumva cu pasivă, cu basic attack?
You could feel the tension in this fight as Showmaker is the one that initiates the play. JJ gets so low but is able to flash out to safety, and then this ultimate from Khan creates a lot of
Da, cu basic attack-ul ăla. Holy shit.
Flandre to really get involved. The stopwatch comes through from Showmaker. He realizes the position that he's put himself in, and then Viper sees his opportunity to try and clean up, but Khan just barely able to get away from the shock blast. Ends up only being a 1-for-1.
That was a backside graze, if ever I've seen one. He felt the heat of that shock blast when he was over that wall.
That was definitely a brow wipe if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Damwon now securing themselves 3 Drakes. They will be at Soul Point, and we will have another tense fight. But look at this, EDG 4K up in gold. Towers is where they're getting a lot of their gold lead, and of course the Twisted Fate passive assisting as well. But they have so much more control over the map. It makes it much easier for them to control the river and move into Damwon's jungle.
And one of the big reasons why Twisted Fate is so highly prized is that it allows you the extra vision coverage to be able to get the most out of some of these periods in the game where Damwon don't have another dragon coming up for 3 minutes over here. So they're trying to play a bit of catch as far as catching a lot of these push on the minion waves and giving up some of that side lane pressure, respecting that Twisted Fate and the pick potential that EDG have to show. But EDG need to push this forward until the next dragon comes up, because again, that Infernal Soul is what Damwon have going for them. That's their big comeback potential here.
And that's sort of their ace in the hole as well, because Damwon have the composition that wants to teamfight, right? And if EDG are playing the optimal game for themselves, it's split push. It's being able to play the side lanes and forcing Damwon out of their 5-man unit. But come that Infernal Drake fight, they're going to have to all be there. They're going to have to agree to Damwon Kia's terms, unless they can change the game beforehand.
The player that I'm keeping my eyes on is Flandre, because as the game progresses, this Jace is only going to continue to scale up. He's now just finished his 3rd item. His poke is lethal. And when you're having that dance around the dragon, landing that shock blade will be massive. And you think about Ghost, yes, Aphelios scales very well into the late game, but when it comes to range, Twisted Fate with the rapid fire cannon, the poke from a Jace, the W from Viper and his ultimate, how easy is Ghost actually going to have access to these team fights if EDG don't ever fully commit, as we see a fight kicking off?
Yeah, Crescent Guard comes through to try and keep JJ alive, and it's going to work. now puts it on cooldown and he loses half of his health bar, but still the trade of ultimates works out in favor of EDG. Scout teleports back in with a Zhonya's freshly constructed. He's got all of the utility that he wants right now.
And EDG, again, they got to return to the split pushing, immediately sending Flandre right up to topside. He still has his teleport, and they can actually use the Twisted Fate ultimate to really complement that split pushing, even though Damwon have done a good job of retaining control of their vision in their red quadrant here. This is one of the biggest things for their setup around that Baron. If EDG try and threaten there, they try and threaten the turns and the picks with Twisted Fate and draw you out. The important thing is that the safety of those extra wards are allowing Damwon that more slow and cautious lead up to it.
Well, with control of the mid lane, they are able to move towards this Dragon Pit. Still a minute on it, but Damwon Kia do need to try and get out onto the Rift. And EDG have done a fantastic job forcing them back, making sure that they have no access to the area. And as you can see with the vision, not a lot of opportunity. Thankfully, there is a Rift Scuttler that is providing irremovable
Dragonul în 40 de secunde.
That is all they have to lean on right now is Damwon fresh off some backs, now looking to try and reassert themselves onto the map.
Also, just look at these waves. Bot wave is being pushed in. Top wave is kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward spot now for Damwon as well. And EDG is just keeping control over mid. So that issue that we talked about earlier, not a big one for EDG right now. They can just keep poking, keep threatening, as EDG maintain control on the entrances to the river, as Damwon want to try and secure themselves the Dragon Soul.
Yeah. Damwon don't necessarily have to fight though.
They don't.
Because they're the team that has the soul point. That is the luxury afforded them, as Mako taking a fair bit of damage there, as Ghost has some pretty good guns for this potential battle. EDG now grouped up as 5, and this is exactly how Damwon want them. They've got so much displacement and so much control. Showmaker once again with the Crescent Guard. But can they actually find the engage that they're looking for? Q goes wide there from Canyon. Vision still just being fought for here. Into the darkness goes Canyon, off to the side, lands the Q this time. And EDG moving back. They're not wanting to commit, as now Showmaker off on the flank, I believe was just spotted. And definitely is now with the Chain Lash being looked at, and Damwon Kia
Dacă vor lua Drake-ul ăsta. Ok, l-au omorât pe Sin. Au câștigat după mine. Vor face Drake-ul, vor face și Baronul cel mai probabil, așa mă gândesc.
Just run straight up to Baron. They have so much damage. EDG have not been able to split push strong enough. They have not been able to spread out Damwon. They have been able to secure it. So for Damwon, the team fight power of the flanks coming through.
And look at how Damwon just kind of herd EDG like sheep. And keep your eyes on Showmaker here. Yes, Canyon loses his life at the start, but Showmaker gets access onto this backline. Initial engage comes out from Khan, the follow-up from Showmaker. The team fight becomes split as Ghost has unlimited protection from Beryl to set up for the perfect collapse. EDG fall, Damwon secure soul, and Damwon looking to go series point.
And when I saw Canyon go down there, I thought that this was going to be an EDG fight. They were going to be able to stop that playmaking. But I get reminded of my friend Tiberi telling me about something. I think back in 2015, he was talking about Gragas. I'm like, why don't you pick Lee Sin in the jungle anymore? He's like, no, Gragas is just better Lee Sin. And we saw Khan go into that backline and demonstrate that you can do all of that CC, but you get to do it on everyone.
It's great follow-up there, because Canyon getting focus fire and burned down early with that stun was an opening, but the follow-up that you're talking about so big from Khan and Showmaker right into the backline, burning them up.
It was just the way in which EDG were being herded, you know? Initially they lost control over mid,
parcă EDG nu au suficient damage, da, au mult poke, dar dacă se bagă DK, Damwon, pe ei din prima, ce faci cu damage-ul ăla, poke-ul ăla? Pentru că ei au o echipă gigantică de engage, au Gragas, au Lesin, au Silas, și Silas poate să fure ultimatul Leona, Luxin Zhao, nebunii de genul.
Found themselves in, but they were in Damwon's shoes against Gen G. They were down a similar amount.
Degeaba au poke-ul ăla și ceva CC. Acum vor forța Baronul.
And of course, EDG were able to close out that game in game number 1 in their best of 5 in the semis as Mako taking a lot of damage. Damwon Kia unable to commit to this one just yet. As the Everfrost comes forward as well, they're trying to soak as many cooldowns, but Damwon Kia just playing it safe. And that can get dangerous, as you can see these shot blasts are really hurting.
The poke is one of the tools that EDG really do need to leverage now. They're trying to soften them up a bit before the all-in comes. And pushing up mid lane, they will be able to get just the recall out.
That hurt me. Go's taking most of his health bar there. Now Damwon just looking to try and defend this inner turret. They will do so. That control ward getting a lot of value. Being able to throw some extra poke over. And now it's EDG with control over this Baron. It really has been a dance all game.
And you can still feel the tension. Even though Damwon feel like the favorites to win this game, the gold is still very even. The items are very similar. You can see a bit of a discrepancy now as Ghost has gone back to base and secured himself the Bloodthirster. Yet to see any healing reduction come out from the side of EDG, but we talked about the scaling on Aphelios, and you saw the
Aphelios are mai mult de 50% lifesteal, cel mai probabil. Și ei n-au pic de anti-healing. Un Bramble vs un Executioner, un ceva.
Looking forward to seeing how Ghost is going to be able to play these team fights
E
right now with the
GG. Nu cred că mai au ce să facă.
Try and secure this Baron. So much vision available.
O să fie 2-1.
For EDG though, this is not going to be a secret, and Damwon knows it as they start off the Baron right now. But Flandre is so far away from this. Teleport is available if he wants to use it, as now the chain CC goes down onto Barrel, but he keeps himself alive for so long. We've traded knockbacks everywhere. There is so much Crescent guarding going on, but no real fight has broken out, as Damwon Kia this time press all their buttons, but don't get that pick that they were afforded last time.
Da, și revin la Baron acum. Nu cred că vor forța iar Baronul. Ar putea încerca să-l fure, dar nu știu dacă va reuși, sincer. Clar nu va reuși. Sau cine știe. Oh, frumos kick-ul, frumos kick-ul. Genial. Frumos jucat Canyon.
Beautiful. Perfect turn here from Damwon.
Nice, nice. No. E GG, e gata. E gata.
This time around for Damwon. They get the full reward for their turnaround. Canyon, yeah, last time around, gold card right in the face. This time gets the kickoff with the flash into the stopwatch. And this is going to be the big push. That team fight, Vedius has been able to bide its time, and with the extra damage from the soul as well.
It's just patience is the best way to describe Damwon, because you never see them overforce. You don't see them pull the trigger like that. I mean, they do, but at just the moment. It's the point that I'm trying to get at, right? They just wait for the perfect moment, and you just kind of, as much as you try, you just can't prepare for it. And Canyon was the one that set up that play, but everything before it, just such great execution. You can really see why Damwon is considered a favorite to win the whole thing.
De curiozitate, cine mai e pe live? Că văd că mai sunt două persoane.
In the finals, it comes with the confidence of being previous world champions, but Canyon, that was so beautiful. He kicked him right into the Gragas body slam. Never let the body touch the floor. And it's beautiful.
That song that the bodies hit the floor, not apparent in this
game.
Just perfect.
Haideți să aminte de melodie. Mamă, de când am ascultat melodia aia.
On the EDG coaching staff, of course. Even if they fall short here, still more opportunities to come, and EDG have done a great job going toe-to-toe. Let's see if they can make the miracle happen and turn this game around. It is looking like a tough one, as Damwon is now looking to siege.
Question mark ultimatul lui Aphelios.
35 minutes on the clock, so the gold not necessarily a relevant point, but this Baron so important, and the fact that Damwon Kia have hit their stride with their composition is just so important. Khan off to the side, he can play bodyguard so beautifully on this Gragas as well.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
Up to the front line. Feeling very good in the
Oh, a arătat Eusilas acolo.
Yet again as Beryl going down very, very low, but Viper was the target, and Viper will be taken down. Beryl so
ok. Vai, Doamne, cât de low au scăpat. A scăpat foarte low HP Showmaker cu Beryl. Acum e Free Elder și push. Dar cred că, de fapt, actually pot să dau end. E doar Twisted Fate în bază, în viață. Ar putea să-i dea rundown. Degeaba de defend. Că n-are cum, părerea mea. E GG. Exact, n-au nevoie de Elder. Sunt toți morți până când se spawnează, pică toată baza.
The only one here that can try to defend. JJ up relatively soon. Mako as well. Viper
GG 2-1.
but the Nexus is exposed and Damwon Kia
L-au omorât și pe el. GG.
A very close early game between the two teams. It felt like EVG were getting a little bit ahead. We did see them get a couple of very good fights, but in the fights that mattered most, it was Damwon that came out on top. That Dragon's stacking ended up paying off massively for them. And
ia să vedem dacă mai primim reward-uri. Of course. View the draft.
Drafting more for team fights, drafting more for the 5v5 and ultimately what allowed them to
Stolen? E că a furat baronul, da.
Yeah, ultimately I like the gambit that actually paid off for Damwon and Champ Select here, leaving up all 3 power picks, allowing the Twisted Fate to be taken over, and then being able to actually play the early game with caution.
Ok, hai să intrăm pe joc să văd ce primesc din capsule. O să dau mai încet.
Only one win separates Damwon Kia from back-to-back world titles. And the analyst desk will be back to set the stage for match point.
Okay.
Pizza. Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with the Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Te rog, nu sticker de la sau ce dracu o fi, emote-uri, așa. Hai să vedem. Open. Cred că dă doar emote-uri. Da, cred că dă doar emote-uri, nu o să-ți dea niciodată skin. Well, ne uităm la reclame acum, n-avem ce face.
This is going to change gaming forever.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Trebuie să-mi pun și eu telefonul încărcat, că nu mai am baterie și am aici încărcătorul. Ok. O să-l pun aici lângă mine. Perfect, sper că nu o să se audă niciun buzit. Dacă se aude să-mi ziceți. Deschid și eu repede un browser, așa. Urât. S-a dezabonat cineva, aveam și eu frumos 553 de abonați. Poc dezabonare. Nu mai am pățesc de-astea, lacrimă. Sincer, sper ca următorul meci să fie ultimul meci. și să câștige DK. Vreau să câștige DK pentru că mi-o leacă foamea, vreau să mănânc. Și după dacă închid live-ul și fac un mic live de LOL, mă joc și eu puțin că nu m-am jucat nimic toată ziua. Sau, de fapt, aș putea face altceva. Mă mai gândesc. Dar chiar, wait a second. Live-ul meu e pe 2K, că nu m-am uitat. Dar chiar, wait a second. Ok, e pe 2K, bun. Am crezut că și-au revenit setările la vechile setări. Deci a rămas la 2K, e bine. Haide, post-match, 10 secunde, să vedem ce zic băieții. Oricum au fost dominați meciurile astea. Asta am puțin mai tare.
Analyst desk. EDG may have taken the first game, but Damwon Kia puts
mai ușor, nebunule.
Mai
ușor.
Almost got you with that one. Jesus, calm down, man. They put two together to bring us to match point. 2-1 now between Damwon Kia and EDG. It's the defending world champions who find themselves now in a winning position. Of course, it didn't necessarily come easily though, because I think again we'll start in the draft and then we'll get into the early game that was crafted by EDG that definitely pushed Damwon to the limit.
Yeah, perfect early game. It all came down to that mid gank that we'll see later on where Scout was kind of unlocked. But just looking at the draft, we were very interested to see what EDG will do on blue side. Damwon on red side.
Efectiv, în toate meciurile astea s-au jucat Jhin. 3 meciuri Jhin. Înțeleg că e bun, dar, nu știu, aș prefera un Vayne, o ceva, o nebunie. Chiar dacă înțeleg de ce se joacă Jhin foarte mult. Caitlyn ar fi fost mișto, sincer.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just surprised though that Damwon actually prioritized the Aphelios over the Jhin for themselves, right? Because they could have actually grabbed it in their first rotation, and it feels like it's just something that
mi se pare mai bun Aphelios în compul lor decât Jhin.
So I was surprised to see it fall that
Că
far
gen Jhin
down
Braum
in the draft, but it's always
doesn't make any sense.
this Gragas into Jace plus
Până când procuiește stanul de la Braum.
And I do think in the individual matchup it goes up pretty well, but you're so easy to pick on, right? And that was always my concern going into this game.
Yeah, I like the Jhin or rather the Aphelios call out, but I do think it's nice for Damwon to pick up a win on the Aphelios. It buys them some real estate when it comes to champions like looking forward. You talk about the abuse to the top lane. We'll get to that in just a moment as well. Every second counts though here at the World Championship, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Scout makes the great escape in the mid lane, gets 2 flashes in the process. We called out
da, chestia asta a fost amuzantă. Faza că au dat amândoi flash, a scăpat într-o flegmă HP și și-a dat cancel la basic attack. Și-a dat cancel la basic attack, putea să fie first blood aici.
Scout should have died there, and he should be playing no flash TF into Sylas Lee Sin with first blood, and he should struggle more. But because he didn't die, that helped the map so much.
I agree, he should have died, but it's also of note that he had a potion running that entire time. And again, those are those minor differences.
Like 6
he walked
HP
away with 6
point.
HP at the end of that. He was at 9 health earlier, ticked up, then down to 6 HP, and he gets away. And with that, blowing 1 flash for 2 on the other side and avoiding the gank, it definitely sets Scout up now to look for those side lane plays and start taking advantage of top lane.
Oh yeah, we talked about it. How does Damwon want to play the game through mid? They attempted it, it didn't work. Scout, he kind of negated all the pressure in mid.
Da, aici a luat un mic gangbang, nu avea vision în boschetele ăla și i-a dat trutul Jin. Aici la fel, iar un gangbang.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're going this AP build, the 1v1 is absolutely fine, but you have very little survivability. You are going to get picked on. If TF shows up, you're almost always going to die if you don't have teammates already behind you. But though he did get picked on a lot, he still came up big in the team fights, and they got a lot of value out of the pick.
And that's it. That's where the value comes from, right? The team fights. Gragas engages are great. Vedius was talking about it on the cast test, saying the follow-up engage is great. You have a Braum, but now you have a Gragas who can go first. The Braum can follow. And it's all about the Aphelios free hitting, and that's the whole point of Damon's comp. Their team fights are pretty good because you have so many champions that can make clutch plays, right? The Aphelios guns, if they're perfect, can just take over the fight. The Sylas, Lee Sin, such big playmaking, and Khan's engages.
Right, well, so that's the thing, right? You get to this point, and it does sound like, hey, everything's moving in favor of EDG, though. Okay, avoids the first gank, starts getting his pressure out to the side lanes. That's exactly how the team wants to play. But ultimately, Damwon did come back. Of note, Dragon stacking, definitely coming in. But Azael, help me figure it out. Help me understand how it is that Damwon came out on top in this one.
I mean, I do think a lot of it was just about playing around the dragons, right? You know, EDG had actually created a gold lead for themselves. The third dragon always feels so pivotal in those types of games where you are ahead in gold, but you're down in dragons. If you can prevent that third dragon from coming through, you kind of maintain control in the game. But Damwon's team fighting around this dragon was so big for them. Time and time again, they were able to fend off EDG even from a deficit and then secure themselves the soul into the Baron.
I have to say, Canyon's play here with the flash.
Flash-ul ăsta bun.
This time around
into the belly.
We saw in the Dragon fight, Canyon tried to do the same thing, but as he wall jumped over, Flandra used the to the skies and hammer from on Jay, so he went over the wall, so Canyon couldn't get the initial kick, but Khan with the engage was flawless, and of course Jay's damage with the poke was fantastic, and that's how EDG had to play the fights. They had to poke, and then use the Jin W, use the Jin ult, wait for TF rapid fires. This was their setup, but if the fight's already kicked off, the poke is useless.
Well, and I have to say, around the third and the fourth dragon, they weren't actually able to land a lot of poke. The shock blasts weren't landing, they weren't able to find the follow-up, they weren't actually able to combine with the rapid fire gold cards, and that felt like the biggest problem, is that when they were able to land that, they can soften up and they can actually then go in and start a fight off themselves, but they just weren't able to do it.
Two things on that post-game breakdown there. Khan's damage, up over 30k. Absolutely nutty to see him putting up that kind of a damage performance on the Jace in the side lane, necessary as he tries to chase his first world title. The second thing I'll call out is gold graphs, because that's something we looked at earlier in the day, Cadril, this idea that both of these teams with leads generally pretty good. EDG had a solid lead, would expect him to win from that position. Damwon, though, the comeback king.
Yeah, Damwon, great team fighting to come back. I have to say on that poking point there, Azael, I just love the builds from Ghost going early BT to make sure that he can heal the poke itself so he can sustain, but massive games for Khan. He is one game away from becoming a world champion. This could be his final game as a League of Legends professional player.
And I just think that that's so crazy when you're going into it, and this could be the last time you play, you know, as a pro. He has played for so many years. He has had so many important games over the course of his career, but this one dwarfs all of them by so much.
If you're going to go out, you want to go out a world champion.
No better way to do it.
There's no better way to do it. Definitely. Of course, for Damwon, looking for that back-to-back world titles. They're one game away. EDG, though, not down and out without a fight. The reigning world
Ar fi interesant să facă un comeback pentru o minune, să fie un 2-3. Ar fi o minune. Și iar așteptăm 3 minute, nu? Cred că da. Da, 3 minute. Hai să vă bag o manea. De ce? La memă. Efectiv a ieșit cineva. Ador. Să pun băieții la calculatoare. Li s-a blocat videoclipul. Ah, ok, acum am promis.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 World Finals. It is match point for Damwon Kia. They are on the cusp of getting themselves back-to-back world titles. Khan is this close to finishing on the biggest upswing you can get.
Did they really lose one game to give fans false hope? That is,
it does seem like it.
Oh, it's coming true. Honestly, though, Damwon have been so good this entire year, last year as well, so dominant. And you mentioned the story for Khan. It's just even more special. Pre-announced, he's returning to military service after this. So these are his last professional games on the Rift, and what better way to go out? He's already gotten a pentakill here at Worlds, now in the finals, up match point.
But EDG have been in this position before. They were 2-1 down against Genji, and they were able to bounce back. Against RNG, they were down, they were able to bounce back, and this is a team that does adapt very well. And what I think is very impressive, not just about EDG, but as the LPL as a whole, in 4 years, they've sent 4 different LPL teams to the World Finals. And last year, yes, it was Suning that fell short to Damwon Kia, but EDG have shown that they can go toe-to-toe. They can compete. Ultimately, it all comes down to this. Can they adapt in time to bring us to a Game 5, or will Damwon secure themselves their back-to-back World Championship title?
And if they do it, it has to be 15 games through the knockout stage at Worlds. They have to go the complete distance if they are going to turn this one around.
The classic LPL.
It's just the tenacity of this team cannot be overstated, as we are already into the draft.
All right, and the Aphelios banned out this time by EDG forces the ripple effect of those changes. Now you don't follow it up with the Nami. Jarvan comes through instead, trying to target JJ instead of the bottom lane, and instead of that Lucian-Nami combination. So either they get
Dacă nu se banează Nami, cred că se face pic Nami.
left up or the Lucian-Nami combination.
Da, exact.
Because I think EDG is sitting here saying, you know what? We will play Lee Sin. We don't think you will play Lucian Nami. Of course, Khan can lock in the Lucian, but do you just lock in a Lucian top this early on into the draft? We're about to find out.
And can you actually lock in the Lucian here? Because you want to lock in Lucian Nami. You can't get it together if you're first pick on blue side. Of course, Nami not going to be picked without Lucian all that often, so maybe you throw that Gambit, and it looks like that's what EDG are going to do. But is there some way to get Beryl on Nami and try and throw a wrench into their works?
There's no other partners
Dacă
for
ei vor
Nami
lua
that are
Nami,
as good,
sigur
and
se
I
vor
don't
duce
think the
Lucian
value
Braum.
from the steal away is enough to actually give you that choice.
Da, exact.
They might do it. What's going to be the partner, though? Okay, is it going to be like a misfortune, or you know, what sort of dominating bottom side of the map would you have? And then for the side of EDG, they could also you could also remember this is a flexible now. Yeah, Lucian, we'll just give it to Flandre again and have him split top.
If I'm EDG,
Cel mai probabil
I
se vor juca Braum Lucian.
One of the old school, super dominant, powerful duos.
Aș prefera Lucian Braum.
But I think that it's also just great into Nami, and I also think it can be a great answer into the Jhin as well. We haven't really seen much of the champion this tournament so far, but then I go and forget that Mako has only really played range champions at this tournament, and Lulu is going to be locked in instead.
Sau se va juca Lulu mid.
Bot lane duo for EDG.
Sau top. N-am mai văzut o Lulu top sau mid de mult timp, dar nu cred. Graves again.
Yeah, it's ideal with Nami, but Lulu as well has been utilized in so many of these matchups.
And instead of having to
Cred că se va lua Xin Zhao iar. Alon? Pare să va juca Talon jungle sau mid?
In these games, Showmaker going to lock away the talent here for Canyon. And that is going to be a lot of firepower coming out of the jungle. But still, the solo lanes completely left up in the air. And let's see whether Damwon actually have a bit of a plan for this one as we go into the second ban phase.
So, if I'm Damwon, obviously you're looking to try and get yourself top lane solid answers, but you also have to blind pick something. And, well, I say blind pick, you can just pick your answer into the cannon. The Graves, the reason why I mentioned Kennen is because I expect EDG to look to ban that.
His brain's too fast for his mouth.
The Gwen as well. Exactly that, Atlas. And I think that it makes sense for EDG to remove a lot of those elements, and already we are going to see them taken off the board. But it does seem that Damwon is interested in removing Scout's mid lane options. Because what we can say about Showmaker is that he is a very versatile and flexible mid lane. And we can say the same thing about Scout. But if you remove some of his comforts in the form of Ryze, LeBlanc, or is still up and available and now is going to be removed, you're now saying, well, okay, you're going to play the control mages, with which we have seen BDD shut you down on, so Showmaker can likely do the same thing with this final counter pick at the end.
Yeah, they could be setting themselves up for protecting Showmaker to blind pick the Syndra first on red side, thereby leaving the final counter pick for Khan here and get their leverage and matchup that way.
That's very true.
By already double protecting it.
Yep, double top lane bans coming through from EDG though, and that Syndra pick I think is exactly what they want. You need to set up CC, Talon doesn't exactly offer too much, and Syndra feels like a bit of a no-brainer here. Will be the first time we've seen it, surprisingly, from Showmaker in this series. But no, the Gwen is going to be the consideration first. A lot of
Gwen.
Variation when it comes to the damage. I really like it.
N-am mai văzut Gwen de mult
EDG
timp.
opted to ban the Jace instead of the Gwen, the other big AP option that has been very, very frequent into the Graves for top side. So they end up getting it here for Khan, and he definitely feels comfortable.
I got really excited because I thought maybe this means we'll get to see Showmaker on an AD mid laner, but then I'm like, well, okay, they do have Talon, they do have Jhin, so they probably can't
mid lane Talon.
Is that, oh yeah, maybe that's the throw out. We'll have to wait and see. But the other blind pick that we have seen come out from Scout, in particular in the semifinals, was his Zoe, and he was massive on this champion, getting a lot of early kills thanks to GG, and the moment he got a slight lead, he ran away with the game.
And also the Viego that did see a lot of success, then sort of fell out when we got to the knockouts. It felt like he was really starting to climb the ranks when it came to the junglers, and then
o să dau un predict. Cred că Damwon va pierde meciul ăsta.
There were Lee Sins happening all the time, and Viego sort of fell down.
Nu cred că vor câștiga meciul ăsta.
Not really necessarily needing to be looked at just yet, but it is the
Nu mi se pare ca o echipă bună.
One of his favorites, but also not exactly the most exciting.
So what I love about these drafts is when you look at frontline, Graves is like the tankiest person in the entire game. There are just a lot of squishy targets, a lot of high damage targets, and a lot of things that can go wrong for both sides depending on how the team fights play out. That level of volatility is exactly what you want to see from two teams who are so good when it comes to team fighting.
Lots of damage, lots of range. This increases the importance on those small movements, on vision control to set up these picks, because like you're saying, these fights are going to be over quick, and the rewards are going to be very big for winning them because they're all squishy here. They also have reset champions in Viego. You know, they're putting so much faith here into JJ, this young guy trained up by Clear Love, taking over here for EDG, and this is such an exciting way to go up match point.
Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to
seeing. Bă, da, eu acum realizez, toți coreenii ăștia poartă ochelari? Sau sunt câțiva care nu poartă? O să mă uit acum. Ok, deci Ghost nu poartă ochelari. Ăștia poartă ochelari. Deci e unul care nu poartă ochelari. Can, 2.
The final game of the World Championship. See whether EDG can bring us to those silver scrapes.
So EDG sneaking into the bot lane, seeing if they can find.
Efectiv sunt doar 3 persoane care nu poartă ochelari. În rest toți poartă ochelari. Ok. Beryl are ticul ăla la ochi, dacă ați văzut cum a clipit așa. A clipit așa, l-am văzut cum a clipit.
How few titles this team
E
actually
enervant ticul ăla,
It was only in 2019
mai ales când te
this
joci.
organization even joined the LCK, and it wasn't even in 2019 where the dominance actually started.
No, it wasn't. It was when Ghost joined the lineup. And of course, that was in 2020 in summer. And it felt like something clicked, right, with this squad. But that means that it has not been very much time since this team really found their stride, since they really solidified themselves at the top of the LCK. Beryl now taking a fair bit of damage here, but Ebb and Flow is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't have very many titles yet. Because they haven't had that long of a history, like you're saying. Not a lot of time to convert on those. See about this bottom lane presence for the brush control, though. You can see how much they highly value it, and just 2v1 pushing Mako out of that side lane brush in order to get that deep ward on the side lane.
Yeah, Mako actually taking half his health bar for it as well.
Mamă, lui zice o jumătate viață.
So far being won by Beryl. He's trying to ebb and flow. I wonder if he self-casted it. That was what I learned about Nami a long time ago.
Interesant cum Gwen a început cu Doran Shield-ul în loc de Doran's Blade, pentru că spun că vrea să joace mai safe, nu mai agresiv.
Extra damage, the aggro that comes from the range minions when you're going for these trades means everything. And you can see how frequently they're going for those trades, playing so aggressive. Meanwhile, it is going to be topside side for both junglers, so you know what that means, boys.
I'm thinking about a bottom lane party.
And this ward as well, sitting on top of the Raptors, just about to fade, but Canyon, that ward gave him enough information to know exactly where JJ is pathing and how they will answer it. So
Da, cred că va fi 2-2. Nu cred că o să fie 1-3.
For Zoe's in the early laning phase, being able to get this early push thanks to the low cooldown and low mana cost of their Q, and the amount of damage that it can do as well just means that you have consistent push in the early laning phase, and that's great for enabling your jungler to pretty much get whatever crap they want.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I actually like that we
Viego e deja pe bot side. Oare îi dă un invade lui Talon? Da, îi dă invade să o pună ward, una din două. Da. Ok, interesant. Nu știe că e la Gromp, l-a văzut acum, se bagă tare pe el, dar cred că botul va merge. I-a furat Grompul, cred. Sau nu? Nu i-a furat Grompul. Mi s-a părut că i-a luat Grompul. Dar nu are smite-ul, dar da, efectiv i-a luat blue, pentru că și-a dat smite-ul pe Gromp.
So then, you see the smite in front of you, now I have full confidence. Your blue buff is mine.
Yep.
Exactly that. Very well played from JJ. He will be able to get himself the crab. And because of the prio that they have in top lane, he may very well translate that straight over to another one. Scout's going to go back to base. He doesn't have to TP. Oh, okay, he's going to cancel it very quickly. But he doesn't have to TP here because of the position of the wave, but he has that option available to him should he want to try and assist JJ. But look at that. Great early game start for JJ. Kind of getting that small lead over Canyon is something that many junglers often aspire towards.
And again, too, looking at the lane matchups and how the jungles can play off that. This time,
mă întreb ce vrea să facă Talon aici. Cred că l-a și văzut cumva, că văd că botul a dat SS pe acolo. Interesting.
Getting that priority in the early movement towards topside for EDG, so JJ happy with all of the early priority that's been afforded to him, and that is so nice to start out as a carry jungler that Viego is.
And you saw actually both of the camps on the bottom side of the map. Canyon sort of just left alone, didn't actually see that the Raptors and the Trucks are there, decided that he needed to get that reset in right away.
Zoe are Prolos Claw din Minion. Mi se pare broken Zoe. W-ul lui Zoe e ne-ok. Poate să-i pice Flash, poate să-i pice Ignite, Cleanse, orice activă de la item. Înainte putea să-ți pice și TP-ul, dau dat din la chestia asta pentru că era broken. Efectiv, îți pica TP din minion, merge baza, dădeai TP-ul. Dog shit.
Translating into necessarily a gold advantage right now, as you can see, Khan doing very well towards the top side, and the bottom lane for Damwon Kia right now doing okay. As we don't have any backs just yet for our bottom side of the map, and we'll see when those resets do come in. As a bit of a fight breaks out, there's the exhaust bubble, does land onto the Lulu, but thankfully for Viper, he does avoid it. Damwon Kia still with control of the lane.
And you can see how obnoxious the sustain is from Damwon's bot lane. Fleet footwork.
Chiar cred că va câștiga Edward Gaming meciul ăsta. Pur și simplu mi se pare compul mai bun. Oriana are flash-ul.
Viper and Mako don't have the consistent damage to be able to wear this bot lane down, which is what they love to do when they draft the Lucian bot side. So while typically this is a bot lane that they try to get ahead, just relying on their 2v2 prowess, Damwon's duo has been doing a great job of handling that pressure.
Well, you can see JJ in the right position here to deter Canyon from looking for a potential dive, although Mako's looking pretty tasty right now, and you can see the Talon remaining in position to potentially go for this one. Plate very close. Not going to go down just yet. Now Khan looking for a bit of damage here. The needlework not quite connecting onto Flandre there, and he's just using this wave to get himself into the position that he wants.
Meanwhile, Canyon playing off of his winning, pushing bottom lane. The Nami steal away, really paying dividends.
Cred că va urma un tower dive, dar nu știu dacă va fi reușit.
But Khan is sleepy and he is going to drop a scout. Portal jumping around, but he will be able to pick up that first blood. Canyon immediately exhausted. He gets towards the bottom side, and the defense from EDG down here is beautiful. Ghost actually taking a turret shot. He didn't want
volleyball. Just beautiful. Probabil vrea să pună ward.
Will get Mako out of position, even sidestepping the bubble. Damn, some beautiful defensive play from EDG.
The movement from EDG's bot lane. This duo just sidestepping absolutely everything, and EDG getting an advantage on the top side, and JJ gonna steal away the red buff as well. So everything going right for EDG in this early game. But let's have a look back and see exactly what happened.
Ok, deci asta s-a întâmplat. Asta s-a întâmplat.
When their jungler is bottom into the dark and scary river.
În primul rând, nu avea ce să caute aici. Nu știa unde e Viego, mid lanerul lipsea. Nu avea pick de vision pe top side.
They were able to put Viper and Mako behind by burning all of their summoner spells, getting a CS lead, also getting themselves a tower plate. So even though there is a gold discrepancy, it's not so dramatic that it's not something that Damwon can come back from. The big question is, okay, well, Khan died in top lane. Flandre is now getting very quickly ahead because of the CS that he's been able to build. A kill on the scout and a flashless Orianna. What can JJ do with all of that? Those options at his disposal, and he's also level 7.
What the fuck? Ah, ok, de asta a dat așa de mult damage Lulu. Că și-a luat anti-healing-ul.
You know, burning summoner spells and being able to trade sides of the map there. Herald won't even be contested by Damwon because of those advantages.
Ar putea să facă Drake pentru Herald. Ca un fair trade după mine. Dar văd că Talon nu merge la Drake și mi se pare ciudat. Bine, nu au vision acolo la Herald, ca să știe că GG face Heraldul.
This is so frustrating as a jungler.
Yeah, all he can pick up are these small rocks on the bottom side, the little baby Krugs. He's been kicked around the map from the opening. This has just been such a well-orchestrated jungle diff, and I can't believe I'm saying this, against Canyon!
Right?
Jungle diff.
When was the last time we saw this? It was a very, very long time ago.
Efectiv jungle diff.
But JJ doing a fantastic job, and in fact EDG doing a fantastic job.
Are level 5. Mamă, e în spate cu 2 level. Bine, acum a făcut level up. Jesus. Avea level 5 și Viego avea level 7. În spate rău.
They defended bottom side, Dragon as well as Krugs even, with part of them being taken down, and this is going to be a pretty nice reset for them. Again, some priority towards the early stages.
Some sniffs going down towards that top side, but here, as we pan down towards the bottom lane, we see that Beryl and Ghost still doing fine, but EDG, these neutral objectives seem to have so much control over them, despite not quite being 1,000 gold ahead or any really massive margin. They're controlling the map.
Cred că e cum am zis, băieți. Cred că e cum am zis, vor câștiga Edward Gaming meciul ăsta. Pur și simplu, mi-e greu să cred că ar câștiga Damwon cu team compul lor.
But not very often do you get world finals that go all the way to 5. But EDG, I think the biggest surprise to many is how competitive they are being with Damwon. Many expected Damwon to just come in and roll over this opposition, but EDG have gone through the gauntlet almost and have had to fight 5 games in every single one of their series, and they may very well be able to force a third and final one here in the World Finals.
And we get to see in this game too, if it was worth it for Damwon to pick into these losing early but scaling option lanes that they have got for their solo lanes. Because when, as everyone knows, can scale extremely well, 1 to 2 items there, becomes a much different beast as far as your team fighting when it finally comes together. And the Orianna pairs quite well with the Talon for a shockwave delivery with a lot of extra burst damage. And right now, it is Canyon that has been paying the price for some of this. Extra map control given over to EDG, and them leveraging those picks.
but also Jin into squishy targets, right? One of his weaknesses in the late game is that he only gets 4 shots. When you don't have that many resistances, those 4 shots are quite lethal. So you're very right in that Damwon definitely have some very powerful late game options. We'll see though how EDG can leverage this early game lead that they've built themselves up. It's only 1.1k right now. And after using the Herald, they weren't able to take that many plates down, but you can see them slowly starting to chip away on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and it's around, this is the beginning of the Zoe time that we're getting to as well. So EDG, they're not necessarily on the clock just yet for forcing themselves to have advantages.
Oh.
It's going to be coming up relatively soon.
Are deja Divine Standard-ul.
They want to take down that Zoe turret, that my old mate Wolf really loves to talk about, and then really get to work denying vision and getting Zoe into the position to be able to land those bubbles. As Canyon clearing out some vision, but once again thwarted and stymied at the opportunities, looking for these potential ganks. And the Talon still sitting at 0-0-0.
Yeah, and I feel for him, you know, because you don't look at a lot of these lanes with a lot of setup for you as an assassin jungler, and because of the early stages being pushed out and not being able to keep up in farm now, he's basically got to play off of the priority that Ghost and Barrow were able to earn for themselves, pushing down on that bottom side of the map. But EDG making very good use of it as JJ moves up for the red buff respawn.
Yeah, it's going to be another steal away as Bubble lands on the bottom side of the map. Khan taking a fair bit of damage here. Some needlework goes on in, but thankfully he's immune when you're not in that circle. Double exhaust to go down as there's the tidal wave. Viper taking a fair bit of damage, and once again he's going to get bubbled as Canyon now on the bottom side, and the curtains have been called. The wild booth comes in, but I don't think it's going to save them as finally Canyon's on the board, and they'll wipe out 2 bottom lane.
Play off that bottom lane. That is
Și cred că vor da și tureta jos. Ok, chestia asta e big, dar vine Zoe, nu vor da tureta jos. Sau nu vine? Doar a pus ward. Ok. Da, ar trebui să pice tureta. Cred.
Ghost with the ultimate held onto it, waiting for Canyon to choose a target, and then Ghost went for the other one. Just very well done dive,
nu știu ce să zic, cam.
Ok.
Aparent nu vor da tureta jos și este foarte bine. Foarte bine că nu au dat tureta jos.
Yeah, these Krugs being battled over right now as Beryl comes on in. Tycole's Blessing now available onto the Gwen. Can actually be quite dangerous here, but it's going to be so many plates and so much money to fund it.
Yeah, fortunately though, the benefit of winning on bottom side too is that Barrow got to recall early there and come out and at least protect Khan, allow him to stay around while he watches his turret go down. Here's another look at the exchange that got the summoner.
E foarte bine că nu au dat tureta jos, acum am stat să mă gândesc mai bine.
The Talon moving down on your minimap. Yeah, there are control wards here from EDG, but there's nothing you can do about it because he's just jumping over the walls and he's going to get there faster anyway. Again, so much credit to the bottom lane of Damwon. That is always pointed to for people thinking of a way to get in against this team. And yet, Ghost and Barrel utilize this matchup so well, stealing away that Nami, then aggressively pushing in over and over and getting the summoner spells, opening it up for a bottom side play.
And if they didn't, Damwon here would look very, very silly right now. Because if they don't win that lane, they have nothing that's winning on the map. The Talon is literally useless, and it all falls apart. But now, it's going to be Canyon immediately blowing up. So I apologize for the cast curse there, Canyon.
Da, efectiv a explodat Talon.
Okay, so it's just constantly
N-am mișcat. Și vor face și Heraldul și Scuttle Crab-ul. Și Dragonul.
You solo this. We're actually going to go fight them over at this Drake because we do not want them stacking that potential win condition. We want to leverage our early game as much as possible. And without Canyon here to smite steal, it's going to be very difficult for Damwon to really try and trade that one back. So great stuff from EDG. They convert that pick into a Herald. They can use that to siege the mid lane tower down and then give themselves more access into the enemy jungle.
And if we do the 15-minute check, that is ticked over right now. It's 2,000 gold lead for EDG, and they just don't lose very often if they're ahead from this particular point, and especially by a margin like this. One of the bigger ones that we've seen this early in the game.
2,000 gold and all of the neutral objectives that have popped up on the map yet. Both Heralds and the Dragon already in the bag, and with taking down that...
Okay. Okay, Flandre.
With taking down the top side turret, now you can transition over because they push out that wave. They can have everybody rotate down the Dragon and keep up their control of these neutral objectives.
EDG bouncing back in a way that we love to see. Damwon, they team fought very well in the last game. But it felt like that the whole game was very close. EDG had a small early game gold lead,
but
now it feels like that they've got a lot of comfort picks. And initially you would expected that strong bot side, but I love what Damwon did in the draft by going for this Nami. You've been talking about it all game, Kobe. The fact that they took a gamble going for this Nami pick, right? We don't normally see Nami Jin as a duo, but we saw how much sustain it had. We saw how well they traded into Viper and Mako, and the advantages that they've gotten have keeping this gold relatively close to EDG, giving them a potential to get to that late game team fighting.
Yeah, and I really like the sort of CC combo that they're demonstrating.
Dar cred că meciul ăsta va fi câștigat de Edward Gaming.
Jin mixed with a Zillion Jin, right? Because you get that extra movement speed as well that the Lulu and the Zillion sort of provide.
Au compul mai bun. Dar acum dacă vor câștiga cei de la Demon, nu, îți dai seama că nu o să fiu dezamăgit sau ceva. Dar pur și simplu mi-e greu să cred că vor câștiga meciul ăsta. Cred că o să fie 2-2.
But can you get onto the map in order to try and claw your way back is going to be the question, and so far Damwon have not had the answer whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly, because EDG have done so well with all of their priorities. JJ is 2 levels up on Canyon as the Rift Trail charges into turret number 2 and a lot of poke goes through. EDG have done such a good job leveraging this and controlling the jungle advantage that there are no dragons to rely on in this game like they did in the previous game. The comeback mechanic for Damwon was really good team fight. We've got this scaling and we've been stacking these dragons to try and slingshot us when we win that fight, when we cash in on the soul to resurface in this game. But this time around, EDG have denied them the counters.
And the thing is, when you have the early game lead and you know you're stronger at this point in the game, you can also leverage Drakes as a means to like, hey, come and fight us. You know, sure, maybe at 3 items you're stronger than us, but okay, we'll fight you at 1, we'll fight you at 2, and we'll force you to come and fight thanks to this early Drake stacking. So I think EDG, well, I mean, it's obvious. They have everything that they want, right? Like, they've gotten themselves early towers, they've gotten all the heralds, they've gotten all the drakes. Their laners have completed all their first core itemization. They're already working on their second. Things are looking great for EDG. The only concern is playing against Damwon Kia, current world champions. They have a tendency to find their way back into games like this, by and large, due to their fantastic and world-class team fighting.
Not to mention their control of map play as well, later in the game as well. I think that if you compare these two teams, EDG built a lot based on team fighting, but Damwon Kia do like to play side lanes a lot, and they do have a Gwen. She can excel in that department, but we'll have to see more from Damwon Kia, because right now, EDG have had full control and they're not letting up. And at this stage, I think that we should be getting the Silver Scrapes record out of the sheet.
Careful, Alice, careful. Your caster curses have been powerful today.
I just want as much commentary as possible today, and I think everyone else does as well. It's been an absolute joy between both of these teams. I personally wasn't expecting EDG to step up the way that they have, and I think that's exactly what it's been. It's been EDG meeting the highs of Damwon Kia instead of the inverse, which would be Damwon stepping down. That last game was absolutely a testament to that exact fact.
Dragonul vine într-un minut jumate. Nu știu dacă va fi un fight. Eu dacă aș fi în locul lor, aș lăsa și Drake-ul ăsta și aș forța fight-ul la ultimul dragon.
I don't know where they got that information from, but I saw a ping in the river. It was the little blue flag, and they said Canyon is making his way towards the bot side of the map. Be careful, Flandre, and immediately he responds. But it looked to me like he was completely in fog. So just great awareness from EDG, kind of like narrowing down all that top line side vision that they do have. They're basically saying, well, if he's not here, he's got to be making his way towards bot.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where when your other 2 lanes pull back that have been pushing, you stick out like a sore thumb if you're the only one pushing out there and no tower.
Well, EDG, like you were saying, now pushing in the mid lane. 3 members strong though, so it'll be absolutely fine. We've got 40 seconds on this Mountain Drake. It'll be soul point for EDG. We were talking about the lack of tankiness. Well, makeshift way of doing that is by picking up a couple of Mountain Drakes after your first 2 and getting yourself that meaty shield. Will certainly help you out. So let's see whether EDG can get themselves to that position right now with control of the river. Damwon Kia still not able to find a foothold in this game.
Yeah, and when one team has Zoe, it becomes so dangerous trying to move in towards these objectives. Scout doing a good job preemptively poking. They even get a flash out early.
Yeah, Beryl. Of course, the Nami doesn't have a lot of mobility. Does have to blow that flash. It's going to be important. Tidal Wave's available though, and Damwon still have that Wombo availability
but can they get to a position where they can actually pull the trigger? Because Scout Zoe has been so strong this whole tournament. Ghost now taking a paddle star, and EDG, they're looking to have their lunch and eat it too. They do take down the Drake.
Again, and you know, we talked about patience for Damwon. We're really seeing that from EDG here. You know, they're not overcommitting. They know that they need to leverage the poke from Zoe, and Scout just playing at the edge. I love that we are seeing Damwon also sidestep a lot of this poke. They're respecting it, but because they're showing so much respect, like they have to, they concede control over the river, and that gives the third Drake over to EDG. But now Damwon looking to go on the offensive as they attack the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they should be able to answer for this one, but what will EDG be able to offer?
That
bubble was absolutely beautiful from Scout. As the shockwave is free out of nowhere. Is the follow-up going to be there? And the curtains are called, and that's going to say yes. Scout still unable to get quite out of position as Showmaker picks up the kill in the end. Well, I didn't even see the orb. Just popped him.
Okay, Showmaker, with the entire world here holding their breath, watching as EDG get a leg up and another objective and another objective. The Showmaker has had enough. He finds a shockwave and just opens up a kill. That was a brute force play too, because Damwon gave up 2 waves on top side that just crashed into that secondary turret. The bottom side had also been pushed in by Graves, so they really spent a decent amount to make this play, and they were stubborn. They just kept everybody mid, and it's as they're walking away, they lose sight of the ball on the side of EDG, and a great awareness there from Showmaker, pulls it off, even ends up getting the last hit as well.
In that Axe Effect replay, great demonstration of the fact that
Nice.
Showmaker still has that killer instinct, right? Because we haven't seen that from Damwon Kia this game whatsoever. It's good to see that they're actually pulling these triggers, showing some signs of life. But still, EDG well and truly in the driver's seat. Not quite that 2,000 gold lead just yet, but those dragons are where eyes drawn.
I could hear the frustration in your voice. It was like some Scooby-Doo, those pesky dragons. If it wasn't for those pesky dragons.
That's what EDG have built for themselves, though, and it really is a great insurance policy for the later stages of this game. Not to mention the fact that if they do get these picks, the Viego does skew things so powerfully.
And you can see Damwon again, they keep fishing for these trailing split push plays. It's really common when you have 2 solo lane split pushers and they both have teleport and you can have one shadow the other. But since there's so much mobility and talent, being able to jump over walls and parkour through the map, he also can just kind of hover between lanes here, and you see Kane doing a pretty good job providing some battle ward vision as well. The human ward standing in there just to make sure that they can actually push up and get that last wave in.
And it's also peanut strats.
Nu știu puțin că mi-e foame. Am mâncat de 2-3 ori.
I also just wanted to highlight all this vision investment from EDG up towards the top side of the map. This is the cross map that you're seeing. As the bot lane was being pushed in, EDG moved up towards the top side, and that was why we were seeing this kind of transition and why Flandre was playing so defensively. And again, EDG respecting, even though they know they're ahead, there are still ways in which Damwon can come back into this game, and they want to avoid all of those options and to make sure that they maintain control. This next Drake is going to be massive. The good news for EDG is they have a choice. They can force Damwon into a situation where, hey, do you want to do Drake, or do you want to try and fight as a Baron, maybe, depending on their positioning? The most important thing here is this mid-wave control, and so far EDG have been very consistent at fighting for it.
Yeah, I feel like the best response in those situations, when both outcomes are pretty bad for Damwon, is to try and force the fight. Because then you don't end up with one of the bad ends of the trade of objectives, since EDG have the upper hand here. You know, they're the only ones on soul points, so there's so much bigger rewards with fewer risks.
Right.
And so then if you force the fight and then you get to take whatever you want afterwards, it's king of the hill. Push them off.
Get off my land, off my lawn, as they say. It's Damwon Kia. They really want to try and find a way onto the map, but EDG have just owned everything throughout all of the watery parts, and they are the important ones. EDG, JJ just taking down the wards in the river, and with this Mountain Drake, it does open some doors for the Zoe as
Să
well.
fiți pe fază că urmează fight mare. Dacă nu iau dragonul ăsta, Demon, Edward Gaming vor lua Soul-ul, Mountain. Deci trebuie un fight forțat, neapărat.
Because of Damwon's base timing, they've actually been able to match pretty much across the board except for top lane. That's where Flandre
Dacă vor lua solo, Jhin și Talon după mine, cât damage! Mamă, cât damage! Dacă vor lua solo, după mine, Talon și cu Jhin vor fi obligați să buildeze Serpent's Fang. Doar ca să dea counter la solo. Și totodată Serpent's Fang n-ar fi o idee destul de rea, având în vedere că Viego buildează Sterax, are deja Sterax, mai bine zis, și are și Lulu EU și Guardian. N-ar fi rău. Dar mai bine să nu facă solo. Ok, Showmaker și-a pus Q acolo. Face zoning cu ultimata în caz că se apropie lumea. Smite pe fază, au luat solo.
Can they actually find a team fight though is going to be the question. We still have Shockwave, there's still so much available, but Damonkia get denied even the fight.
He does it again! JJ gets the Dragon Smite. This is going to be huge for them. Now they don't have to worry so much about that burst damage coming out.
Forțează baronul în ceva, dar cred că Jhin și cu Talon vor builda Serpent's Fang. Așa ar fi logic.
The only reason why Damwon would try and force that is to try and get that TP out from Flandre. At the very least, get something back from EDG, but they realize it's not worth the risk. All of EDG has just gone back to base. But let's have a look back at this steal. So it's Damwon that controlled the pit. The sleep comes through. He goes in. And I think both...
Beautiful.
Oh, I mean, that was just a great smite overall. 1200 HP, and he's still able to secure it. And
both smites at basically the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the bottom, it didn't even look like Canyon threw his smite out. But I'm never too sure with those cooldowns at the bottom. Regardless, JJ is able to secure it. EDG now find themselves with a 2.5k gold lead. And
cred că Jhin acum își face RFC-ul.
very likely going to be taking us to that game 5. The problem is,
ar trebui să-și facă și Infinity Edge, dar ar trebui să-și facă și Serpent's Fang. Că sunt curios ce alege. Chiar sunt curios ce alege Jhin.
That is true, but EDG still in a great position, and if they can keep forcing Damwon to fight where they want them to and being able to deny vision like this, how does Damwon get in there? They've got Beryl that wants to be warding, but he's Nami, and you're not really very safe when you try and move in to try and get vision back. So Damwon do need to move as a unit to try and do that. EDG just have so much more power when it comes to the tempo advantages, getting their vision where they want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, the Mountain Soul actually goes a long way versus those surprise plays of the Shockwave and possible Talon combinations that come out. So it's going to do a bit to protect them of what kind of occurred earlier in mid lane too, and not having quite enough damage then to finish them off. And they should feel so confident here. I just have to say, again, re-emphasizing for EDG, being here in finals, so big for the LPL, and so much success off of one of the youngest players in JJ. And he had such big shoes to fill coming into this organization.
Că i-am nu știu câte oară când zice the youngest player, he's so young.
Entire history of the organization. Yeah. But he's really putting up when the team needs him most.
I mean, it's been an up and down year for EDG for sure. That spring split was not the strongest, falling short.
Mamă, acum văd ce item are Lucian. Are RFC. N-am mai văzut un Rapid Fire Cannon Lucian de foarte mult timp, de pe vremea când builda Bork cu Black Cleaver, primele două iteme.
Let's see if they can close this out. And I just want to highlight MVP top tier 1. One of the big things and why this has been so valuable is Flandre has been able to sit bot lane, and EDG really haven't had to worry about that top side of the map because every time Damwon pushes in a wave, this tower prevents that wave from ever going past the river. So even though they may be losing times, it's not a point that they really need to be concerned about.
Pentru care foarte mult CS și are level 17, are aproape level 18. Deci, dacă se bagă tare într-un fight, e groasă treaba.
Someone with that control ward down, but EDG very swiftly taking it away. Vision being put down as soon as this Baron was started up, as Canyon able to parkour his way into the Brambleback pit, so he will be absolutely fine. But now he can get themselves together. If that beach ball had landed, could have been a very dangerous time for Damwon Kia. With this Baron on the board, 2 minutes until the Elder Drake, where all of those big questions get to be asked by EDG with their control of the map stage. Certainly is going to be on them to be able to control how this one works out. Close to a 3,000 gold lead, but I mean, it's starting to mean less and less as we tick past 30 minutes into this game.
Oh god, that's melting.
Yeah, this is going down so incredibly fast, and no one is in position. They just didn't even really know. It's Khan bounces into the pit and decides that he doesn't want that whatsoever. He will get popped, and now Damwon find themselves with a man disadvantage, and EDG with Baron as well.
EDG are pushing Damwon all over this map. Thankfully for Kenyon, Talon is fine with being pushed all over the map because he can keep jumping, but that's not going to save them from this Baron push. This is going to be absolute control from EDG. Another objective. This one just burned down by them with superior positioning, getting there first, immediately just unloading into it, and we're stopping some of the backs here too. They can take over everything.
Flandre is an absolute monster in this top lane. Level 18, by far the highest level in the game. He has 4 items completed, one of them being the Infinity Edge. No one can touch him in the 1v1 right now. And off the back of a Baron, EDG are going to very quickly take down 2 tier 3 towers.
This is actually reminding me of some of Flandre's old Gangplank games where he just gets levels seemingly out of nowhere, and then he rocks up to a team fight with all of the items in the universe. This is, of course, dating back to quite a long time, but that's exactly what he's done right here. This Graves is 6 levels ahead of Beryl.
That's what dedication to pushing your side lanes gets you. Remember that mid lane play that we talked about where Damwon forced it by keeping all 5 in mid and Brute Force taking the tower and picking up the extra kill? EDG, well, a bubble lands here, actually.
Yeah, this could be the pickup. The minion wave turns up in the nick of time, but Ghost could be the one to go down, and he absolutely is. The Heartbreaker comes in, but now JJ in a bit of trouble. He just gets himself over the wall. Canyon explodes as well, as Nami's turned into a fish finger. Showmaker now at about no health, as Khan's doing his very best to be the hero, but it's not going to happen this game. As Damwon Kia are once again running the wrong direction, and EDG should be taking this game. In fact, Flandre, he's taking it himself.
Dau chase ca să nu pot să meargă bază.
Exaggerated at Worlds this year, my friends. EDG will just put a stomp down on game number 4.
Au pierdut dintotdeauna Tincom, efectiv am zis din prima că pierdem.
Have a match point. We are going the whole distance. I don't think anyone was predicting 5 games to this series. I absolutely didn't, but I am so happy that we get to this moment and we get to see whether EDG can do it again. They've been put in this position in exactly the same way. It happened last semi-final. I think we know what the script says.
JJ, put some respect on his name, okay? Absolutely controlled from beginning to end.
And also just the adaptations in draft. Yeah, okay, they had the Nami taken away from them, but they also got themselves the Zoe. They had a very strong top side of the map, and it felt like that from start to finish, Damwon's only options was to try to attack that bot lane, but they never got a successful fight. They never really had a lot of ground control, and EDG, even though it was a low-kill game, never relinquished control.
It feels like EDG have taken components of the fallen LCK teams along the road. They took the Zillion from T1, they take the Zoe from BDD, and they're using those components against their own region, actually getting these wins on Damwon.
And now in game number 5, have they created Megazord from all of these parts that they've put together? We have 1 game left to decide the winners of Worlds 2021, and we'll be right back for a preview to
Ok, cine credeți că câștigă, băieți? Asta e ultimul meci.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'ma be me, vibe on the wave.
Mișto reclame. Cyberpunk direct. Nu-mi vine să cred că mă uit la reclame. What the fuck? Ok, stai că asta e interesant. Ok. Don't live with lag. Ok, this is nice. Aia a fost o reclamă bună. Nu credeam că o să-mi văd campionul meu aici. Chiar sunt curios. Două secunde. Asta e. Așa, mă scuzați. Un minut. Bine, asta o să fie ce vorbesc băieții. Nu începe meciul acum. Mi-aș dori tare mult să văd o scenă. Dar nu cred că o să văd așa ceva. Pentru că sunt alți campioni mai buni decât ea. Poate o să o văd într-un fasting, Sena. Dar așa, nu știu. Altfel nu cred că o să o văd.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. For the first time since 2016, we are going to Game 5 in the World of Final.
Oh,
one of the greatest League of Legends series ever between EDG and Damwon Kia. In the upcoming Game 5 of the World's title and regional glory is on the line here. The players on stage look to write their names down in history. If you thought that this World Finals and this World's tournament couldn't deliver anymore, EDG made sure to add one more page into the book.
EDG are playing 15 games in knockout stage. Best of 5 goes all the way. Best of 5 goes all the way. Best of 5 all the way. Every single opponent, they have been able to rise to the occasion, and it's been no different here today.
It's third time the charm?
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they've already done it twice.
Well, the first time and the second time was also the charm.
It didn't work the first couple times. But hey, I love the fact that you brought up at the top of the day, Azael, the fact that we had already made history in this World Championship with 5-game best of 5s, and we've done it yet again. But we got to talk about how it was done by EDG.
And I think in this case, Damwon got a little bit too cute in the draft. I think that they focused too much on denying what their opponents wanted and lost track of what they actually needed and their identity as a team. Taking away the Nami is clearly designed here. Okay, we're going to shut down the Lucian Nami lane. We're going to deny that from them. But they are generally a weak side, bot side team. They don't really spend a lot of time there. So not only did they actually lack engage and pairings with the Orianna, so they didn't really have a lot of options to start fights once EDG had been stacking the dragons through the mid game. They couldn't really do much about it. Yes, they bullied the bot side, but that actually pulled Canyon down there and made them play a different style than what they're used to, right? This wasn't Canyon going topside. It was actually the inverse situation that we expect, where he had all the jungle help, and the other side was playing weak side bot, but was actually much more successful with it and had a more functional team comp.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the Damwon draft. Double AP solo laners, like Azael said, very lackluster engage. You're relying on skill shots to hit, right? Jin W, Nami bubbles, Orianna shockwaves if they overcommit. Whereas EDG's comp kind of outranges you as well as having better forms of setting up objectives, right? You have Zoe, Lucian culling, so yeah, not a fan of Damwon's draft from the red side. I think they got a little bit ahead of themselves from denying picks. I'm expecting them to go to blue side now to see how that shapes up the draft. We saw what they did before. We'll see if they do it again with the Jhin first pick and the Jarvan bans. But like Azael said, it all started in bot lane. That's where the biggest point of focus was for Damwon. They were just bot lane. Canyon was actually missing out on a lot of camps. All he could really do is play around bot lane in that winning lane. The Nami wins out against the Lulu, and that's where he put his focus.
I mean, so again, it's the junglers, right, who become the focus of our conversation. And while Canyon is definitely a star, it's JJ who's stepping up in a different way here in this final best of 5 when searching for the title.
Absolutely, and it just, if you turn off the nameplates, you would think the teams are actually switched, right? You would think that Canyon is JJ down to that bot lane, constantly, trying to get Viper ahead, but instead it was him playing towards Ghost, really trying to emphasize that winning lane that they had. Healing is greater than shielding in the 2v2. That's basically just how it works out. You can sustain through it and win out in the poke. But yes, they had pressure. They didn't really create massive advantages, though. The farm was just about dead even. Viper still was able to actually get a kill on the Lucian.
Yeah, and I think that it was good to get your bot lane ahead, but the problem is jungle fell behind so much. If you take a look at the junglers, I think Canyon was just so far behind in raw stats compared to JJ. And if you look at it, at around 15 minutes in the game, he was 2 levels down, level 8 to level 10 of JJ.
10 camps down.
And camps down 41 CS. He's down 10 camps sitting around bot lane. Look at the bot lane jungle proximity.
Jungle.
So Damwon's bot lane was ahead, and they did try to deny a winning bot lane from EDG, shutting down not only their win condition in draft, but in the game. And then it just came to the mid game, and your junglers just so far behind.
I mean, 18% of your time is ridiculous. When we saw the stats at the top of the day, it was Ghost with about 5%. Right. And on the other side, it was about 11, 12%, which was very high for the tournament as far as bot lane jungle proximity. This is much more than that.
Tripled it in this game, basically, for the side of Damwon Kia. And again, we do recognize the fact that it got a small lead for the bot lane, but the rest of EDG starting to run away with it because, yes, we've got JJ out to a big lead himself, but he's able to transfer that along with Rift Heralds into more of a lead. And time again around the dragon, it was EDG coming out on top.
This right here is a Smite-defining series. JJ steals away the dragon to get Mountain Soul for EDG. JJ, a player who's only ever been on EDG in his professional career, coming from the EDG youth team, now onto the main stage in his first World Championship ever, takes away the dragon to help them get the Mountain Soul to help them win the game.
I mean, how clutch is that? Even in the previous game, he had the Smite steal on Baron. He has been playing incredibly well. The fact that Jarvan went from almost like this meme of like, why are you picking Jarvan when Lee Sin's available, to now it actually has to be banned against JJ because he has been so effective. And he's having this performance not against anyone, but against Canyon, who we kicked off the day talking about as potentially one of the greatest junglers of all time, as potentially the greatest jungler of all time. It's incredible to watch.
Well, so there you see it. It's an empty stage right now, but in a few moments, both of these teams will be loading back onto it one final time. And I think we got to start on the EDG side because it is a surprise to some degree that we're here in Game 5, but EDG as well has been a surprise all tournament long, right? Never making it past the quarterfinals. Not only do they do that, they get past the semi, and now they're one game away from taking the title. That's an incredible feat, to say the least.
It's been years in the making, right? 2014, they take Clear Love and FZZF from WE onto EDG. 2015, they win MSI, and now Scout and Mako, the pillars of success for 5 years, who have brought in Flandre from Snake, the veteran top laner, who's been playing in the LPL for so long and has never been to Worlds, JJ from their youth team, and it's all coming together with Viper, the final piece of the puzzle from Griffin.
And I think it's just been so incredible to watch them be able to play to the level of their opponents. You don't expect a team who went 3-2 in the quarterfinals to be able to push Dom1 like this, but they've been getting better and better and better. And Dom1 on that other side, if they were to lose, it almost feels like it rewrites a lot of the story of the tournament, right? Of this LCK dominance. Everyone had, well, the real finals is T1, Dom1. That is the best two teams. Now, I think that's completely off the table. EDG has well and truly earned their spot here.
And a story it would be if Dom1 does fall to EDG. But that's the thing about Dom1, you can never count them out. Again, they are the reigning world champions, and they're that for a reason.
Both teams are on the cusp of history. If Khan wins, he'll win Worlds. If Flandre wins, he's the first Chinese solo laner ever to win a World Championship.
Țin cu Demon, dar aș vrea să câștige Edward Gaming. Vreau să fie ceva nou.
We will see the LCK dynasty come alive, or we will see the LPL squad, who's always been stopped on the international stage, come up in a big way and restore the glory of the LPL. Find out soon in Game 5 who comes out on top in this World 2021
Țin cu ambele echipe, sincer să fiu. Dar aș prefera să câștige Edward Gaming. Doar că e ceva nou. Nimic mai mult. Și acum iar așteptăm. Păi? Așteptăm. Oricum asta e ultimul match. Cineții, efectiv am zis acum câteva secunde sau un minut că eu inițial țin cu Demon, dar nu am nimic dacă câștigă Edward Gaming, pentru că aș vrea să văd ceva nou. Țin cu ambele echipe, dar aș prefera să câștige Edward Gaming doar pentru că e ceva nou. Mai e un minut. E pe vibe. Dar ce a pățit la mână? Are ceva pe mână. Nu dau seama ce e. Are hack-uri. Efectiv și-a băgat hack pe mână. Uitați, are hack. Man, ce e aia? Cred că are ceva problemă la mână, nu știu. Începe. 10 secunde. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful tones of Silver Scrapes bring us to Game 5. The most unexpected Game 5 I could have thought about. The last time we had this was Samsung Galaxy taking on SKT.
No.
A brutal series.
Coming into this tournament, Alice.
Yeah, mate.
If I had told you that EDG and Damwon would go to the full 5 games, you would have said, I can see it happening, right?
Yeah.
Because the truth is, this is the #1 LPL seed, #1 LCK seed, and yes, EDG did not have the cleanest run to make it here, but the reality is that these are the best of their respective regions for a reason, and sure, maybe EDG haven't been the cleanest, but when has LPL ever been the cleanest? And they have multiple world championships.
Exactly, and the thing that curved everybody's expectations of this finals was the whole story of the collapse of the LPL as a whole, but it was
hai să vedem banurile de Nami, Yumi, Graves.
In Game 5 of the finals, putting up.
And this is exactly how they managed to get to Game 5 and win last time around. They are so good in this position. You look on the other side, Damwon Kia, of course, 5 games against T1. No strangers on either way. But now blue side rests in the hands of Damwon Kia. And so these weird Nami mind games are not going to plague them this time around, you should expect. So, the Yumi going to be taken away and both of the key picks from EDG from Game 1 removed as well.
And I'm so excited to see what gets left up, because obviously we've seen 2 games of Damwon on blue, 2 games of EDG on blue, and depending on what side they are on, will depend on what has been let through. EDG is saying no to the Lee Sin. That will not be given to Canyon. That makes sense. The Rise and the Jarvan both being respected, as you have already highlighted, Atlas. The question is, Aphelios,
Sunt curios cât se uită, 700k. Nu se vede de mine, dar se uită 700k doar la live-ul de pe Twitch.
What will actually be left up? LeBlanc.
Că mai sunt și de pe alte platforme.
I mean, there's so many, right? Well, I was gonna say the big question mark in my head is, are they willing to give Twisted Fate to Showmaker? Because this has been
nu cred că o să se facă pic de Twisted Fate, sincer.
Has been one of the highest
Gen e bun.
because of the amount of pressure that you can put out with it, and they don't want to do it. Unlike Damwon willing to get over to EDG, they do not afford them the same here. Showmaker and Damwon would just be too good at leveraging it.
The thing that's really scary about this draft
Efectiv, în toate meciurile astea s-au jucat Graves. Nu cred că a fost un match fără Graves.
Could be locked in here. Doesn't have to be, because they're also giving him potential Lucian, but there is no Nami there. They could play it alongside the Lulu once again, though, if they'd like to.
I think the biggest thing, though, is Damwon have realized, you know
Aphelios.
what? Flandre on Graves is too good. It gives EDG exactly what they want. They just don't go top lane when he's playing this champion, because he doesn't need assistance. You don't have to invest resources into him. You can just leave him do his own thing. And now Khan on the Graves was able to do a similar thing. They realize that this series is not about top lane, so give the top laners something that they can just be independent on and not fall behind with.
And EDG want to secure their bottom lane first with Aphelios combination with Rakan, and leave up the question of, for Flandre, he has already played 3 of the best options into Graves, which are the Kennen, the Gwen, and the Jax. 2 AP threats to work around his passive, basically.
Jace as well.
And the all-in. So Jace also still being left up. You can't ban them all out, and he will have these options left up. It's just that on the other side here for Ghost, you know, after being pushed this far down, now him back on Zig's duty to do that wave clear. He's been very good with it, I will say that, and it does give them that AP from bottom side too.
Yeah, it's the Ziggs decision over that of the Jhin Leona that they could have played one more time if they would have liked to. It still will be the Leona, but the Ziggs for some extra support for, you know, the safety on that bottom side. Lots of extra wave clear that we saw, but the Ziggs wasn't successful in Game 1. We'll see whether it's going to work out in Game 5. Scout now.
That's actually
what is his
nice.
choice going to be? They could lock down counter pick, or an attempted counter pick for the Graves, or they could just pick LeBlanc and then ban away answers to
Am o
it,
presimțire
like they have done in the
că o să fiu un AD pe mid. Nu o să fiu un AD pe mid, o să fiu un AD. Am așa o mică presimțire.
If they want it, but I kind of like this a lot more. When we saw Flandre bringing out the cannon against Gen G, he was massive on the cannon. I will admit, he didn't look for a lot of flank plays, but what he did do was every time his flash was up, you know that he used it to get onto the backline, and I think that it offers so much teamfight power. when combined with the Rakan as well, I think that it is a very powerful pickup for EDG.
Mi se pare că toți seamănă între ei. Ei.
Now we hone in on the jungle. Already with the early Jarvan ban there.
Și de ce? În primul rând, m-am uitat foarte atent la ei și sunt 3 din 10 care nu poartă ochelari. În rest, toată lumea poartă ochelari. Și, da, unii dintre ei au părul foarte asemănător.
And if it's 4 jungle bans, there's a possibility we see the Graves flexed into the jungle, and then a potential Kennen counterpick towards the top side of the map, and crazy stuff like that could potentially happen. But there is the Talon ban, Xin Zhao, the last one sort of left up, that is worth a mention here, and then we really do go into the, the dregs of the choices. But Xin is the obvious. If you want to ban a jungler, Xin is what you do. They're still thinking about it.
I think that they're debating the LeBlanc ban. I think that was the thing that they were debating. Do we get rid of Xin and really pinch the jungle pool, or do we instead remove Scout's ability to play LeBlanc and actually just take him off of one of his comforts? Of course, Zoe is still up and available, and they could go for that if they want to.
Nu știu ce să zic de Zoe.
The question is, do they want to lock that in, or do they instead just want to secure themselves a strong jungle?
Looks like Zoe is going to be the consideration here. Thought Orianna could have been a choice as well if they want to go
Da,
team fight, especially
Orianna ar fi fost mult mai bine cu Rakan.
Once again, he's been so good.
Ar fi fost mult mai bine cu Rakan Orianna. Holy shit. Au luat ei Orianna. Mamă, Leona cu Orianna. Da.
Damwon go for the Xin pick, then you can play the Trundle into it and use the Pillar. So it's really effective against Xin because Pillar, there's no escapes for Xin, and with a low cooldown ability, you can oftentimes put him in really bad spots where he has to burn ultimate or even a summoner spell. And Damwon don't take the bait. They see it coming a mile away. They're not going to fall into it. They take the Trundle themselves.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Trundle locked in. I'd very much like to see a Syndra response. Exactly. That's what he's going to go with. Showmaker Syndra has been very, very strong. When they hovered the Orianna,
sunt curios cine o să fie junglerul la ei. Ar trebui să fie un Xin Zhao jungle, sincer să fiu. Le-ar trebui un Xin Zhao jungle. Da, Xin Zhao. 2 secunde să închis timul.
And potential jungle setup when looking at potential strong 2v2s for them to play around.
Bag și un chip, sper că nu vă deranjează.
Xin Zhao kind of looks like the last jungler left, and that is what they will go for. So, the final drafts of the World Championship 5th game have now been decided. EDG have a lot of team fighting prowess. They have engaged with the Rakan, with the Xin Zhao, the follow-up with the Kennen, strong poke with the Zoe, but Damwon, very powerful wave clear, very powerful pick potential, and pretty strong team fighting themselves.
Îmi place mai mult echipa de la Damwon.
We've looked at a mid lane getting priority and winning the game. That has been what this series has been about, and now it is so volatile on both sides. Syndra can win this matchup, Zoe can win this matchup. We'll have to see who's got the better hands for this one.
I think EDG might have flubbed a little bit on the last 2 picks there, because when they early show the Zoe, the Syndra, I really like into it because you can set up with the stun and go for those early pressure ganks, towards the champion and trying to burn those summoner spells. Whereas then they still ended up picking the Xin into the Trundle, which so many people like, for the Pillar, for the possibility of going for your red smite as well, and going heads up play. So a lot of it. Last game was big on jungle, and especially the early game pathing. This as well is going to be big on it, especially around
ultimul match, băieți.
I think we have to look at the bottom side, though. It all comes back to the beginning of the draft and what the big trades were. Every single time we get into a draft in this series, it's been big trades of these priority picks that both of these teams want. Aphelios in the hands of Viper is something that we can't afford to overlook, even though we haven't seen it for so long, because it's been denied at every opportunity. He's just not allowed to get it because his late game carry potential is so incredibly high.
What got them here to the World's Championship off the back of his victory over FPX.
Yeah, a victory that they, a lot of people were saying is not necessarily the thing that should have happened in that moment, but they are really proving themselves as the definite first seed, bringing it all the way down to the wire. The first time we've had 15 games for a team in the knockout stage. The second time we've had a 5-game series here at Worlds. EDG could take it all.
This is it, gentlemen. The final game. Damwon versus EDG. A very exciting series, constantly going back and forth, constant adaptations in the draft. But
interesant, aparent Syndra și Trundle au Predator, iar Zoe joacă Lance Spellbook.
And this will determine who will become the 2021 World Champions. And so far in this early game, not too much action, nothing too crazy, but you can see now the teams, the players, they're relaxed, they're feeling it, that confidence, that sort of shakiness that we saw in game one, completely gone. These teams are ready to brawl it out.
You see the attempt on the top side from EDG with the level 1. See if they can pinch there, maybe get a summoner spell or an early E level at least from trying to close in on top side and then re-sweeping as they enter on red.
Opa.
Flandre though helping pull that red.
Nice, va face niște trade frumoase pe aici. Bun, încă unul? Nice, ok.
Yeah, that one hurts. And Khan is now going to try and zone Flandre away.
And he's doing a good job of it, playing the matchup very well early on.
Oh, that spacing.
Graves is just so effective, trying to deny Flandre as much experience as he can as well. Looks like he wasn't able to deny him as much as he would have liked, but still pretty effective. Meanwhile, the same thing's going to happen on the bot side of the map. Viper on this champion knows how to leverage the level 1 of Aphelios and is looking to bully this Ziggs, who doesn't have that very strong wave clear until that lost chapter gets complete.
Yeah, Ziggs will get pushed in, but they also know already JJ has made his way over after the early red Raptors, traversing over the ward. They've got the timer on him. They know that he's also, possibly setting up for a bottom side Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, as you can see, Canyon looking to play
cred că este degeaba aici, sincer să fiu. Nu cred că ar putea să facă un tower dive având în vedere că Kenan are Nimbus Cloak și are foarte multă viteză. Când își dă flash-ul.
Look at Showmaker's positioning as well. He's going to go back to base. He has the TP available. They can just threaten this dive, and I think they're gonna commit.
Flandre's got to get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Flandre, not a whole lot of options. I think flash might have to be used there. As there we go. Pillar of Filth goes down.
Okay.
Flandre has to use the flash to get out of the way. Now an entire wave should be denied unless he can teleport back in time. They even cancel the back as well. This is not very fun for Flandre.
What a start in Khan's last professional
E foarte normal. Flandre. Sau cum se pronunță numele lui, că nu știu. Zoe aparent vrea să vină pe top. Nu vine. Puțin damage aici. Puțin mai mult damage, what the fuck, jumătate de viață. Nu mă așteptam la damage-ul ăla. Mai ales că nu are Electrocue sau ceva. Joacă la Sin Spellbook, repet.
Teleport back from Khan. So, things sort of resetting. Absolutely no leads for either team just yet. JJ going to be spotted here by a barrel. And it looks like a bit of a battle.
Ziggs ar putea să vină cu TP-ul.
Can't kill Leona, that is the rule. And barrel is just gonna hit.
Annoying him, trying to take away some of the Krugs. Krug defender.
I very much like the Zenith Blade thrown at the Krugs because they were the threat in that moment. It wasn't JJ at that time, but of course not going to be killing either of them. EDG now with control of the wave.
We see a small CS advantage in favor of EDG for JJ, just because of the early gank that Canyon invested at the top. Now
Dragonul vine în 30 de secunde.
Raptors, timing just right for him. The question is, will JJ be able to get there in time? No, he won't, because Canyon's going to throw down the smite. He knows that JJ is on his way. And he's just going to walk away with this camp. So, well played there by Canyon. Good awareness. Has the push in top, also has the push in mids. And of course, we have to mention Showmaker's fabled Predator, Syndra, once again.
Yes.
Imagine that he will be looking for some roams. Speaking of, JJ looking for a top play, but nothing really going to amount off the back of it. But I do think that when we talk about JJ, we're going to have to look at him in the context of the whole series. I do think that he overall has had an incredible performance. Throughout the series, he's had a 90% kill participation.
Jesus.
Things happen when he is here. He is the cornerstone of what makes EDG action happen. And you talked about it, Kobe. Such a young player to have such a massive impact on this EDG roster, especially throughout the entirety of Worlds. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, you never quite know how players are going to react to this level of pressure and the magnifying glass of the final stage. And yet he has shouldered that pressure extremely well, being pivotal in their victories.
That 15 CSD really caught my eye as well. It just means, at 15 minutes, right? That just means that JJ's been getting to exactly where he needs to be on the map.
Mamă, cât babysit îi facem. N-are control acolo.
Victories off the fact that he can out jungle you early and really get you on the back foot. JJ has just not fallen prey to that whatsoever.
E un level în spate.
A lot of it is working on those teammates accordingly, and I have to say this time around, you know, Canyon playing up to Khan and playing off that big minion wave in the early chunk that he got, it was very much correct, but it doesn't show in your individual stats as a jungler, you know? It shows in your top laner stats, so a benefit there to the team.
Yeah, and Khan's stats have been pretty good, so maybe that's something we can help attribute to Canyon there as well. As Dragon gonna get started up, and Canyon looking for a bit of an early one here, still a minute and a half on the Rift Herald. It's just going to be this Mountain Drake taken down. So Damwon Kia, neutral objectives starting early, and that's a good sign if you're a Damwon fan, because they didn't get many of them in the last game.
The timing is really good here from Canyon because he recognized that Viper and Maker wanted to go back to base, get their reset out, and I'm very confident this is the earliest Drake of the series.
Yes.
All Drakes have been starting at like 11 minutes, 12 minutes after the first Herald has already been taken. But as you rightly said, Canyon wants to get ahead of the game here, secure that one for his team, and there will be no contest because, of course, the EDG bot lane is not there to contest, as Showmaker also looking for a quick base, has the TP, which he's now going to expend, and I think that makes sense. With the Herald spawning in about a minute's time, and Scout likely needing to reset himself, given that he does have the TP up and available, Damwon just want to keep this mid pressure up, and then look to contest that neutral, which will be spawning in 40 seconds time.
And you can keep your eyes on Viper because as a Felios, you're going to want to keep that white gun for the Herald that is coming. So use
white
a lot of
gun.
Bullets when going for your minions here and going for some harassment. We'll see
Nici acum nu s-au învățat numele la arme.
The perfect combination and keep it there around for the Herald. Yeah, you see, use all the green gun bullets here. Hold on to that precious white, Atlas.
Yeah, can we get to the red and the white? Quite powerful. You take a grab at him though, to be honest. Just don't think the others are necessarily what you're looking for. Showmaker here over to the side. Some control vision for JJ. You know exactly what EDG want. 5 seconds until Shelly does spawn. There she is. Hello. Canyon looking for some puppies. We'll be able to take that down as well as they move up towards the Herald pit.
It's important to take note of level 6s here because Canyon is still level 5. TP from Ghost is going to come in to the mid lane.
There's level 6
Scout going to do the same thing. So Canyon rightly hitting that level 6. This is going to be a big brawl. Flandre level 7, ultimates are available, support's still level 5, but the battle's about to kick off.
Yep, there's the Pillar of Filth, but Flandre gets himself over to the side, so they won't have the Pillar cooldown for the next little while. Beryl now just trying to navigate this area, the bubble. Not actually going to get too much joy as JJ taking some damage. Beryl dives on in. Now he's very deep as they all try and collapse onto the Leona. Can we burst down the Herald? What is the question? And the answer is absolutely not. As EDG, they get their pick. They look to try and secure it as Canyon walks in, smites it away. And Damwon Kia at least get the trade.
Whoa, they actually still get their Herald after Barrow went on a one-way mission there over the back of the wall. Thought they were going to get pushed out with some cover fire there. Showmaker lays down the stun. Canyon goes in. He salvaged the situation for Damwon, picking up the Herald.
So Viper actually hits the eye, does about 1,000 damage to it, and then immediately puts it in smite range for Canyon to secure. So nice takeaway there from Canyon, but as you rightly said, Beryl just wants to set up the engage, and I think the idea is good, but the ultimate comes through from Ghost, and you can see that it just doesn't do any damage. So the moment that he drops, EDG want to re-engage, but then you'll notice this auto attack coming out from Viper here, hits onto the eye, makes it low enough, and then he's able to secure that smite.
Yeah, you can tell JJ could be a little frustrated with that one because he played the opening so well. It was off his instant reaction with his Xin ultimate.
Oh, there's the flash forward. Khan is dead. He's extremely dead. The flash committed from Flandre. There was no options for Khan. Really beautiful execution.
So I at first didn't think that the flash was necessary from Flandre, but he's like, no, you're not getting away from me. I'm going to make sure that you don't have any opportunity.
Yeah, when I said execution, I meant in the killing people style of execution.
That definitely was what happened.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff there from the EDG top side. They're now leading kills. Both those kills sitting on top of Flandre.
Oh,
we talked about how he's kind of been this just reliable top lane carry that doesn't get a number of resources. He's getting those resources as Scout gets attacked.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough. As the portal jump brings him back, he survives for the moment. Hextech Minefield goes down, but there's no way Scout's walking in that one, so he will survive this. Still, Damwon Kia investing all of Beryl's stuff, but otherwise not too much more as the pressure is going to continue. Bottom side of the map, though, Viper is getting more and more and more.
Big dodges there from Scout. They're still going to drop the Rift Herald in their patented Dom 1 play towards mid where they bring the bottom lane over. This time around, they're not getting paid for the dive, though. Really good stuff there from Scout, dodging away from it, allowing bottom side to keep on pushing.
Woo! I think it was a stolen exhaust, so Scout just using a few of his buttons there. Always gets a little bit frustrating with Zoe, throwing out as many summoner spells as he would like. Now has a Predator available as well. Showmaker wearing the T1 colors. Moves back towards mid lane to try and tidy this one up. So as the dust settles, we have about 1,000 gold lead. The 11-minute
Să mor tu că... Ok, nu știam asta. Aparent W-ul lui Zoe îți dă și Predatorul. Îți dă și o rună. Ok, nu știam asta. Gen, înțeleg, e activa unui item, dar practic e o rună. Nu știam că îți dă și o rună.
It was he who was represented as Syndra in the music video coming into the World Championship. So what better way to end your tournament with this champion than to lead in with it. It's just, it all comes together, you know what I mean?
Foreshadowing.
The scriptwriters knew all along.
The scriptwriters are very powerful. It is, I got to have a chat with them for a little while, just before Hanwha got promoted to the World Championship. I was out of the loop after that though, so things went a little bit awry. But EDG now defending here in this mid lane. And Scout just pretty comfortably dealing with Showmaker right now.
Yeah, he is such a big part about the set for both these two teams. As far as their mid lane, you know, getting the long-range CC abilities ready for the Dragon. Moving in, clearing out this vision here. Showmaker tries to hover over. Similar for Scout. It's going to be about skill shot accuracy, as it is going to be a full commitment. Flandre and Khan both recalling from top lane with their teleports ready. Canyon falling asleep and Flash already blown. He won't have it to get in for a smite steal now.
Yep, has popped the Predator to try and get himself there, but like you say, no way over this wall as Scout throws out the bubble as well. It's going to be a trade of drakes in this early stage, but EDG will not be put in that soul point position this game.
And Scout moves around, gets the bubble onto the jungler, chunks him out, gets his flash, earns the team the objective without any bloodshed. No top laners have to burn their teleports either. Just going to be the draw there as they pick it up in the aftermath.
And I love the movements of EDG just because it feels like they're playing with confidence, you know? They know the position that they're in, but I feel like that we're seeing the same EDG that we've seen all series long, apart from the first game where both teams were a little bit hesitant to make that first play. But even then, it was they who used that Realm Warp to make that first blood happen in the bot lane. It's just every objective, they are there, they're ready to fight, and they're ready to contest to make sure that they can maintain this early game lead that they built for themselves.
Nobody expected EDG to win the finals in the LPL. Nobody expected them to win the finals at Worlds, and yet they are 2-0 ahead in the finals here, setting themselves up with some very good outs for later in the game. Two of the early kills, both of them, all of this gold funneled onto Flandre on this Kennen. And with him reaching very close to level 11 and having his jungler here.
This is a problem. He's decided to commit, but he throws away the ultimate, and JJ's easily able to tidy it up.
What a juke. Flandre reels him in, and JJ cleans him up. Bottom side, Dom 1 know they have to make an opposite side of the play, opposite side of the map play here. Their top laner's already gone down. They know they're going to lose on top side, but trying to push them out off of bottom and make it a trade.
Yep, they're going all in on this one as well as Mako decides to go forward. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb. This Viper not taking too much damage from it though, as Damwon Kia, hard commit. They do take the turret. Satchel Charge going to help out, and Showmaker turns up. It wasn't necessarily needed for that one. In EDG, they trade on the top side after the kill onto Khan. He has teleport. In fact, there are 3 teleports up here for Damwon Kia. Not too many options as far as plays around the map. Scout gets that wave towards the turret. Now looks for a little bit more. Bubble connects onto a minion. It's not too much to worry about. Shirley available for the next little while, and we'll see whether she is going to be another point of contention once again.
Well, pings are coming down from EDG. That is a lot of red pings saying EDG is on their way. They want to fight for this, as they have consistently done throughout this series. Mako is the first to arrive to drop those wards down. Khan looking to contest. We can see that Flandre does have the teleport, not level 11 just yet. I imagine that's what he wants to get before the fight kicks off. And there it is, the second point in his ultimate. An extra bit of damage coming into the team fight, which is definitely going to be very valued off the back of his rocket belt being completed as well.
Yeah, he's very scary cannon. At this point in time, Mako gonna have to walk over some mines perhaps. No, he's gonna be all right.
Going around for a flank, but you see both sides are warded here by Damwon. So if Flandre goes for it, he's going to run into a lot of wards, and they take a huge amount of poke damage.
Yeah, Khan has found Flandre here. End of the line comes out as well, as it looks like Shirley has been started by Damwon Kia. The cannon very far away from this fight as the stolen ignite lands onto Khan.
Mako doesn't have his ultimate quite yet. They want that cooldown, but the Rift Herald might have to be given over. They can't afford to wait for it, and Damwon will sneak it through.
Yeah, the timing not quite right there for EDG, but it was smart of them not to decide to go further in. They can fight over this next dragon.
Da, mai bine că l-au lăsat.
The Ocean Soul available to us. Showmaker looking for the stun, does get it onto JJ there, who immediately has the Crescent Guard to stop himself from going down. But now, another cooldown unavailable.
Scout did use his TP to join the fight. A lot was invested there. Good damage from Scout.
The bubble is going to land onto Showmaker as well. It's so important. He wants to get the paddle star, but couldn't quite wrap it around the rest of Damwon Kia. Golden goes Beryl as Mako makes his way out of the fight, but he can't get back in, and JJ didn't have the ulti and will be taken down. Damwon get the pick, but it's just one.
Not only do they save Beryl, they extract him without even having to use his flash, but they also take down Jungle. What a team fight there from Damwon, salvaging this situation over and over. It's been some all-in kind of risky engages from Beryl on this Xin Zhao and has been turned around from him in the previous iterations, but this time around, they secure it onto JJ, they get that gold, and they keep this one within striking distance.
Honestly, I just think that it was a bit of an overcommitment from EDG because they'd already used JJ's ultimate in an earlier trade. But the moment the sleep lands from Scout, they see it. They see the play happening. JJ tries to land the W, doesn't quite connect due to a good flash from Showmaker. And then this pillar, look, everything gets interrupted from Mako. JJ has nowhere to run to. He ends up falling, and the follow-up just doesn't come through because Flandre is not in position soon enough. So EDG overcommit just a bit, and Damwon is very quick to punish.
Nerves of steel. How many times have stopwatches been the reason for overcommitting? Beryl there, he does not hesitate. He waits until he sees the whites of their eyes. The Rakan is right next to him, about to charm. Then he hits the stopwatch. They draw out the cooldowns. He still has his flash. He walks away unscathed. He makes it look so clean, so easy, baiting in EDG and securing that kill.
It's going to be turrets falling on the top side of the map. They were looking for the inner as well, but Scout is able to defend for the moment. Now Khan feels there's a lot of enemies in the area, and there certainly were, so he has to give up his own red buff. In fact, it's taken right on top of Vision, which is a little bit of adding insult to injury right there. Has to watch his prize fall. Now we'll be able to clear out the minions. Attacking his inner turret. Showmaker moving back to this mid lane now, and as the dust settles, it is very easy. 500 gold is in it here as we tick over towards 19 minutes into this game.
And I have to say that while we don't have a crowd in Iceland, I know that there are crowds around the world watching. Like, we saw on Twitter all the videos from all the LPL fans, like filling up arenas and stuff, showing their support for EDG. You can only imagine that the same thing is happening over in Korea. The support and fandom for both of these organizations and these teams is absolutely massive. And you know that they both want to represent their region well.
So much pressure on this game. Incredible here. And I love that it is the clash of #1 LPL versus #1 LCK to see who will write the history books. Is this actually the year, the resurgence of the LCK? You know, so much was made of the downfall in 2018. In those 2 years where LPL were champions, but Damwon trying to rewrite it now. If they would win here, back-to-back championships, start to create their own dynasty. Whereas the rebuttal from EDG finally breaking their curse this year and just putting LPL right back on top.
And if EDG win, it's another LPL team that wins a World Championship title. Invictus Gaming, FPX, Suning making to the finals last year and falling short to Damwon. But to have a completely different team win in the span of 4 years, that just goes to show the breadth of talent that does exist in the LPL and why they are considered so powerful as a region.
Yeah, just incredible stuff here for both of these teams. The stakes could not be higher, and no one remembers second place in a tournament like this. No matter who wins this, if Damwon wins, oh, the LCK looked fantastic that year. If EDG wins, LPL had it all along. And that's just the reality of the situation. There can only be one winner at the World Championship, and EDG could completely rewrite the script by taking this one game. This one game at the end of it all, after the longest possible road they could have taken to get here, as Mako taking a fair bit of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb actually thrown out a little bit hastily there from Ghost.
Yeah, you can tell. The pressure really is having an effect. Immediate follow-up there. It's a decently low cooldown ultimate, but exchanged for nothing there, so nice little adventure for Mako. Just trying to get some vision for the team, trying to push away across halfway point. And it is fitting that our game number 5 is this close.
Yeah, I can only imagine what the players are feeling right now, because the tension, the single mistake, that one play that can define the entire series. Everyone wants to be the hero, but no one wants to be the failure that falls short in the final moment. The next Drake spawns in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Damwon currently have control over the bot side of the map. Khan is taking a bit of chip damage, but nothing really going to amount. I imagine this next Dragon is where we're going to see the big exchange between the two teams.
Yeah, I will say one thing, especially for Damwon, is watch your back. Mako keeps going on these adventures into the red quadrant of their jungle, trying to set up the vision so that they can have these flanks. They can have Flandre coming from one side, Mako coming from the other, and making the back line squirm. If they can get this setup for the fight. Hello.
Yeah, some ships in the night right
That's
there.
some honorable support play right there.
It's like you go here, I go here.
Tipping their hats to one another.
We've got vision score to go after.
Yeah. How do you do, sir? Beautiful.
And a lot of it is, of course, around this Drake that we talked about a minute now. The top wave, neither team has gone for. They could send Khan up there. They could also send Flandre up there. Flandre is going to push out this bot wave, does have the teleport available, but have to bring up that vision that we talk so much about. Look at this bot control. All of it in the favor of Damwon, except for that one little ward just outside of the control ward's eye that will be a potential flank ward for EDG to leverage.
Da.
And you oftentimes will set
Sigur să vină
for
cu
people
TP-ul pe wardul
when
ăla.
there is a lull like this and everybody's looking forward to that team fight. Big part of the job's there for Damwon. Marking this cannon, a good use for Trundle Pillar is of course trying to find the cannon early, throw down the pillar just to make or delay that engage and force him to use some.
Showmaker.
Yeah, he's so far forward, has to flash out. The scan of the week is good, but it's not good enough. The slicing maelstrom comes in, and now Khan trying to take down.
Nice.
There's the collateral damage. Finally, he gets it done, and he's not done yet. JJ taking a lot of damage. Khan will fall down. Ghost is still alive, doing a fair bit of work, but Beryl, he's in the middle of 4 people, and EDG will wipe them off the map. It's just a lonely Ziggs, and EDG have full control.
They find Showmaker and they put him in the dirt. EDG don't give them time to set up, time to hand out those jobs. Mako has been setting up this vision for the past 2 minutes. Vedius, all of that groundwork laid, adventure after adventure into the red quadrant of the jungle, and they find him. They find the Syndra.
And so much of this game is thanks to GG, yes, but Flandre has been such a consistent and reliable factor, and the fact that he was able to get into that bush, the fact that he was able to catch out Showmaker, the top jungle duo together found their mark, they found the team fight, and now they have 3 Drakes and are looking to take control over this final game.
Yeah, it is soul point here for EDG. We have another 4.5 minutes before the fight for that soul, but it's so much extra control, and we saw in the last game, EDG are so good at holding onto it as we throw to the Axe replay.
No hesitation. Look at that. All 3 members from EDG. JJ hits the W, dashes over the sidewall. Both Rakan and Kennen engage, and now they're right back at it.
Yeah, Observe is a little bit trolled by the fact that it's Leona taking damage. She doesn't die, remember? Able to just wander her way out.
And that was all for the Scuttle Crab, as should be. World Finals, you should be competing. Every last breath for that crab. The EDG that secure it. 2K is the goal lead in their favor. To be honest, I feel like that if you could describe this series, it would be a 2K gold lead.
Yeah.
That just goes to show how close both these teams are. EDG have been ever so slightly ahead in a lot of early games in terms of the gold, but Damwon have done a great job of keeping even. You can see second items are starting to come through. Flandre and Khan really are the big damage dealers at this point in time, but look at this, a Force of Nature completed by GG, knowing that the real threat are those AP threats. Beryl once again looking for a pick. Mako awkwardly stuck between a rock and a billet.
Yeah, that's you had a rock and a hard place opportunity there.
I know, I tried to be clever with it, you know.
The low-hanging fruit was not taken by Vedius. Not this time around.
Great evasive maneuvers there.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Successfully avoided.
And then I decided to run right into it immediately afterwards.
So much here comes down to it, though, and you see Damwon continuing to fish around, popping these sweepers, looking for the opportunity. They know if one person on EDG makes that mistake, this still can be blown wide open for them, trying to find that pick. They've got the follow-up. They do the groundwork here. Again, pushing out on top side. Khan, he's now the one with the Graves, shoves it out on top side, gets the reset off before they can transition over, but right back at it. Mako constantly setting up for these possible picks, constantly getting this deeper vision, giving them the advantage.
Now Viper with his Bloodthirster completed. He's going to go that route as well. Collector done for Khan on the opposite side. Of course, the Bloodthirster is an option for the Graves, but he's not deciding to go that way. Is now Damwon position around this Baron that is under vision from EDG. Control it in that back of the pit. Damwon need to do their vision homework, clear things out as best they can. Mako coming back in yet again to a fresh shot. Does have himself just one control ward. There's will repair in that brush. As JJ goes in, immediately Mako follows up. The quickness stun, absolutely fantastic as the charm comes through, but the ulti from Viper doesn't connect onto the targets that they wanted in EDG. Not going to be able to find anything of note. Flash is almost available again for Khan and Canyon. Good scatter the weak for the stun there. JJ gets himself out. Half health, but still feeling healthy enough to fight for these objectives.
Really clean from Mako there. I thought that could have been another massive fight for EDG, but the follow-up wasn't quite there. Viper not quite able to land his ultimate. Flandre didn't want to commit, doesn't quite have the flash just yet.
Exactly, it's so imperative for Flandre to be careful with his cooldowns. Everything now riding on the Kennen, since the supports have traded their ults already, and Beryl has to flash as well.
Yeah, he's out of position. Flandre underneath this turret, desperate for it, but doesn't quite calculate effectively. And Beryl's able to successfully limp his way up, but no flash, no possible engage with that one now available for Beryl.
Wait, the two-man Baron is going on right now. EDG have no idea.
Yeah, and Damwon can't throw down the ultimate from the Ziggs. The Baron's still going down.
This is the World Finals, and they're sneaking it with two people. 3K left, Canyon going down, burning.
Mako, can he actually get a ward into this pit? He does, and he gets the bad news! It is taken by Khan. There was no smite because Canyon had to use it to stay alive!
Absolutely brilliant from Damwon. The bait and switch was real. While EDG were focused on securing that mid tower, they didn't even realize that the Baron was being snuck right from underneath their noses. Now with the Baron buff, they're going to leverage this to try and get mid control and look to fight for the Ocean Soul.
Damwon pulled a magic trick out of their hats in game 5. 28 minutes in, now wearing Baron. This changes the entire structure of the game. They can now hard shove, already pushing up bottom side with Khan now joining the rest of the team. No more teleport left on him. He's got to get there because the long range picks with the mid laners are threatening once again. Moving into the river for the vision.
Oh, they're immediately starting off this fight. Yeah, the Solar Flare's going to land. Flandre goes gold, and he can't use that on the offensive now in this fight if it does actually break out. But Flash, Slicing Maelstrom, both available for the cannon. Keep your eye on the Lightning Mouse to see whether he can get the work done. But the Drake under EDG's control, and this is Ocean Soul available for the LPL squad. The teleport to come in through from the flank for Flandre. It's Damwon Kia, they're still biding their time, waiting for their opportunity as Mako goes in, pops immediately like a balloon, but Canyon going to follow suit. Flandre gets exhausted, and Khan now trying to continue this fight. Some low health bars as the flash comes forward. Khan goes golden. A Viper is still alive, the flash is in. Showmaker down to 200, he's a sitting duck, and it's a double kill for Scout. Now he's flashing forward, picking up all of the summoner spells, and it is good night for Ghost and an ace for EDG.
EDG will smash the dreams of the LCK into the ground here. They get the soul Medius. They clean up the extra kills off of the team fight, and EDG will push ahead, taking full control of Summoner's Rift.
It is EDG that is out team fighting the team fighting titans that is Damwon. No one thought that they could falter in the 5v5. No one thought that Damwon could fall short, but it is EDG that is stepping up for the LPL and is getting everything that they want against Damwon.
Mako sacrifices himself in the initiation, and it's about the follow-up from Flandre on the Kennen that got all these early kills. Mako goes in, locks up 3, gets bursted down, and then Viper dishing a huge amount of damage, but Flandre creates the space for JJ to secure the dragon while they're all getting picked off. And then Flandre escapes with the charge out off the back of the fight, and since Viper's been kept alive, he can flash forward on Aphelios once again. Where have I seen this before? The Aphelios, after the dragon fight, flashing forward, cleaning up the kills for EDG.
And also, I love that he knew that he could flash in, because all of the buttons had been used from Darwin in that engage. So he just knows, I can just take this.
It was definitely more clear in this game than in the FBX game. yeah, I could definitely flash forward. That one was a nail-biter.
Wow, but what
Gata, 3 iteme Aphelios, GG. Go next, și go next, că de fapt gata, asta e ultimul meci.
To get the LPL, their third world title in 4 years. It was Damwon who was able to stop that track record. It was they who defeated Suning last
Diferența de
year.
gold.
But now EDG, a team that many coming into the tournament expected to be a favorite, a team that many considered to be able to rival Damwon, but not to be able to defeat them, is coming up clutch in this 5th game.
Especially for guys like Mako and Scout, who have put so much time into this organization, almost their entire careers. Mako 7 years, Scout 7, and Scout 6 after his T1 time.
Yep.
Those guys have really put in the time.
And remember that EDG, they weren't always the LPL's favorites, right? Like the fact that they
certainly were not.
They took apart WE, they took Clearlove away, they won MSI, but after that they just kept falling short. Worlds became a meme for EDG, but here they are in the finals, so close to securing themselves the World Championship. And the fact that in their first year, they finally make it past the quarterfinals to win the whole thing would be massive for EDG and the LPL.
Okay, back to this game though, still some split pushing to be done for DK. They send Khan out to the bottom side, pushes in, forces the recall, forces the resets. They're gonna try and salvage this situation. It is an Ocean Soul, so you can cut the effectiveness by getting your grievous wounds. A bit easier than some of the other souls.
Wow.
Yeah, but still going to be very difficult for Damwon to figure out, as we do have a minute and 15 seconds before Baron does come back up. And of course, remember, it was double duty winning that fight, taking the soul, because it also wiped an entire Baron off the map. There was no way for that power play to actually work out in Damwon's favor. The amount of value that EDG picked up there now get themselves towards a 4,000 gold lead. More importantly, with that Dragon Soul available. 2 minutes on the Elder. Just 1 for the Baron. Damwon Kia not out of it just yet, but EDG getting very, very close to securing this game. And all of their control on the map is only emphasized by Scout Zoe that is just so good this series. Look at how dark it is.
Certainly has been.
E o diferență prea mare.
Denying as much vision as possible. EDG playing through 2 lanes right now. They don't care about the bot wave. They want to keep Scout with the rest of his team. They want to make sure that he can continuously poke. And look, you can see this kind of 1-3-1 throughout the top jungle where Scout is just waiting there. And then GG, Viper, and Mako are kind of like rotating between top and mid, making sure that this vision stays cleared out. And the moment Damwon tried to enter, this is where they're at most danger.
Beautiful vision toggle by the observers. Really conveys the sense of dread that Damwon are feeling, trying to walk in here, trying to look for an opportunity to get back into this game. They just hard shove out mid and try to find it there.
Yeah, it could be a team fight possibility as Khan's moving forward. Yeah, maybe a little bit out of sync with his team, but that is a tired barrel. That is not what you want. Scout taking a bit of damage back though, and Mako down to about 50%. But all he needs to do is get that team fight working. Get it started in the right way, and he's still going to be doing his job. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do really too much, but EDG still slightly softened up. But now the value of this Ocean Soul comes in. They just wait a couple of ticks, and then they're back to fight and ready yet again.
Yep.
Generation is very valuable here for EDG. The Elder's actually going to be spawning very soon. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing a fight over the Elder before the first Baron of the game.
Yeah.
Which is definitely a little bit of the wrong way around.
Chiar n-ar putea să facă un flank cu TP-ul, pentru că au un ward la în junglă, pe care nu l-au luat. Mai exact la blue, dacă vă uitați pe hartă.
He's going to be spotted out, unable to move out of the way of the Zenith Blade. Now Damwon here in position, but this teleport flank is fantastic from Flandre. The Moonlight Vigil not quite able to do enough there. Khan's able to quick draw his way out, and Flandre's been spotted. EDG gonna back off the Baron as Damwon Kia moving towards this Elder. It ticked down, it is spawned right now, and Damwon are like, well, you guys want to trade, we'll take this one.
Oh, Showmaker.
Oh, off to the side, can he find it? No, Flandre able to get himself out as Mako now dives in. Canyon, the one that's going to be the target. Does he have the subjugate to keep himself alive? It does not work, and Scout locks down the jungle, and now no smite, and this Elder Drake is on the table. Damwon Kia, can they stop it? Are they going to give up an Elder? I don't think he can afford to do that. As they move themselves back around. Gravitum going to stun up Beryl, but he's able to get himself into the brush. The Elder, I don't think Damwon have an answer to this. 25 seconds on Canyon, but he doesn't no teleport or anything. Is now Flandre looking for Showmaker, the counter
nu cred că are Ziggs suficient damage
so far away from the potential fight.
pentru
Can't try to fight this one out as in they go. Mega
Dragon,
comes down,
ultimata.
the flash comes out from Viper. He takes down Beryl. Now who is going to answer this? AD carry the shutdown onto Flandre some way towards the bottom side, but that's not what we're looking at. There is no smite on the side of Damwon Kia, but the Dragon resets. Oh, the flash doesn't work out there for Khan, but he's still trying to get this one done. It does not work, and the Dragon will be taken down.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Showmaker gets the 1v1 kill on the outside of the picture-in-picture. Khan trying to come up with heroics of his own. Vedius inside the pit. He's unable to stop them, to deny them from getting the Elder Dragon, but Damwon are going kicking and screaming down in this game.
Khan is one game away from securing his first ever international competition. He was supposed to end his career with a win, and EDG is just taking absolutely everything from him, and it is Scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue, lands the bubble to finish him off, and this is the 5v4 that EDG initially create. Then the dance begins.
So beautiful there, just playing around the cooldowns. As soon as they saw the Syndra knockback used, immediate follow-up there. Mako went in, Scout finds the kill, and now retreating to the Dragon. They've got the Ocean Soul. They're healing up, and Flandre just wants to go 1v1 Showmaker, forces the flash on the bottom of your screen. They're out of sight. We're after the Baron in real life, it looks like, as we're still going through the rest of this one, finding the rest of the kills. Khan and Ghost trying to do heroics, and we're back out to it.
Canyon! Canyon's behind enemy lines, trying to look for his opportunity. That wasn't a bubble that connected, but Mako's going to be able to get it with the quickness. There's an angry Dragon that's going to eat him, and it's Viper that sends him to the grave. And EDG, they've taken down yet another smite, and they should be able to take down this Baron as Damwon Kia looking to try and secure some funny business and try and get whatever they can on this map to answer, but they are just clutching at straws right now.
Yeah, Damwon saying, you're going to have to pull this Game 5 out of my cold, dead hands. They're trying everything they can think of. Oh, sneaky play here from Canyon. Maybe he can hide in the brush without being seen and surprise flash over the back of Baron. No way. EDG, they find him, they sniff him out. Oh, maybe they can pull up the split push.
Well, Ghost is headed towards the afterlife. I didn't even see that he was there, and Scout just pops him. As now Showmaker looking to try and answer this. Zoe throws down the gameplay button. Should have Scout the
gameplay button.
And there it is. Not much you can do about that. And Scout, he tried to flash out of the way, but it didn't quite work. But the Baron, it's already gone. And EDG, they're going for a base race, and I think my money's on them.
Mai au 15 secunde din Elder buff.
To pick somebody off, but it means they're not going to stop in the push for EDG. Baron up, siege continues.
Ghost has 20 seconds left. He has the ultimate available to him. Damwon need that wave clear.
Elder Drake just wears off now, so Damwon Kia can try and answer.
A pierdut Demon.
Does not find any joy whatsoever. Beryl's going to get stunned up. Mako diving so
oh, what the fuck?
Question mark ultimatum. Not going to connect. One last Nexus turret is available, and EDG are like, all right, we've taken ourselves an inhibitor. We're not going to bite off more than we can chew. We do get a moment of respite.
So much power here on the side of EDG.
Aparent nu vor să dea end.
Pulling out the scraps.
Nu cred că aveau Comet.
Probability plays. Okay, yes, we have to give you the Baron, but we're going to try and push on this side. They shove up the mid lane wave. Oh, they go for the pick over on the other side of the map. And because they got Scout, they didn't get pushed all the way in. They were able to do just enough, Vedius, despite still being in such a big hole here, to salvage some of the situation.
Sunt foarte behind. Extrem de behind.
My name is Zoe.
My God, he's so good.
Yeah, that
crazy bubble landing there to start it all off, and then landing the follow-up too with a body blocker there.
That's just ludicrous.
Regardless, we're still in this one. So close now with Still, a minute and 15 seconds left on this Baron. You have plenty of time for 2 more waves for EDG to be able to shove, to get more out of the rewards for that Baron. As much as Damwon are fighting, kicking and screaming, scrapping to try and avoid losing this game, EDG will steamroll ahead. They are inevitable. They will come for the siege. Ken in mid, push up that wave. Super minions on top side. You see Khan trying to buy some time there, and the rest of EDG looking for what they're hoping to be their final fight.
Îmi place că Grace face split
Going to
push.
try and deny it, but look at the Baron protecting these minions so well. The Ziggs, the wave clear doesn't really work, and now that's a team fight tool that they're missing as well. Moonlight Vigil going to connect onto Ghost fantastically, but he does satchel his way out. Still, it's just going to be creating space to take down these inhibitor turrets and inhibitors. The mid lane going to go down as well, as EDG will crush the base of Damwon Kia. Do they have it in them in order to close this one out right here? There is one turret between EDG and history right now as Viper dashes forward. Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. Mako is going to be the sacrificial lamb, but it's a double kill already for Flandre. Lightning rushing his way out of this one, and now the Nexus is exposed. Damwon Kia are limping, and EDG have the man advantage. The Nexus will go down, and against all odds, EDG will be your 2021 World Champions.
They've done it! They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top. Fedius combo breaker on Damwon's attempt for the back-to-back titles. So much prestige there. All that EDG had to do was break their world's curse as soon as they got through the quarterfinals. They make it all the way to the end. Champions. 15 games in the knockout stage. No other team has ever had to work that hard, play that many games to convert, to make it happen.
A historic run for EDG and a heartbreaking loss for Damwon. A team that looked so dominant, a team that seemed like a cut above everyone else. It was EDG that was able to match them.
Îmi place salutul lor. Ei dau așa cu pumnul și lasă capul în jos puțin. Interesant salutul lor.
Of the best teams in the world go toe-to-toe. Some incredible team fighting at every point throughout the series, but it will be EDG that comes out on top. It will be EDG that are the world champions of 2021.
The adaptations, the smite fights, so much work put in by this team.
It was just so much control for EDG, but in every single game, it felt neck and neck. So congratulations to EDG as we head to the trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Opa! Reclamă. Nu cred că mai trebuie să văd ceva, nu? What the fuck? Mamă, câte reward-uri, mâncați, ce e asta? Ok. Dacă ar și merge.
EDG is such an incredible team. This EDG just feels different now that.
Hai că mai merg reward-urile. Da, efectiv nu mai merge niciuna. Sincer, mai trebuie să văd ceva. Mai arată ceva special. Poate în legătură cu... Ce e aia?
Congratulations on becoming the 2021 League of Legends World Champions. We're very excited to present you with the first ever World Championship ring, personalized to commemorate your victory.
Ring?
Great job. Amazing. GG. Awesome job. Cheers. Great job. Great job.
Thank you so much for that, John. Congratulations, EDG, your 2021
I know,
League
but...
of Legends World Champions. Unbelievable. It is time to talk to our champions, and Mako, I have to start with you.
E doar unul. Ar fi fost interesant să facă pentru toți 5.
Given to this team. What does it mean to you to finally lift the Summoners Cup?
首先，恭喜我们 EDG 所有的队员们能够获得这一次2021全球总决赛的总冠军。第一个问题想要问一下我们的 Mako 选手 ，Mako 和 EDG 一起走过了非常多漫长的时光，也为 EDG 付出了很多属于自己的青春。所以说 Mako 选手觉得这一次
efectiv să abține să nu râdă.
自己来讲意味着什么呢？
What the fuck, man?
从我15年来到 EDG 嘛，就可能也
subtitrări
拿到过好的成绩，然后也经历过一些困难。
E ceva pe aici?
就我觉得一起能坚持到现在，然后我觉得是拿到这冠军的话已经值得了。
So starting the journey with EDG, starting from the 2015, to be honest, we had some very good results at the beginning, but after that we still got so many obstacles, so many difficulties. But now we were able to overcome all of them to just leave this trophy for us. I feel like efforts just
au jucat bine, n-ai ce să zici, chiar au jucat bine.
Everything is worth it when you win the World Championship, and not only that, you beat the reigning World Champions to do it in a Game 5. Mako, what do you think the key was for your team to topple Damwon in this Game 5?
而且你们不仅仅是获得了我们 S11的全球总决赛冠军，而且特别也是在面对去年的一个冠军 Damwon Kia 的时候，你们也展现出了很强劲的表现力。所以说，你觉得最重要的能够在这场比武之中击败 DK 最重要的原因是什么？
我觉得是今年就是大家一直都是，就是刚开始吧，春季赛可能有一些挫折，然后。 就 BO5打多了，然后我觉得后面大家慢慢的心态啊，然后包括在这种最后一局的冷静的这种情况，我觉得就是还是大家一整年的努力和一条心吧，我觉得。
I really feel like starting from the spring split, to be honest, we really faced some obstacles. But after this, we really played so many best of fives through this whole years. And after this, we really learned a lot through this journey. And also, I think all of us just put in full effort into the game. And we have a very good team.
Mama, ce tocuri are, what the
fuck? So because of this, we were able to get the win for today's game.
And talking about the clutch, I have to ask JJ, you said in the EDG documentary that you felt like you weren't lucky when it came to important Baron steals and objective securings throughout this year. However, at the World Championship, and especially today, you were so important to your team. What gave you the confidence to perform as well as you did in this final?
那下一个问题想问一下杰杰选手，其实，在之前的纪录片中，你有提到说，好像感觉这一年在很多很重要的抢龙拼场的时候，自己好像都不那么的幸运。但是在这次全球总决赛，特别是在今天决赛的 BO5之中，你的每一次表现。
Oare mai trebuie să vedem ceva? Sau gata? Cam asta a fost tot.
所以说想问一下，你是从哪里有这样的自信，能够？
Gen, sunt curios dacă mai arată ceva în legătură cu serialul, cu... Și ce zic? Că dacă arată vreau să văd, dar... În fine, probabil o să văd pe YouTube dacă se pune. 6 ore de stat. Vă las link-ul pe chat dacă vreți să vedeți voi în continuare ce se mai spune pe acolo. Că eu mă duc în pat. Gata, am văzut cine a câștigat. Ne auzim mâine. O seară faină.